main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, A Sudden Proposal. Please recommend. Hel Rau came over quickly at this time, her face normal, as if she didn't see Fang Sui's previous fierce battle with others, and asked, how could a portal appear after this man died? Fang Sui said indifferently, haven't you always wanted to leave this world? After the death of this demon moon man, his soul aura was used as a mark, and a portal was derived and projected. Behind the door is likely to be connected to the world he was born in. You can try to enter it. Maybe you can successfully leave this world. Hel Rau seemed to be really moved, with a strange look in her eyes, and said, the soul gate connecting to other worlds, where does it lead to? Fang Sui said, it should lead to their hometown of Zunjiana, the place where the Demon Moon clan lives. It seems to have some connection with the legendary underworld world. After that, he turned and walked away, saying, if you want to go in quickly, the door will disappear in a moment. Hel Rau was indeed throbbing for a moment, but of course she was not really ignorant. Just based on Fang Sui's guess, she rashly entered the unpredictable and seemingly unreal world behind the door. Finally, the door slowly disappeared, and the moon mark on the forehead of the dead demon moon man shattered with a click, and there was no more light flashing. Suddenly, a dark breath turned into an undercurrent. It was the undead mummies cleaning the battlefield, sweeping around, swallowing and absorbing the heads of the 3 demon moon corpses. The corpses of these 3 people, minus the heads, were eaten by the 2 remaining cursed spirits. At this time, Fang Sui once again examined the crystal ball extracted from the moon temple, and in a moment he saw that Hel Rau's face had a different color, and he was also staring at the crystal ball. Fang Sui said calmly, what do you know? A divine gate is reflected in this ball. Is the location marked by it the northernmost part of the world we live in? After a pause, she added, we see might have a secret map of the distribution of the remains of gods and demons in this world. The last part is incomplete, with only a vague pattern, which is very similar to the divine gate, shown in the crystal ball in your hand. Hel Rau glanced at Fang Sui and asked tentatively, are we going to head north, to find the gate of the gods? At this time, the night outside the sky had gone, and the dawn was just beginning to bloom. A breeze blew, revealing the remains of the gods last night. Ripples were washed over the lake of the moon temple, and smoke and clouds were floating. The scenery was as quiet as a painting. For a period of time afterwards, Fang Sui was not in a hurry to leave to find the divine gate that finally revealed its exact location and contained the secrets of the gods. Coming to the Amazon jungle is a rare opportunity. It is difficult to find such a rich area on Earth. Therefore, Fang Sui still stayed here for a short time and drove out the cursed spirits in the Netherland Ring to hunt and devour other powerful species in the surrounding area to improve his strength. The remaining 2 cursed spirits have recently undergone changes because they devoured the corpses of 3 powerful demon moon tribesmen from another world, including Zunjiana. The black-backed centipede began to faintly emit a layer of purple light. Not only was its body more than 10 feet long, but there were also 2 places on its back shell that showed signs of bulges in the hazy air, as if there were 2 curse wings about to open. The changes of the anaconda python mainly came from its strength. Since it was imprisoned by the Netherland Ring, its body has withered, like a mummified snake, with its snake skin tightly attached to its spine, and its image is fierce. After devouring the corpses of the Demon Moon clan, the python's strength increased several times, and its body was harder than iron, and it was difficult to be injured by a huge force. During the days in the Amazon jungle, the Hades cat was quite calm, usually curled up on Fang Sui's shoulder, and rarely moved. It didn't know what means it used to shrink the 3-eyed skull, that Fang Sui had not yet cracked the secret to the size of a coin. It was like a crystal jade skull accessory, hanging in the air on its neck, and worn day and night. Later, the crystal ball taken from the moon temple was also snatched away by the Hades cat. After rubbing it for a while, the crystal ball also shrank strangely, and was embedded in the 3rd eye socket on the top of the skull by the Hades cat. It became sparkling, and the 2 together were like a strange work of art with supernatural powers. Fang Sui stayed here and did not leave immediately. There was another reason, that is, he wanted to wait for another rainy night to see if the moon temple would reappear. In the evening of this day, Fang Sui and the other person were at the top of a big tree, practicing separately. Hel Rao sat in meditation with her eyes closed. On her forehead, there was a faint dark blue aura, very obscure. Indistinctly, there was a stone urn with obvious signs of fracture, which flashed across her forehead. Although the evil creature was dead, his soul urn was obtained by Hel Rao, and she was nurturing it day and night. Every time she practiced, the phantom of the stone urn would appear on her forehead, emitting a mysterious aura, as if she was practicing some secret technique. Fang Sui glanced at Hel Rao, sneered secretly, and turned a blind eye to her behavior. He also closed his eyes and immersed himself in practice. The scene in his body was very mysterious at this time. His sea of consciousness was full of light, and the sun golden sutra turned into a blazing sun, shining brightly. The key sea in the lower abdomen was a completely different scene. The divine land and the dark mountain vibrated together, not only connecting the power of the earth and the stars and moon, but also steaming up the increasingly powerful and endless dark key. The dark mountain was surrounded by the turbulent dark key like the Yangtze River every day. The entire mountain grew slightly every moment and became higher and higher. Fang Sui had an epiphany in his heart. This dark mountain was like a ladder to the sky. As it continued to grow, it would eventually pierce the sky like a majestic peak and extend into the outer realm of the gods. When the dark mountain grew to a certain extent, it could help Fang Sui break through the shackles of the mortal world and shake the barriers of the divine fire realm. After several hours, Fang Sui finished his practice and opened his eyes. He felt the dark key and the flames in his body, the two forces surging alternately, and his practice had made some progress. He smiled unconsciously. After that, he began to sort out the few things he had in his hands. A domino that showed the true appearance of the Ghost Emperor, which he had found in the corpse of the Great Witch Lord when he killed him, the crystal skull worn by the Hades cat, and the crystal ball with the image of the Gate of God recently obtained from the Moon Temple. There were not many things, but each of them contained a mystery. Fang Sui examined them one by one, with a thoughtful look on his face. Time passed quickly, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. The Amazon jungle is also known as the rainforest, and it rains a lot, but to Fang Sui's surprise, the miraculous moon temple never appeared again on many nights of heavy rain. Fang Sui and Hel Rao stayed here for a long time, and finally concluded that there was no pattern to the appearance of the moon temple, and it might even disappear from now on, and never appear again. So they set off again, and officially left the Amazon. After leaving this time, the next destination was clear, which was to go to the location of the Gate of the Gods, which finally knew its existence, and contained the secrets of gods and demons, in the extreme north of the earth. The route was also very simple. The two of them traveled northward from the Atlantic Ocean east of the Amazon, passing through the Western Sahara Desert, the Moroccan coastline, and the Portuguese waters of later generations. Going north again, they reached the English Channel region, not far from the far north. It was noon on this day. The sky was clear and blue, and the sun was shining brightly. In the gentle breeze, stepping on the waves, running on the vast ocean, Hel Rao's eyes flickered, and suddenly suggested, "I know another relic of gods and demons. It is in the sea nearby. We can go and have a look." Fang Sui was not surprised at all, and said calmly, "But if you continue to go north, there will be a piece of land. Is there a place with huge rocks piled up on that land?" Hel Rao was obviously a little surprised by Fang Sui's words, and asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Fang Sui's mouth corners curved slightly, and an indescribable strange color flashed across his face. He said lightly, "I saw it in some books of the Sacrifice Institute. There will be 3 chapters tomorrow." Thank you all for your support. The time remains unchanged, 1 chapter at noon and 2 chapters at night. The plot will also enter a critical turning point. Happy reading everyone. Chapter 127. Naturally there must be a reward. Please recommend. Hel Rao was skeptical when she heard this. She followed Fang Sui and looked at his empty shoulder. She said, "Why has your cat disappeared since yesterday?" Fang Sui walked very fast. The sea breeze blew, and his long hair and sacrificial robe fluttered. he said calmly. It came from the Netherworld and returned to the Netherworld. This is normal. The Nether cat returned to the Netherworld yesterday. It should be related to evolution. It will not come back in a short time. Hel Rau's eyes flashed, and she said nothing. For many days after that, the two kept moving forward and finally crossed the English Channel to the British Isles, where the British mainland was located in the future. At that time, this place was deserted and uninhabited. It was still an undeveloped wilderness. For some reason, as soon as he stepped onto this land, Fang Sui felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, as if there was a kind of coldness and iron-blooded meaning left after the interweaving of death and war, which filled every inch of the void here. After walking for a few more days, the two came to a plain. Far away, a miraculous ancient temple ruins came into Fang Sui's eyes. He was not surprised. He had been here before the time travel. It was a world-famous site in the UK, located in the Salisbury Stone Circle on the Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, which is the location of Stonehenge in the UK. Of course, unlike the modern times thousands of years later, the Stonehenge that stood alone on the earth at this time was accompanied by an ancient temple that had collapsed. Only some ruins were left of the temple, but it was still vaguely visible that it was vast and huge when it was glorious. The entire temple ruins were square in shape and had a majestic momentum like a mountain. Although the temple had collapsed, the Stonehenge was still intact and imposing. Each stone used to build the Stonehenge weighed an astonishing 50 tons. On this land that has not been inhabited by humans yet, it is puzzling who built such a magnificent ruin here. In later generations, people have made various speculations about the existence and function of Stonehenge, but there is still no conclusion. However, in this era thousands of years ago, Fang Sui, whose cultivation was growing day by day, connected the heaven and earth with his aura and integrated into nature. After he arrived, he faintly sensed an unprecedented solemnity, death, and coldness from here. Fang Sui thus had a guess in his mind that this place might have been an ancient battlefield in ancient times, and the stone circle and the collapsed temple behind it seemed to exist to commemorate the heroic spirits. When Fang Sui's mind turned, he and Hel Rau had already arrived at a position several feet away from the stone circle. At the right time, the sun was rising, and the bright sunlight shone on the huge stone, making it covered with clouds and bathed in a layer of sunlight. It became unreal, like a divine pillar descending from the sky, falling on the earth. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Incredible changes suddenly occurred in the stone circle, and many huge stones in the circle flashed brilliant light at the same time. On the ground in the center of the Stonehenge, a compass-shaped halo was projected, forming a hazy portal, from which several figures appeared one after another, each with an extremely powerful aura. There were 3 leaders. One of them was the high priest who had disappeared for a while, with a sinister face and a scepter in his hand. Another person held a shining spear that looked like it was cast in gold. He had a handsome face, a strong figure, and was very handsome. He exuded a faint golden glow all over his body, like a son of the sun bathing in divine light. This person's eyes radiated a cold light of hatred, staring at Fang Sui without blinking. He was Morius. There was another person who looked unfamiliar, about 40 years old, and his behavior showed a domineering aura. He stepped on the ground like a mountain with a heavy momentum. He held a flower-boned copper hammer in his hand, showing a sense of unparalleled bravery. There were more than a dozen others, all of whom were air masters. They looked like the followers of this strange man. After the 3 leaders appeared, they all stared at Fang Sui with piercing eyes. They came to a place not far in front of him, and stood in a standstill. Hel Rau, who was originally following behind Fang Sui, but suddenly retreated at lightning speed, far away from Fang Sui. After a distance, she said, "Fang Sui, do you think I will always be threatened by your restrictions?" She smiled and said, "I have already broken your restrictions and lurked by your side. The ultimate goal is to lead you here to die." The people who walked out of the stone formation surrounded Fang Sui in the center. The middle-aged man with a strange face suddenly laughed wildly at the sky, his voice like thunder, and looked at Fang Sui with his eyes, showing a trace of undisguised contempt and anger, and said, "You are so bold to kidnap my favorite concubine." At this time, Hel Rau had come close to the man, with a smile on her face. She glanced at Fang Sui lightly, without a trace of fear, but showing a bit of pride and mockery. This man called himself the master, and called Hela Raju his concubine. His identity was obvious. Although it was very unexpected, it could be concluded that he was the master of the Semites, or the leader of a powerful Semitic tribe. It turned out that Hela Raju was also a favorite concubine. The master of the Semites looked at Fang Sui with eyes like lightning, and said, "I thought you were a great man, because you could defeat the high priest. Haha, now I know that the high priest is old." This was quite contemptuous of the high priest, who was silent and had a gloomy face. It can be seen that this man is arrogant. Until this time, there were many shocking changes. In a blink of an eye, Fang Sui was surrounded. His face was calm all the time, and he stood straight like a pine tree, without any emotion. When the master of the Semites finished speaking, he suddenly laughed inexplicably, raised his hand slowly, and a group of diffuse and elegant black hair appeared in his palm. At the same moment, Hela Raju's expression changed immediately, and the smugness on her face disappeared in an instant. From the moment Fang Sui raised his hand, her forehead began to turn black, and then a mistrope formed by black hair sprang out from her forehead like a venomous snake, connecting with the black hair in Fang Sui's hand through the air. Hela Raju's body, pulled by the black rope on her forehead, involuntarily flew into the air, and was strangely dragged and detained by the black rope. In the blink of an eye, she returned to Fang Sui's side, and he stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and grabbed her neck. At this moment, Hela Raju's expression was really wonderful. Horror, surprise, disbelief, all kinds of emotions appeared on her face. This change came so fast that everyone was caught off guard. The Lord of the Semites was right next to Hela Raju, but the incident happened suddenly, and he couldn't stop it. How could this happen? I have already dissolved all your restrictions with the Solern of the Blue Blood Saint clan. Hela Raju was strangled by the throat, her feet off the ground, black hair swirling on her forehead, and she struggled in panic with a voice that was almost a scream. Fang Sui sneered and said calmly, "If I was completely unprepared for you, and thought that a restriction could completely restrict you, when I knew you were unwilling to be restricted, I would be a fool. Hela Raju, do you think you are the only smart one and others are dumber than you?" Hela Raju's face became paler and paler, and she said hysterically, "I have clearly used the aura emitted from the Solern to check my body thoroughly, and there is no residue of the restriction you set." Fang Sui said calmly, "Hela Raju, can't you see the reality clearly? The blue blood Solern that you worship as a god is nothing." Looking around, with a fighting spirit in his eyes, he said proudly, "If I hadn't deliberately hidden the restriction, when you were checking your body thoroughly, giving you the illusion that the restriction had been lifted, how could I have lured out and killed all these people hiding today?" When Fang Sui said this, there was a sense of arrogance in his voice, and it also showed that he had known about today's situation for a long time, and even secretly fanned the flames and deliberately created the current situation. This made the people around who originally thought that they were here to surround and kill Fang Sui and take the initiative feel surprised at the same time, and everyone's expression changed unconsciously. Hela Raju screamed, "You are lying, you couldn't have known that we were going to kill you here." Fang Sui sneered, "When you arrived in Thebes 2 days earlier than me, and went to the sacrificial temple to find the high priest, and tried to remove the soul curse I put on you, I knew about your conspiracy." He added, "Everyone's soul is full of mysteries. If I want to know the secrets hidden deep in your soul, I can't do it by force. Therefore, after I captured you that day, the restriction I put into your body was not mainly to lower your intelligence, but to secretly spy on your every move. When you seek help from the high priest and let him try to remove the restriction for you, you naturally have to let down your guard and open your soul, so that the high priest can cast a spell and check the restriction I put in your soul." Hela Raju suddenly understood and said, "You have been waiting for this moment to take the opportunity to spy on the secrets deep in my heart. Get what you want to know." Fang Sui still held Hela Raju with one hand and said calmly, "Including the high priest who left the sacrificial hall and unexpectedly went to you Semites, preparing to use your Semitic secret treasure to get in touch with this Stonehenge, and traveled here across time and space to ambush and kill me here. I also knew that you wanted to plot against me when I communicated with them secretly in a way similar to mind fluctuations. I naturally have to repay you. I took the opportunity to lure you here. Let's fight and see who will live and who will die. Finally, he looked back at Hel Raju and said grimly, since you already know the whole story, you can die. The chapter added in the evening will be a 5,000 word chapter with 2 chapters combined. Thank you for your support. Chapter 128, Defeating Strong Enemies and Freezing the Divine Gate. Stop. If you kill her, I will make you die miserably. The leader of the Semites shouted, his eyes wide open, and his momentum was surging. Seeing Fang Sui was about to take action, Hel Raju screamed incoherently, you are lying. Since you knew we were going to surround and kill you, why did you let the powerful Hades cat return to the underworld and not stay to help? Fang Sui smiled dumbly and said, I'm worried that the Hades cat is here. You have many concerns. If you don't dare to really gather people to plot against me, it would be a waste of effort. When Fang Sui spoke, black air filled his body, showing the image of the Book of Summoning the Dead. The pages of the book were turned, and the Hades cat stretched lazily, slowly stepped out of the book, walked to Fang Sui's shoulder in the air, sat down, glanced at the people around him, and looked at Hel Raju, with disdain on the cat's face. At this point, Hel Raju stammered, her face pale, and suddenly she struggled to look at the Semitic lord and said, help. Crack. Before she finished her voice, Fang Sui exerted force on his hand and ruthlessly crushed her throat bone. Hel Raju died immediately. How dare you? Fang Sui was so cruel and killed Hel Raju in public. The Semitic lord was furious and full of murderous intent. The battle started in the next moment. A loud roar shook the mountains and rivers, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and even the morning light from the bright sun was blocked, and the surroundings suddenly became dark. The one who could show such a terrifying power with just a roar was naturally the dark cat Bast. It turned into the lioness Sahemi. The faces of the people who came to besiege changed immediately. No one had expected that such an unexpected and horrifying scene would occur. The rest were fine, but the high priest was most familiar with the Egyptian pantheon. When he saw the Hades cat manifest the body of Sekhem, he immediately exclaimed, God bastard. At this moment, Sekhem moved. It stepped forward with a rebellious attitude, and in the midst of disillusionment, it came to a person. The man seemed to have his soul taken away, and was shrouded by the pressure of death. He stood there stupidly, motionless, and was bitten off the head by Sekhem without any hesitation. Blood spurted from his neck, and he died tragically in an instant. This lion was so evil and ferocious that the faces of the people around him changed again, and a trace of panic surged into their hearts. At the same moment, the battle on the other side had already begun. The high priest, Morius, and the lord of the Semites, 3 masters, fought Fang Sui together. At the moment when the 3 approached, Fang Sui was surrounded by black air. He formed a complete underworld armor technique for the first time. Although it was very hazy, it enveloped him from top to bottom. His image was extremely powerful, like a god of war from the underworld. A slender and strange underworld spear emerged from his hand, becoming real and manifested. The cursed spirit ring on his left hand also turned into a black air and merged into the misty armor. When the cursed power ring merged, something wonderful happened. A large python pattern appeared on the chest of his armor, swaying and coiling, frightening people. And on his back, there was a dark purple and black hideous centipede, which was integrated into the armor, wandering around, hissing and whistling, and stealing people's minds. From the very beginning, Fang Sui had been refining the Dark Earth Ring, and cultivating the Curse Spirit, waiting for the moment of this battle. He combined the 2 artifacts, which were both the result of the Dark Earth divine power, into one, and thus increased their power. This was another way to activate the Dark Earth armor. Suddenly, the Dark Earth spear in Fang Sui's hand turned into lightning and thunder, and with a force that no one could see clearly, he stabbed at Morius, who was coming from the opposite side. At the same moment, Morius shouted softly, "You will die under my golden divine spear today." Boom. 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 The battle between the 2 sides officially kicked off. But in the battle group, 4 figures were intertwined, and every one was powerful and powerful. In a short moment, they had collided with each other for no less than dozens of times. Clang. Morius's golden spear, with a radiant light, collided with Fang Sui's dark earth spear, as if it was covered with a layer of flame. Amid the roar, Fang Sui remained motionless with an indifferent expression, but Morius's expression changed slightly, and he took several steps back, his face flushed, and he almost vomited blood. The high priest on the other side took the opportunity to use the curse power that had been accumulated for a long time, transformed into the form of a beetle, and attacked Fang Sui's back. Fang Sui seemed to be unaware, and had no intention of dodging. He saw that the cursed insect was approaching behind him. With the high priest's ruthlessness and experience, he couldn't help but look slightly happy when he saw Fang Sui was about to be attacked by the curse. However, in the armor behind Fang Sui, a ghostly air suddenly rolled up, and a ferocious centipede head emerged, swallowing the curse power cast by the high priest in one gulp. This is the terrifying power of the underworld armor after the cursed spirit is integrated. It integrates offense and defense, and there is no blind spot in the protection around the body. It is everywhere to defend and attack. At the same time as the high priest made his move, the tall and burly lord of the Semite swung the bronze hammer in his hand, whistling with a strong wind, and smashed it towards Fang Sui with boundless force. Fang Sui threw a punch, and actually used his fist to catch the opponent's bronze hammer. The eyes of the lord of the Semites were burning like fire, and he shouted violently. The light on the hammer increased rapidly, and the force was as heavy as a mountain, and it accelerated to fall. It can be imagined that no matter what creature this hammer hit, it would inevitably end up with skin and bones broken. But just before the two sides collided, the divine land and underworld mountain in Fang Sui's body shook, and his fist turned into a virtual image of a black mountain, and he threw it out with his fist. Boom. This collision shook the surrounding earth and cracked it, and the void surged with waves of energy, scattering and overlapping. The fierce and arrogant look on the face of the Semitic leader instantly faded, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He stepped back, and the hand holding the giant hammer trembled slightly. He never expected that Fang Sui's punch would have such power, and he would have the upper hand against the heavy hammer. In a breath, four figures rose and fell, and fought again. After a brief contact, the three of them paid more attention to Fang Sui, and they all tried their best, showing a trend of working together to kill Fang Sui. The fierce battle between the four people caused the surrounding sand to fly, and the rocks to crack. The high priest and the other three were more and more shocked. They never expected Fang Sui to be so powerful before. Under the siege of three people, he still showed no signs of defeat, and attacked and defended calmly. At this moment, Fang Sui's face flashed fiercely, and he turned around to avoid the attacks of the two opponents. He suddenly turned around and shot, and pointed out with one finger. This finger seemed to contain the idea of piercing the universe. The finger seemed to be slow but actually fast, mysterious, and it came to the forehead of the high priest in the blink of an eye. A strange scene happened. The high priest, who was supposed to resist with all his strength, suddenly changed color. For some reason, a black death spell flashed between his eyebrows, and his movements became slow for a moment. It was during this moment of slowness that Fang Sui's finger had already touched his forehead. A surging force like a mountain collapsing, and a river flowing instantly poured into the high priest's head. The next moment, Fang Sui withdrew his hand, and fought with the other two again. The high priest just stood there stupidly, motionless. The light in his eyes suddenly became brighter, but his voice was hoarse and slow. When did you do something to me? Fang Sui was fighting fiercely with Morius and the Lord of Semite. His spear was like a poisonous dragon spitting out its tongue. He trembled as he used a mysterious defensive posture to resist the attack of the two. His voice was still calm and steady. Since I have placed a ban on Hel Ryu's soul, I have known your plan a long time ago and naturally made various preparations. The last time I went to the sacrificial temple to fight you, I pointed at your finger and sent a death spell into your body. How does it feel now, High Priest? Good. The spell of the Book of the Dead is indeed very obscure. Even I didn't realize that you had tampered with it at that time. I misjudged you. It turns out that you are so good at forbearance and have never exerted your strength. You are waiting for this opportunity. Before the high priest finished speaking, he slowly fell down, unable to close his eyes, and his breath was gone. Ah. the leader of the Semites saw that this battle had changed beyond his expectations. At this moment, even the high priest was killed by Fang Sui with one finger, and finally a trace of horror appeared on his face. He was of noble status and ruled a powerful tribe. Although he was always brave, he had no intention of risking his life this time. Seeing Fang Sui's unparalleled power, he had decided to temporarily give up the hatred of Hel Rao's murder and had the intention of retreating. Suddenly, he attacked several times, then suddenly pulled back, leaving Fang Sui alone for Morius to deal with. If he didn't run, although he would have no hope of winning, if he joined forces with Morius, he would have more than enough to protect himself. However, if he ran at this time, his defeat was inevitable. In an instant, a black air flowed in front of him, surrounding and besieging him like the Yangtze River, and the undead mummy was summoned to the world, entangled the leader of the Semites. On the other side, Morius was left alone to face Fang Sui, and the outcome was no longer in suspense. Only when the three of them joined forces could they fight Fang Sui to a draw and gain a slight advantage. After the high priest was killed, Morius actually had the idea of withdrawing temporarily, but he did not leave as early as the Lord of Semites. Now he was left alone, and his fate was imaginable. Morius was originally aggressive and determined to kill Fang Sui, but at this moment, his expression had turned into a look of shock. Under such circumstances, Morius's heart was in chaos. Suddenly, Fang Sui's dark spear flew, like a stream of lightning. The spear tip appeared and disappeared, and his feet took strange steps. It was another time to use the hidden spear to kill, and the spear's momentum was unpredictable. Suddenly, the dark spear suddenly pierced out, as if it had emerged from the void. Kai. Morius waved his spear to block, but it was empty. He looked down at his chest in disbelief. A dark spear had pierced his chest. Fang Sui stood holding the spear and said calmly, "Your Highness framed me back then. Did you ever think of today?" Morius' throat gurgled and finally died in dejection. So far, this battle is no longer suspenseful. Although Semicide took a lot of time, it was not difficult. The guards who came to protect the three masters were like being cast a death spell by it. Once they were approached, they immediately reacted slowly and had difficulty moving. There were few people who could resist, and the offensive was quickly disintegrated by Semui's claws. The heads of these people were swallowed by Semui one after another, and they fell to the ground and died. In the end, the fate of the Semitic lord is self-evident, and he was defeated and killed. Fang Sui stood in the middle of the corpses on the ground. His face was also very pale. He had first formed a full body of underworld armor in the previous battle. The mental and physical consumption was simply immeasurable, and the burden was huge. His head was buzzing and throbbing, and it was extremely painful. At this time, the bodies of the defeated soldiers around were eaten by the mummy and the two cursed spirits. After the accumulation of recent years, the mummy has devoured many strong men in succession, and the black fog of death it has transformed into has already turned into a fierce storm. After devouring the corpse, it rushed into the book of summoning of the dead like a rolling earth and disappeared. Fang Sui had actually been preparing for this battle when he returned to Egypt. It can be said that he had been planning for a long time. At this time, he succeeded in one battle and killed all the opponents. After cleaning up the battlefield, he rested here for a day. After a detailed exploration of the ruins of Stonehenge, he found nothing and left calmly. He continued to go north along the way. Half a month later, he came to the extremely cold far north with ice and snow. Fang Sui searched hard here for several months, and finally found the Gate of the Gods under a glacier. The Gate of Gods, which contains the mystery of the departure of the gods, is a huge circle, cast from a bronze metal. It was 100 feet long and wide, with countless intricate spells engraved on it, emitting an aura that transcended time and space. When Fang Sui truly found the Gate of the Gods, he was greatly shocked. He stared at the gate in front of him for a long time without saying a word. Unfortunately, the gate had already stopped working. The huge gate was completely frozen in a layer of ice wall, and it had been without the power to operate for an unknown period of time. Fang Sui sighed with disappointment, but he still did not give up. He spent several days breaking the ice wall where the gate was located, allowing the gate to be reborn. After being silent for an unknown period of time, Fang Sui carefully tried to touch the countless characters on the side wall of the gate. These characters should be a kind of exquisite time and space scale, used to adjust the position and distance to be reached when the gate is activated. Fang Sui thought to himself that, if this guess was correct, even if the gate was intact, I didn't know how to use these scale symbols containing the time and space orientation. Fang Sui walked back and forth around the gate. He was very shocked. Although the gate was destroyed, he could still sense that it was faintly emitting a breath of the past. This breath was so majestic that it was unimaginable. It was not enough to describe it as destroying the world. It was obviously a core energy that could break through the space when the gate was intact. Fang Sui's eyes were full of wisdom and gleaming. He thought to himself that there was a reason why the gate was built at the North Pole. His mind suddenly shook, and he thought of where the main force component of the gate came from. It was built at the pole of the Earth. It was using the power of the Earth's rotation and the torque of the entire star to form an unimaginable huge force, so that it could tear open the space barrier and build a gate that shuttled through the void. What kind of technology is this? It is completely beyond the understanding of ordinary people. It has reached the level of using the entire planet. Compared with humans who still use water power or wind power to generate electricity, it is unknown how many levels higher. At this moment, Fang Sui's shock in his heart could not be described in any words. But at the same time, he was even more disappointed because the road to the God Gate was cut off, and he was imprisoned in this world of Earth. How could he leave? Fang Sui stayed at the place where the God Gate was and lingered for several days. He even tried to sit under the God Gate to practice and feel its breath to see if he could practice, but unfortunately he got nothing. In the end, he left here. Since he successfully peeped into the secrets hidden deep in Hell Ryu's soul, Fang Sui has learned the distribution locations of many god and demon relics on Earth. He left the place of the God Gate, and for nearly a year, he has been looking for these god and demon relics everywhere to explore the secrets. His footprints are almost all over the world. In the process, he returned to China again, and then crossed the ocean to the legendary Mayan ancestral land, as well as the origin of myths such as Mount Olympus in Greece. But he never found a way to leave this world. During this period, Fang Sui was still diligent in practicing, constantly trying to break through the God Fire realm, but after many attacks, he still failed to make a breakthrough. Finally, more than half a year later, Fang Sui realized that his aura was full. In recent days, there was often golden light in his sea of consciousness, and mysterious ancient sounds continued. On the Sun Golden Sutra, countless divine characters began to appear and disappear. Fang Sui was delighted. He knew that the time to open the Sun Golden Sutra had really come. After a little thought, Fang Sui decided to go back to Mount Sinai in Egypt, which was the place where he had traveled through time. Fang Sui always felt that there must be a reason why the Sun Golden Sutra fell from the sky to the Sinai mountain area, and it was not as simple as a scorching sun underground. When he came to Mount Sinai again, it was a whole month later. At the moment he stepped into the mountain, the Sun Golden Sutra suddenly burst into a sky-high fire, making Fang Sui's forehead as bright as the sun, and even on the ground in the Sinai mountain area, secret patterns began to flash. Fang Sui's figure was captured by a mighty force and disappeared silently on the ground. He entered the Jiaoyang underground palace again and appeared directly on the core altar of the underground palace, where the Jiaoyang fire crystal was obtained. It was still extremely quiet here, without any abnormality. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the center of the altar, as if blessed by his soul. With a whoosh, as soon as he sat down, the entire altar under him burned up, emitting a dazzling golden glow. In Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, the Sun Golden Sutra slowly turned over and finally truly opened. It was also at this moment that the Hades cat on Fang Sui's shoulder slowly stood up. As Fang Sui was about to break into the Divine Fire Realm, it also showed an unexpected scene. Its whole body was flowing with dim light, first turning into the body of Semua's lioness, and then the dim light around it became stronger, and it was obvious that there would be another change. At the same moment, what was even more incredible was that the bright moon hanging high in the night sky outside that day actually produced some mysterious resonance with Mount Sinai, or the Sun Golden Sutra, that was truly opened in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, which exceeded the distance limit. The bright moon in the sky was actually trembling, and the moonlight was rippling like the tide, obviously brewing some wonderful and incredible changes. This is the last public chapter before the release, so I added another chapter, and the two chapters were combined into a 5,000 word chapter. Thank you for your support. The release remarks will be sent after this chapter. I hope you can read it, and sincerely ask for the first subscription. It is very important. Sorry for bothering you. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Remarks on the Release. Table of contents for the release of this book. 1. About subscription. 2. About this book and updates. 3. Thanks. The 3 parts only have more than 1,000 words in total. Please read them all. 1. I will update again at noon tomorrow, and the book will be on the shelves. At this time, I naturally have to talk about subscriptions. To be honest, if I'm not nervous now, it would be fake. I'm really afraid that no one will stay to read the genuine version to support me. Subscriptions are the most important thing for this book, and for me personally. The first and most important purpose of writing a book is, of course, to increase income. There is nothing hypocritical about this. In addition to subscriptions, I will not have any other source of income from writing a book. Subscriptions are all the income I earn from writing this book. For an author, subscriptions are like working for a boss. The boss pays you a salary. Usually, the more salary you get, the more motivated you are. This is certain. Many writers have unfinished works for this reason. It is just like working for a boss, and the boss does not pay you, letting you work for nothing, or gives you very little, so you must change jobs. Of course, I don't mean to end the book badly, but I really need subscriptions. Really. I really need it. It's not just for income, it's also a kind of recognition and encouragement. With high subscriptions, I will naturally be full of energy, and I can use all my energy on this, and naturally I can write something amazing and delightful. So I hope all the bosses can pay me a salary. In addition, for a book, no matter what else, the final winner is always determined by subscriptions. So I would like to sincerely ask for the first order. Please subscribe. Thank you. Speaking of subscriptions, I can't help but talk about the cost. It's very cheap, and everyone should know that even for ordinary users who have just registered, it's only a little over 10 cents to read a chapter. Nowadays, with a little over 10 cents, I guess you can only read the book. I won't say much about the hard work of writing a book. It's not easy for every writer. Everyone is experiencing this hardship, so it's not hard. Of course, I also know that some people watch pirated copies not because of money. After all, no one needs to pay only 10 yuan for a full subscription for a month. Many people find it troublesome to register and recharge, but in fact, the website is constantly being revised, and there are already many channels for e-charging, such as Alipay, online banking, etc. Just follow the instructions. It's very simple, and it will be done in a short time. Please take a moment to subscribe to the first order, at least. If you have the conditions, please set up an automatic subscription. Thank you too. About this book, those who have followed the old book should be able to find that the writing style of this book is still somewhat different from the previous book. The fierce writing of the previous book is not about speed, but about the character and plot. This book is a little bit suppressed in the early stage, which will make it seem that there are not many exciting points in the early stage. I know this, but it may not be a bad thing in the long run. It will always be more exciting in the future with accumulation. Let me say it again, I will not write a protagonist who is indecisive, hesitant, or not intelligent enough, and is always calculated. Don't worry. Update issue, Friday, which is tomorrow morning, will be on the shelves. As usual, there will be a big or small explosion. Recently, some books have exploded. 10 or 20 chapters were released on the first day of the shelves. I'm an office worker and write at night. It is really impossible to do this without affecting the quality. But if I explode 3 chapters, I feel that it is not enough. So today, I haven't put it on the shelves yet, so I will add one more chapter first, which can be regarded as a free public chapter for everyone. Thank you for your support in recent times. I will work hard on the day of the shelves and strive to release 4 or 5 chapters. The first chapter after the shelves will be at noon tomorrow. The time of other chapters is uncertain. I will upload a chapter after I finish it. If the subscription on the first day is ideal, I will add more chapters. Based on 300 subscriptions, I will add 1 chapter for every 100 subscriptions. If not, I will record it and pay it back as soon as possible. 3. Thank you. Thank you for the help and support of the editor-in-chief Yuan Heng, who gave this book a lot of good recommendations. After the book started, it has been pushed all the way down, otherwise there would not be nearly 20,000 collections now. In addition, there are the editor-in-chief of this group, Yasuo, and the editor-in-chief of Hangzhou who first submitted my previous book for signing. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank Fuzan for contacting Wu Zhe for the recommendation. I would like to express my sincere thanks to everyone who has supported me in various ways. I can see clearly every reward, like, and encouragement in the book review area. I'm very grateful. I will not list all the old book friends who have followed me since Zaoshi, as well as everyone in the group. I'm really busy every day, and I will post a special thank you list when I have free time. In short, thank you for your various support. Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to ask for subscriptions again. It is really important. It is related to the success or failure of a book, and it is the hope of all. I won't talk about the several hundred yuan a month for the previous book. I don't want to be so miserable for this one. Please don't bother to support me by subscribing. Just think of it as the hard work fee for my multiple hours of mental and physical effort every day to keep you from being bored and having something to entertain yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I bet with people on the first order number. If I lose, I will be miserable. By the way, I'm greedy and ask for monthly tickets. Please vote quickly, including recommendation tickets. Well, if you really don't want to subscribe, please leave the recommendation. Leave it, haha. Otherwise, I won't let you leave. I bow to thank everyone. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 130. The Golden Sutra has been opened and entered the Divine Fire. First order request. Boom. In Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, the golden light was extremely strong. The flames in his body merged with the fire of the altar under him, wrapping his body inside and outside in a brilliant flame. Fang Sui was just like the last time he was burned by the scorching sunfire crystal. Every tiny part of his body was washed and integrated by the power of the flame. The difference was that when he absorbed the scorching sunfire crystal, he was tempered by the flame for the first time, and the pain was unbearable. This time, however, it was the second time he experienced a similar situation. The power of the flame already existed in his body, and he could easily draw the flame power into his body again, greatly reducing the pain of burning his soul. The Sun Golden Sutra emitted thousands of golden rays, slowly opened in the sea of consciousness, and revealed a piece of divine text, finally opening the complete content of cultivation. A stream of light was sent out from the Sun Sutra and merged into Fang Sui's consciousness. It was the method of cultivation that came after the Golden Sutra was opened. Fang Sui was burning with flames all over his body, sitting cross-legged on the altar of the Jiaoyang underground palace, with his eyes closed, practicing. The flames inside and outside his body circulated and rushed endlessly. Time passed quickly. Many days passed in a blink of an eye. During the time when Fang Sui was practicing, every late night, the moon outside would vibrate strangely, and in the bright starry sky, ripples would be spread out. The waves were like water, washing the world, and causing shock to the world. The Hades cat not far from Fang Sui's eyes was also constantly changing. At this time a few days later, it turned into a human-shaped female body, wearing a dark ink-colored metal light armor. A condensed light color flowed on the armor leaves, and a layer of misty breath lingered around the body. What makes people feel terrified is that the woman's body is still wearing the head of the Hades cat, which looks very scary, and there is a kind of shocking, which makes people feel fear and deterrence from the bottom of their hearts. Its form was still changing, and its whole body looked hazy. The cat head on its neck would sometimes turn into Seam's lion head, which was even more terrifying. After a few days, the flames around Fang Sui did not weaken, but became even more magnificent. The fiery power in his body was like a river, and his blood was like magma, boiling. When the Golden Sutra changed, the Divine Land and the Underworld Mountain in his lower abdomen were constantly steaming with underworld energy, expanding layer by layer. At the same time as the Golden Sutra was opened, impacting the Divine Fire Realm was a transition in life form, which was crucial for every practitioner. If successful, it would transcend all living beings in the mortal world and show all kinds of incredible mythological means. Fang Sui had been traveling through time for 4 years, and he had actually practiced for more than 5 years at this time, plus he had been with Pharaoh Menz in the underworld on a spiritual level. Now, he finally came to the moment to get rid of the shackles of the barriers of life, break through the barriers, and shake the barriers of the Divine Fire Realm. Time never stopped passing. Fang Sui, who was practicing in the belly of Mount Sinai, was silent and unconscious, but a series of wonderful changes were unfolding in his body. In the Sun Golden Sutra in his Sea of Consciousness, characters began to jump out one after another, interweaving together to form a golden star, which slowly rotated in the center of the Sea of Consciousness. The firepower that was constantly rushing and flowing in his body, and accumulating and growing finally reached a critical point at this time. With a bang, the firepower that was rushing like a river and a vast sea in his limbs and veins rolled back, and returned to the Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was trembling, and the surging firepower rushed into the Sea of Consciousness and hit the Golden Star. With a bang, it seemed that a layer of life barrier was knocked open and shattered. The Golden Star was instantly ignited, and turned into a flaming star, becoming the newly born sun, emitting a divine fire that covered the sky. At this moment, Fang Sui completely broke free of an indescribable imprisonment that resided in every living being. His soul wandered in the sky, and he inexplicably felt that he had become the universe, was free, and enjoyed the true meaning of life. The golden sun ignited in the Sea of Consciousness, and the flames became more and more intense, showing an unstoppable breath of burning everything, blazing upward. The golden sun once again sent out a kind of firepower, which merged with Fang Sui's body. Every pore around him was washed by an invisible divine fire at this moment, transcending the mundane world and undergoing a thorough change. Even a strand of his hair was wrapped in flames and burned, which was wonderful. The main body of the Sun Golden Sutra broke through the burning sun in the Sea of Consciousness, entered it, and became the core of the sun. This is the process that belongs to Fang Sui alone, igniting the divine fire in his body and breaking through the shackles of mortals. At this time, even the sun above Mount Sinai seemed to be pouring more heat into the world. The divine fire had been successfully ignited in the Sea of Consciousness, but Fang Sui practiced 2 sacred books, which were different from others, and the changes in his body were not yet complete. When the golden scripture in his Sea of Consciousness entered the center of the scorching sun, the Book of the Dead Souls, that was originally with the golden scripture separated separately, went down into the Sea of Ki, and hung above the land of the Divine Land. In the end, the Book of the Dead Souls also derived a cold star, but this star was not ignited by flames, but a layer of cold light like water, which turned into a dark moon. This situation was too wonderful. Fang Sui broke through the divine fire this time, and actually gave birth to a day and a month in his Sea of Consciousness and lower abdomen at the same time from the 2 books of gods and demons. The 2 disappeared and appeared, corresponding to the rotation of day and night outside the sky, and corresponding to the vast chaos, the key of the heaven and earth, and derived the mystery of light and darkness, day and night, yin and yang, reincarnation and life and death in Fang Sui's body. At this time, Fang Sui began to practice again. Whenever it was daytime outside, his body would change accordingly. The firepower in his Sea of Consciousness reached the sky, and the scorching sun burned fiercely, rising and circulating like the scorching sun outside. At this time, in the Sea of Ki, the dark moon transformed by the Book of the Dead was hidden behind the Divine Land and Dark Mountain, with no trace However, when the day passed and night fell, Fang Sui's body changed accordingly. The scorching sun in his sea of consciousness would be restrained, turning into a golden star, slowly sinking. The dark moon behind the divine land and dark mountain in his lower abdomen would rise, hanging high on the top of the divine land and dark mountain, spreading a bright and cold glow. This time, in harmony with the key of heaven and earth, the rotation of the sun and the moon was derived in the body, creating a scene of changes in the stars in the universe. The wonderful and strange divine machine was indeed enough to make anyone feel incredible and beyond the limit of imagination. One day, Fang Sui slowly opened his eyes and ended this crucial practice. Instantly, strange visions flashed in his eyes, and the sun and the moon flashed by in turn. Fang Sui felt that his whole body was in a state of goodness that was completely indescribable, as if he had the ability to grasp the sky and the moon, and lift mountains, and uproot the earth. He whispered, this time, breaking into the divine fire realm is like gaining a new life, far beyond the previous life limitations. The Book of the Dead then showed the complete practice method of the second reincarnation, with a strange name called 9 Moons, 9 Mountains, and 9 Lands. The practice method of the divine fire realm in the Sun Golden Sutra is called Chaos and Pride. The two sacred methods are two sides of the same coin. You can practice them together and prosper together, or you can practice them separately and specialize in one. When he whispered to himself, he suddenly felt something strange. He looked up and saw a woman in black armor with a cold and gloomy appearance standing in front of him. The woman had a graceful figure with curves in all the right places, giving people a feeling of being light, small and fit. But the scary thing was that she had a big black cat's head on her neck. It was as weird and as shocking as it could be, and there was a faint evil and fierce aura emanating from it. This woman was undoubtedly a Hades cat. The dark cat's head on a young girl was really shocking. When the Hades cat saw Fang Sui coming, it actually stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. Suddenly, after a lazy cry, it spoke in human language. Buster, a first level shadow servant, greets the Lord. Fang Sui was stunned. Damn it, this guy could even speak human language after evolving. At this moment, another change suddenly occurred. It was the central altar of the Jiaoyang underground palace under him, which began to shake violently. With a loud bang, on the altar of the fire palace deep underground, countless spell patterns of light shone loudly, and slowly, the entire altar actually rose from the ground and floated in the air. Suddenly, the altar flashed with light and completely disappeared from the underground space. Fang Sui stood up on the altar and his eyes went dark. When the darkness disappeared, he turned around and looked around, and found that in just a short moment, the altar had come to the ground. It was just as night was falling in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. The altar under his feet was suspended in the air hundreds of feet above Mount Sinai. Fang Sui stood on the altar and looked around, quite surprised and puzzled. However, Baster, the Hades cat shadow servant beside him, stood very steadily, as if he had expected the scene in front of him, and did not find it strange at all. At this time, Fang Sui felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart, and he looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Seeing the scene, even Fang Sui couldn't help but widen his eyes, and a low cry almost came out of his mouth, and he felt a surprise that he had never imagined before. The first chapter is now online. Please support me. I may not have made my remarks clear last night. I didn't open my V until this morning, so some readers had to wait for updates at night. I'm very sorry. I apologize again and again. The next chapter is expected to be in 3 or 4 hours. Thank you all. Chapter 131, A Miracle Comes to the World. First Order. The bright moon in the sky was radiating a brilliant and unparalleled light, and its silver glow was like water, as if the Milky Way was flowing. At this moment, when everyone was looking up, the bright moon hanging high in the sky showed an incredible change. Since ancient times, people have liked to look up at the bright moon at night and have endless reverie. Whether in the east or the west, there are countless legends about the bright moon. However, since the period of the moon's rotation around its axis is exactly the same as the period of the Earth's revolution, for millions of years, people have always seen half of the sphere of the bright moon. Its other side is called the dark side of the moon, which has never appeared in front of the world. In modern times, people have made many speculations about the dark side of the moon. The most well-known one is that the bright moon itself is an artificial star, and there may be traces of some extraterrestrial civilization hidden on the dark side of the moon. According to some test reactions, some people pointed out that the bright moon is hollow, which has triggered a wave of speculation. The mythical and mysterious saying is that some advanced intelligent life once built a city inside the bright moon and lived in it. Of course, this speculation has never been confirmed. But at this time, the scene that was appearing on the moon outside the sky was related to the secret of the moon that had never been solved. While the moon was constantly shaking, making people worry that she would fall, the back of the moon was silently opening without anyone seeing it, revealing the scene inside the moon. There was indeed a vast space inside it, like an independent world. However, all you could see was a dark hole inside the moon, deep and infinite, with no trace of life. Instead, there was an extremely huge object, like a mythical ancient land, slowly emerging from the moon. This object had a regular shape and was square. It appeared quietly and elegantly from the dark side of the moon, and soon moved to the front of the moon, revealed to the world, and began to fall towards the earth. The crack on the back of the moon closed again, leaving no trace. The mysterious object that appeared from the moon, carrying an indescribable huge pressure, moved slowly but quickly, and soon came below the atmosphere, and entered the high altitude inside the earth. At this moment, everyone who was paying attention to the unprecedented changes in the night sky exclaimed in amazement. Fang Sui, standing on the suspended altar, was also somewhat dumbfounded. The scene of the divine object emerging from the moon was second only to the shock of seeing the birth of the sun Golden Sutra. How could such an incredible change appear in the bright moon? What was that? At the same moment, the altar under his feet began to move quickly, rising diagonally, to meet the divine object born in the moon. Fang Sui turned his head and glanced at Bast Shadow Servant. He saw that she was raising her cat head, with a cold and strange look in her eyes, staring at the huge creature that appeared behind the bright moon, but there was no surprise in her eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you know what was born in the moon?" The Hades cat became Bast Shadow Servant, but his attitude towards Fang Sui did not change much. He was still the lazy cat who ignored him before. After a while, he said, "That is what ordinary people call the gods. It is a divine object left in the bright moon. It can be called the ancient land of the gods. Of course, if you understand it from another angle, it can also be called a flying artifact. Its name is the Mother of Life. It can travel endlessly in the endless space and explore the starfields of the heavens." Fang Sui was surprised and said, "How do you know this?" Basta rolled his cat eyes unhappily and said, "I have inherited memories. The higher the stage, the more inherited memories awaken. Unfortunately, as a master, your aptitude is average. It took you several years to be promoted to the stage of igniting the divine fire. As a result, this divine cat can only manifest its wisdom body now." Fang Sui curled his lips speechlessly. This guy's neither up nor down. He looked up and carefully looked at the Mother of Life floating in the sky. It was square in shape and looked like the altar under Fang Sui's feet, like a giant flat stone slab, but it was magnified millions of times. The diameter of the Mother of Life was at least 500 or 600 miles. Although it looked flat, it was actually at least close to 1,000 feet high. It was just that its horizontal width was too large, so it looked flat. This thing was really amazingly large. It was very appropriate to call it a small continent. According to modern people's understanding, the Mother of Life can also be regarded as a mythical spaceship created by an extraterrestrial civilization. However, no one would have imagined that the area of a flying object could be so magnificent, like an independent small world. It should be noted that in modern times, even first-tier cities are mostly less than 100 miles in radius. From this, we can see how huge the Mother of Life is that is pressing down from the sky. But Fang Sui thought about it again, and felt that the Mother of Life is the most reasonable, because it is so magnificent. Just imagine how vast the universe is. A divine object that can travel far in the boundless starry sky should be so huge. This is just like the ancient people who could not imagine that future generations would create giant ships such as aircraft carriers. Human exploration of space is actually in its infancy, and is far from being able to travel far in space. Perhaps in the future, humans can also create huge flying divine objects like the Mother of Life. While Fang Sui was thinking, the altar under his feet seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force, and its speed kept increasing, approaching the Mother of Life. The Mother of Life seemed to be made of an unknown black crystal, or some mysterious metal. It was smooth and cold, giving people a very depressing feeling. The whole body was integrated into one, without any artificial traces such as seams. Before this, Fang Sui had discovered many clues many times during his travels around the world. For example, in the secret hall of the Egyptian sacrificial courtyard, there was a pattern depicting the bright moon on the inheritance crystal wall, and a square object was marked in the moon. Now it has finally been confirmed that the square object marked in the bright moon is a Mother of Life. The altar under Fang Sui's feet rose from the Sinai mountain area. After the Mother of Life appeared, it kept moving diagonally, heading towards the Mother of Life hanging in the sky and motionless. At this time, he was standing on the altar and suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from below. He looked down and found that the altar under his feet was passing through Egypt while moving rapidly, and the holy city of Thebes was not far below. Countless people poured into the streets, all looking up at this miracle from the sky. Fang Sui's eyes were sharp and fascinated. When he looked down, he saw the holy priest in the sacrificial courtyard, and in the Egyptian palace, he saw a bald and tall middle-aged man. His eyes emitted golden holy fire, and he was staring at Fang Sui from a distance. This man was the current pharaoh of Egypt. At this moment, like everyone else, he had uncontrollable surprise and awe in his eyes, staring at the sky. Some Egyptians knelt down silently, dedicating their most sincere faith to the Mother of Life in the night sky, which could only be described by miracles, and the scene of Fang Sui ascending into the sky. From a certain perspective, Fang Sui, who had broken into the realm of divine fire, had indeed become a living god in the eyes of mortals. At this time, Fang Sui heard Bast's voice in his ears, and he said coldly, "Lord, are you sure you want to leave this world? If you enter the Mother of Life, it will be difficult to get out in a short time. It is impossible to predict where it will go." He added, "The Mother of Life is an autonomous thing, and it should be full of vitality, but this cat god senses a breath of danger and death from it. In the long years, it is very likely that something has happened to it. If you enter it, you may face unimaginable dangers." Fang Sui looked up at the sky again after hearing this. Although the arrival of the Mother of Life was abrupt and unexpected, the opportunity to walk out of the earth and enter the bright starry sky was right in front of him after a long search. How could he let it go? His eyes were bright, and his spirits flew in an instant, flashing, and he said decisively, "Such a divine object, if I can't enter to see it, how can I be willing?" At this time, the altar under Fang Sui's feet was less than 1,000 feet away from the Mother of Life. He could feel more and more that it blocked the sky and enveloped the earth, like a heavy mountain floating in the sky. Fang Sui's eyes were as bright as fire. He withdrew his gaze from the Mother of Life and asked, "How to enter it?" His meaning was clear. Bast nodded and said, "The crystal ball obtained by the Lord in the Moon Temple is the key to the Moon's yin." As Bast spoke, a bright light appeared on his neck. The crystal ball that Fang Sui had extracted from the Moon Temple suddenly rose into the air and turned into a bright spiritual light. This light was like a pillar, rushing up and touching the bottom of the Mother of Life that was suspended in the air. Suddenly, a wonderful change occurred. Below the Mother of Life, a dark entrance split open on the side. The altar under Fang Sui's feet was involuntarily drawn by a force and entered the interior of the Mother of Life in the blink of an eye. With a light sound, the Mother of Life closed again. The next moment, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky at an incredible speed, like a meteor. It did not return to the moon, but slid into the vast and dark space. On Earth, all the people who saw what happened in the sky on this moonlit night fell into a long silence. The whole world was silent, without a sound, only the sound of the wind blowing and the swaying of the grass, quietly ringing. On this day, someone wrote the words "miracle coming to the world" on the code, passed down to future generations. Thank you very much for your support. The next chapter will probably be around 8 or 9 p.m. Chapter 132 Mother of Life, First Order. At the moment when the divine platform under his feet was sucked into the Mother of Life by a huge force, Fang Sui was surrounded by a strong sense of imbalance, but in just a moment, he felt stable again. He turned his head and looked around. It was very quiet, just like the night. The divine platform that originally lifted him up suddenly disappeared after entering the Mother of Life. After Fang Sui entered the Mother of Life, the location he appeared in was somewhat unexpected. It was in the middle of a wide passage. The surroundings were very dark, and the two sides extended infinitely. Even with his eyesight, it was difficult to see the end. There was no sign of opening and closing above, below, left, and right. He seemed to be thrown here out of thin air. The top wall above was about 10 feet away, and it was also dark. Like the ground under his feet, it seemed to be made of some strange metal. Buster, how do you know how to touch the crystal ball you got in the Moon Temple and enter here? Fang Sui asked Buster, who turned into a cat again after entering the Mother of Life and squatted on his shoulder. Buster's cat had a rich expression on its face, as if it was saying, "You're an idiot and deserve a beating." The cat's mouth opened and closed and said, "I told you it's an inherited memory. You broke through the first level of the divine fire, and I was able to manifest a body of wisdom. Naturally, I have more memories, including some information about the Mother of Life." He continued, "Why the Mother of Life is hiding in the moon, this divine cat doesn't know, but it has been dormant inside the bright moon for who knows how many years, and has accumulated sufficient light energy from the sun and the moon. This time it was opened by the golden sutra of the sun, and it was born in response. It will have a long journey, and the destination is unpredictable." The voice that came out of the cat's mouth was that of a delicate girl, a little cold, but very beautiful, which made Fang Sui feel an indescribable sense of weirdness in his heart. After a pause, Buster habitually stretched out his paw and licked it with his tongue. His dark eyes swept across the darkness around the Mother of Life and said, "This divine cat can be sure that a great change has happened to the Mother of Life. It is full of death and murderousness everywhere." Fang Sui's eyes were as bright as lightning, and he looked around and said in a deep voice, "Well, I also sense that the Mother of Life is full of ominousness. Unpredictable dangers are hidden in the darkness." Buster added, "Its name is Mother of Life. Its original mission is to collect various life forms in countless starfields during the voyage of the universe. If there is a problem with the Mother of Life, it is very likely to cause the creatures it has collected in various starfields to lose control and kill each other within them." Fang Sui grunted, chose a direction, and began to walk to the side of the dark passage. Buster said, "Judging from the breadth and size of this Mother of Life, it should have originally evolved to at least the 4th level of the source of life. In other words, it must have sailed in the boundless starry sky for tens of thousands of years and collected a lot of life forms, which is why it is possible to generate huge life energy and be promoted to such a magnificent state now." Fang Sui was surprised and said, "Is there any other information about your inherited memory? Are artifacts also divided into levels?" Buster glanced at Fang Sui with the eyes of a bumpkin and said, "In the vast universe, there are civilizations created by intelligent races, brilliantly intertwined, and everything has a unified power level. You are now in the 1st level of the Divine Fire Realm. Artifacts are also a way to distinguish your power level. This Mother of Life was originally at least 3 levels higher than you. Although it has problems now, the Lord still needs to be careful about the dangers that may exist here. You may encounter anything here. Don't use the thinking of facing human opponents on Earth to deal with the opponents you may encounter in this Mother of Life." Fang Sui nodded, thinking to himself, it turns out that the Mother of Life has the function of collecting different life forms from various galaxies. Then it is somewhat similar to Noah's Ark described in the Bible, both carrying the seeds of life. I wonder if there is any relationship? He looked at Buster again. This guy called himself the Lord and called himself a divine cat. I didn't realize that she was such a shameless female cat before. The empty and dark passage was cold and deserted. There was no sign of any life, and there was no sound at all. Only the sound of Fang Sui's footsteps could be heard from a long distance in this quiet environment. Thinking about the huge size of the Mother of Life that I saw before I climbed up, which far exceeded any modern city, it can be known that its internal scope is wide, and there must be crisscrossing passages, just like the roads in the city, which is extremely complicated. Fang Sui walked forward in the darkness for a long time, but still could not see the end of the passage. But Fang Sui found several other forks along the way, and he did not choose to change direction. If he could not identify a direction, he would probably get lost in this passage, and it would take more time to get out. Suddenly, a scream came from the darkness in the distance without any warning, as if something had suffered a great crisis and was about to die tragically, which contained incomparable fear. There are indeed other lives here. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with brilliance and looked into the distance. The scream came from a fork not far ahead. Fang Sui frowned and did not follow the sound to enter the fork to check. He still chose the direction he was going and soon passed the passage where the scream came from. At the moment when he intersected with the fork where the scream came from, Fang Sui glanced at it and was suddenly startled. There was a pair of cold eyes in the deep part of the passage, staring at him from a distance. The eyes were pale and cold and emitted a grey-green fierce light, which made people feel palpitating. These were definitely not human eyes. In just a blink of an eye, the scary eyes suddenly disappeared. Fang Sui was brave and fearless, but he confirmed that the Mother of Life was indeed a dangerous place with other alien life forms. The pale eyes before, when they looked at each other, conveyed a naked killing intent, and the spiritual power was very strong. Fang Sui continued to move forward, and soon after, he felt a chill and numbness on his back. Something was hiding in the dark and lurking to approach. Fang Sui's face was calm, as if he didn't notice it, and he walked forward calmly. The next moment, he turned around like a whirlwind, swung his hand, and made a backward stabbing motion. At this time, it can be seen that after he broke into the Divine Fire Realm, he was indeed very different from the previous apostle level. When he turned around, his hand was still empty, but at the moment of making the backward stabbing motion, a dark spear stood up, as if it was summoned from the void, and was firmly held in his hand, and the speed was much faster than any previous process of giving birth to the dark spear. Kai. In the darkness, the dark spear was like a flash of lightning. With incredible accuracy, it easily pierced into a shadow that happened to be pounced from behind like a ghost, and pierced through the mysterious thing that attacked. Fang Sui looked grimly at the attacker, who was stuck on the tip of the spear. It was a creature with human body and limbs, but grey-black skin, a body full of strength, high and ferocious brows, and teeth in its hands, feet, and mouth that were much sharper than those of humans. They were intertwined and looked like a beast, especially its eyes, which had a pair of vertical pupils of cold-blooded animals. The pupils were very small, shining like stars, full of ruthlessness, coldness, and evil. Just when Fang Sui pierced the chest of this creature with the spear and thought he had killed it, something strange happened. The thing screamed to the sky, retreated instantly, and broke away from the dark spear like a ghost, spilling a pool of green blood, showing an inhuman jumping ability. With a leap, it actually jumped up to a height of more than 10 feet, grabbed the top wall of the passage, and ran several feet away in one breath using its hands and feet. Although Fang Sui was a little surprised that the creature was not dead, if it could run away so easily, then Fang Sui's newly promoted Divine Fire Realm would not be enough to be called a level beyond the limits of mortals. With a cold laugh, Fang Sui's Sea of Ki shook, and for the first time, after being promoted to the Divine Fire Realm, he activated the Dark Force. Suddenly, the dark moon behind the divine land and dark mountain in his body was slightly bright, and it turned into a hazy moon shadow above his head. The moon shone a cold light of the dark land, like a flying star from the sky, flashing in the air with a mysterious trajectory. The creature, which had already run to dozens of meters away on the top wall, was pierced in the head by the moonlight that came through the air. The creature's head, which was illuminated by the light of the dark moon, seemed to be wiped out by an incredible force, and completely turned into nothingness, disappearing without a sound or a trace, without even a drop of blood spilled. The whole process was like an invisible demon lurking in the void, taking away the head of this strange creature, which was extremely weird. The creature was left with only an ugly naked body, and fell from the air with a bang, making a loud noise. Fang Sui himself was also surprised by the powerful power that appeared when he first activated the dark power in his body after being promoted to the Divine Fire Realm. The Divine Fire Realm is indeed no longer an ordinary level. A small test of his skills has already produced many strange phenomena, turning into a moon to illuminate the enemy, which is very magical. Fang Sui came to the creature that fell to the ground. This time, its entire head was illuminated by the light of the dark moon and disappeared, so it was naturally dead. From the wound on its neck, green blood continued to ooze out, which looked very scary. Just as Fang Sui was about to leave, another shocking change occurred. A cloud of misty air quietly blended into the surrounding darkness, slowly opened, like a huge mouth that devoured life, falling from above without warning, covering Fang Sui. Obviously, there are still things lurking in the dark, treating Fang Sui as prey, and the creatures he hunted before seemed to be just bait to attract Fang Sui's attention. Now is the real murderous intent approaching. This mother of life is so dangerous, and murderous intent is endless. Around midnight, there should be another chapter. Chapter 133, Deep into the Enemy Camp. Please recommend. In the dark space, the Mother of Life, which was huge and majestic, like a mythical ancient land, was moving towards an unknown destination. In the Mother of Life, after Fang Sui hunted a strange creature, a dark breath suddenly spread and pressed towards him from above, swiftly and silently. Fang Sui's reaction was very strange. He obviously felt the breath coming from above, but he did not dodge. Instead, he stood still and let the dark curtain fall and cover him. The dark curtain formed by the mist was obviously a kind of shackle-like restraining hunting tool that Fang Sui had never seen before. After covering Fang Sui, it released a breath and actually invaded his sea of consciousness, but was immediately burned by the golden sun in the sea of consciousness, which burst out a ray of flame and failed to successfully bind Fang Sui's soul. At this time, the external form of the dark curtain changed rapidly, turning into two cold fog ropes, one above and one below, binding his forehead and hands respectively. Fang Sui sneered secretly and did not struggle. The next moment, in the darkness in front of him, there came a strange rhythm, a cold and sonorous sound, like an unknown language. It was a creature that had set a trap in the dark. When it found that Fang Sui had been captured, it appeared. Obviously, there were more than one of them. They were talking to each other in a language that Fang Sui had never heard of. At the same moment, the sun transformed by the sun golden sutra in Fang Sui's sea of consciousness burst out with a stream of light containing soul information, which merged into his consciousness. As soon as this light merged with consciousness, something wonderful happened. The unknown language conversation from the darkness entered Fang Sui's ears, and he could understand the meaning. Capturing a human, it's so easy to be caught. It seems that his ability is limited, and he has no vigilance. He is a stupid human with low intelligence, and has not reached the level of the ignited divine fire. Another voice continued, but he hunted the bait very quickly before. It seemed that there was a flash of light and the bait was killed. It doesn't look like a low-level life that would be ambushed so easily. Maybe there is a trick that shows his ignorance even more. This soul-killing rope can bind the soul and the body at the same time. No matter what kind of magic a strong man practices, once he is tied up, it will be difficult to break free. Since he is bound by the soul-killing rope, it is impossible for him to escape. How could this prey get to this level? There are fewer and fewer creatures in the Mother of Life now. It is extremely rare to see a single human go out. Several voices sounded in succession in the darkness, and they approached each other while talking. Fang Sui volunteered to be tied by the soul rope. One reason is naturally that he is full of confidence in himself and is not afraid of being captured. With his strength at this time that has broken into the divine fire realm, he is indeed qualified to do such a fearless act. The main reason was that he had just entered the Mother of Life and knew nothing about it. Since someone had set an ambush, he could take the opportunity to contact the other party and understand the situation on the Mother of Life. This was far more beneficial to him than killing the attacker immediately. Fang Sui listened attentively and had obtained a lot of valuable information from the short conversations of the three creatures hidden in the dark. First, since the other party recognized him as a human at a glance, it meant that there must be other humans on the Mother of Life. Second, from what the other party said, it was clear that they were not savage creatures who only knew how to kill, but intelligent beings with logical thinking. The third message Fang Sui learned from their conversation was that since they had high intelligence, and mentioned the divine fire realm, and under such circumstances, they still dared to come out to hunt, which meant that they were likely to have the strength to deal with the strong men in the divine fire realm, or at least they could survive in the hands of the strong men in the divine fire realm. Fang Sui made a judgment, based on the information revealed in their conversation. Considering that once he took action next, he would need to be merciless and kill the opponent as soon as possible, otherwise they might have some means to escape and leave behind trouble. When Fang Sui's thoughts were connected, 3 figures had already walked out of the darkness in front of him. They all had human bodies, similar to the strange creatures that Fang Sui had killed before, whose bodies were still bleeding. They had the same grey-black skin, and their aura and appearance were the same. What was different from the creatures seen before was that the coldness in their eyes and the cold and bloodthirsty aura around them were stronger. These 3 creatures were about at the peak level of the apostles approaching the divine fire realm. What was surprising was that from their appearance, it could be seen that they were obviously of the same race as the strange creatures killed by Fang Sui, but they were so ruthless that they used their own race as bait to set hunting traps. This revealed another crucial message. On the surface, this only shows that they are cruel and ruthless, but if you think about it from the inside, you can see that in this mother of life, killing is cruel, the living environment must be extremely bad, the competition is extremely fierce, and there is only a relationship of mutual benefit among the same race. At this time, Fang Sui heard that after he was attacked, he quietly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. Baster, who was hiding in the void nearby, conveyed the message to him with a wave similar to the telepathic transmission of divine thoughts. These 3 creatures are from the Zauhan tribe. They usually hunt creatures of various tribes to devour life essence and increase their own strength. They are notorious. Individual lifespans between 300 and 500 years. The stronger ones in their tribe will reach the divine fire realm. The Lord should be careful. After the 3 Zauhan creatures approached, their cold eyes closed and scanned Fang Sui back and forth, as if he were food, with a strange and murderous cold meaning on their faces. One of them patted Fang Sui's face under his frowning gaze, and said to his companion, "This human seems to be a little different. This is the first time I have sensed such a strong vitality in a captured human, and there is an indescribable feeling about him." The other 2 also looked at Fang Sui with strange eyes, and said in unison, "Take him back first." One of the creatures of the cosmic hunters immediately reached out, and grabbed the soul rope that bound Fang Sui's hands. It stretched out a section like a spirit, and was held by the creature, turning around and walking away. Since he had decided to test the truth, Fang Sui did not resist, and let the cosmic hunters in front of him pull the soul rope and follow behind. These 3 creatures were obviously very familiar with the surrounding environment, and walked very fast. In less than a cup of tea, they had passed through many passages in succession, and Fang Sui's eyes gradually became brighter. He heard the heavy and uneven breathing coming from the front, as if many creatures were gathering in front, and from the strength and length of the panting, he could judge that they were imitated by different creatures. When the 3 Zauhunters and Fang Sui turned another corner of the passage, a very wide space appeared in front of them. It was circular and more than 100 feet wide. There was a faint light on the top wall, making the light in this space brighter than the previous passage, like a dark night with stars and moonlight. In the center of the space, there were dozens of Zauhunters. Among them, several with strong auras were wearing dark blue metal armor with glittering light. On the periphery of the circular space, there were more than 10 rooms similar to iron cages. In each room, one or several creatures of different races were imprisoned. At this moment, Fang Sui's horizons were really opened. Before, he had only seen a few foreign intelligent life forms such as the Dugana and evil creatures, in addition to humans on Earth. The place he was taken to now was obviously a place dedicated to imprisoning prisoners of the Zauhunters. As soon as Fang Sui walked in, he saw at least 4 or 5 different life forms, most of which were human in appearance, but there were significant differences between them. There were humanoid creatures that were over a meter tall and looked like little giants, and there were also strange species with skin like crystal walls. They looked similar to the silicon-based life forms proposed by modern scientists as Fang Sui knew. Fang Sui also saw 4 humans in one of the iron cages, 3 men and 1 woman, all stripped naked, squatting on the ground naked, with humiliation on their faces. The woman was very young, about 16 or 17 years old, with a pair of big watery eyes, looking extremely pretty, but pale and skinny, which should be related to her living in the Mother of Life and rarely seeing the sun all year round. In fact, the creatures in the Mother of Life all have a gloomy aura and lack vitality. Have you caught a new human? Take off his clothes, collect everything he has, and push him into the number 9 food monitor. A voice came from a tall Zhao hunter standing in the center of the space. The 3 Zhao hunters who led Fang Sui in immediately laughed grimly and turned back to look at Fang Sui. One of them moved as fast as lightning and immediately grabbed Fang Sui. But the strange thing was that Fang Sui was clearly standing there motionless, but for some reason, this creature of the Zhao hunter clan just grabbed nothing. He was stunned. Although he didn't know the reason, he still blamed Fang Sui. In anger, a snake-like pattern flashed on his arm and magically turned into a whip that flashed with grey-blue cold light. He waved his hand to lash Fang Sui. This time Fang Sui took a step upward and easily avoided it. He spoke for the first time and said leisurely, "I wanted to follow and see, but you have to take off your clothes here, so I can't accompany you. I think it's not impossible to capture you and ask for information later." Several Zhao hunter clan strongmen in the center of the space looked at Fang Sui at the same time, because not only did he say these words in a joking tone, and he didn't take the Zhao hunter clan around him seriously, but he also said them in the Zhao hunter clan's language. How could they not be surprised? One of them was a middle-aged Zhao Lai clan member who was tall and strong, with long grey-black hair, and whose aura was not inferior to that of a strong man in the Divine Fire Realm. He stared at Fang Sui with eyes as cold as a cold knife and said in a deep voice, "You are caught here, and you still want to resist. You are looking for death." Fang Sui sneered and said nothing more. He suddenly exerted force with both hands. The golden sun in his sea of consciousness turned slightly, and suddenly, a dazzling fire flashed on his hands. The next moment, the soul rope that bound his hands and forehead, which was praised as indestructible, turned into ashes silently. Fang Sui showed an extremely brilliant smile, moved as fast as lightning, and raised his hand to swing. Puff! The Zhao Lai clan member who whipped him earlier was closest to him, and was the first to be attacked, and the first to be unlucky. Touched by a wisp of flame circling around Fang Sui's hand, a dazzling red light suddenly rose from his body. The Zhaohan tribe didn't even scream, and in the blink of an eye, his body was cracked, and he fell to the ground, and turned into a pile of ashes. The flames emitted by Fang Sui were so powerful and overbearing that you can imagine how powerful they were. Fang Sui's move instantly shocked the whole audience. Not only the Zhaohan tribe, but also the creatures of various tribes imprisoned in the iron cage were all stunned. The Zhaohan tribe strongman who was approaching also had a trace of surprise in his cold eyes and said, "Divine Fire Realm." At this moment, Fang Sui spread out his palms, and a shadow of a scorching sun appeared faintly in his palms, which was dazzling and hard to see, shining in all directions. For some reason, when this scorching sun came out, there were also thunderous rumblings, which were shocking. Obviously, Fang Sui was urging a kind of great magical power from the Sun Golden Sutra. Thanks to all brothers and sisters for your support. Happy reading. Chapter 134 Sun Thunderbolt. Subscribe. Kai. Smoke came out. The other 2 Zhaohunters not far from Fang Sui were horrified, but they were burned to death by the scorching sun holy fire that Fang Sui shook in his palm before they could dodge. Fang Sui killed 3 Zhaohunters at the peak level of apostles with one move. His expression was still calm, but the onlookers' faces changed. The lives of various tribes detained by the Zhaohunters could not help but ignite a glimmer of hope. They were captured by the Zhaohunters and were doomed to die. Now they saw a sudden turn for the better, and they naturally expected Fang Sui to be as powerful as possible. The Zhaohunters were all very surprised and were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a master like Fang Sui. The middle-aged Zhaohunter in armor, who was approaching, had a cold and fierce look on his face. Knowing that Fang Sui was at the Divine Fire Realm, he still dodged and rushed towards him, taking the initiative to attack. This shows the fierceness and bellicosity of the Zhaohunters. However, the next moment, the face of this Zhao Lai clan warrior suddenly showed a trace of surprise. As he rose up, he suddenly found that Fang Sui, who was walking forward and approaching the Zhao Lai clan members not far away, with the blazing sunfire in his hand, was not in the same position in his vision and perception. Fang Sui, who was seen by this Zhao Lai clan member, was now to his left, but Fang Sui, who he felt, had passed by him, and was behind him. Was it the eyes that deceived the perception, or was there an error in the perception that blinded the eyes, or did neither of them accurately capture Fang Sui's position? Such a mysterious thing made this Zhao Lai clan warrior hesitate. At the moment of his hesitation, an even more unexpected change occurred. In the void in front of this Zhao Lai clan warrior, a huge lion head suddenly appeared without any sign. Crack. The lion head opened its mouth, opened and closed coldly, and released a stream of black air. The strong man of the Zhaohan tribe who had almost reached the divine fire realm was touched by the black air, and his eyes showed signs of confusion in an instant. He was immediately bitten off by the lion head cruelly and ruthlessly. The headless body fell to the ground with blood splattering on the neck. The fierce lion head that swallowed the strong man of the Zhaohan tribe suddenly filled with a black mist and disappeared like a ghost. This scene shocked everyone, except Fang Sui. The lion was undoubtedly Sehemi. She was lurking in the dark, always accompanying Fang Sui. At this time, she suddenly appeared and attacked, and her fierce power shocked the whole audience. Gilulu. A head was spit out from the void. It was the head that was eaten by Sehemi before. Sehemi's demonic huge lion head poked out again, but this time the lion head quickly shrank, and soon turned into the size of an ordinary person's head. Under the lion head was the body of a young girl. Everyone was even more shocked. What kind of race is this? A lion's head and a human body. It's really weird and unheard of. The heads of the Zhao hunters are so disgusting. The lion-headed girl pursed her lips and muttered, turning her cold eyes to other Zhao hunters, which made everyone feel cold. At this time, Fang Sui was approaching the Zhao hunters unpredictably, with the blazing sunlight in his hand, as strong as sky fire, shining brightly. The war broke out suddenly. The Zhao hunters were also a tyrannical and murderous race. Fang Sui's sudden outburst showed that he was a strong man in the divine fire realm, but it did not scare the Zhao hunters to the point of not daring to take action. Instead, it aroused their ferocity. Several Zhao hunters looked at each other, howled loudly, and suddenly attacked Fang Sui at the same time. Fang Sui sneered, turned his hand, and lifted it up, with a strange posture, and he did not attack the enemy directly. Crack. Fang Sui's move was completely different from any of his previous moves. His hand was shining, and the shadow of the sun that appeared on his palm jumped out of his hand, as if the sun was just rising, blazing in the clear sky, and suddenly burst into thunderous fire, like lightning. There were continuous harsh cracking sounds, and the void seemed to be pierced and shattered by the rays of the sun. A scream was only half heard, and a strong man from the Zhaohan tribe, who attacked Fang Sui head-on, fell over, and died at the first touch. His head was pierced by the sun's lightning, and his whole body was cracked from the inside out, and turned into ashes in an instant. The onlookers could only see a ray of fiery red light piercing the sky in the previous moment, and they could not look directly at it. In less than a breath of time, when the light was slightly weaker, a strong man from the Zhaohan tribe was dead. And he was one of the strongest 3 or 2 people among the more than 10 Zhaohan tribes who touched the barrier of the divine fire realm, and he was killed in one blow. What level of magical power did Fang Sui show the scorching sun to be so powerful? Suddenly, there was a crackling sound, and on the shadow of the scorching sun above Fang Sui's head, red light shot out one after another. Every time a red light flashed, there would be a thunderclap, and a member of the Zhaohan tribe was torn apart by the red light and died. Almost 2 or 3 breaths passed, and the Zhaohan tribesmen around fell to the ground one after another. In the end, only 3 were left alive, but they were already afraid and stayed aside. Fang Sui's magical power was so powerful that it almost killed the same level in seconds, which made everyone who saw this scene dumbfounded. It should be known that the further you practice, the more difficult it is to kill the same level. It is absolutely not so easy to reach the level of divine fire and defeat the same level. It is precisely because it is not easy to kill the same level. So when Fang Sui and Bast appeared, they showed their means of defeating the enemy, and they killed the characters who had already stepped into the divine fire realm in an instant, which made people feel amazing. Among the imprisoned creatures of various races, there are also strong ones who are close to the level of the divine fire realm, but everyone feels unbelievable at this moment. The magical power that Fang Sui displayed, which was to sacrifice the scorching sun and release the fire of killing, was exactly the magic power that the Sun Golden Sutra sent when he broke through the divine fire realm. It can stimulate the violent fire power of the scorching sun to the extreme. This magical power is called the Sun Thunderbolt, and its killing power is extremely terrifying and unmatched. At this time, Fang Sui sacrificed the Sun Thunderbolt, and it was indeed arrogant. Not to mention the destructive power of the previous few attacks, the speed of the Sun Thunderbolt alone was already impossible to deal with. There are 3 left, kill them all. After Fang Sui killed several people in a row, he stopped and stood, and the brilliant sun in the air slowly disappeared. Bast's dark eyes moved, full of cold murderous intent. The key point was that she was still licking her lips. Combined with the scene of her swallowing the head of the Zouhan tribe, she really had the style of a bloodthirsty villain who would eat people without blinking an eye. Even though the Zouhan tribe had always been fierce, the remaining 3 people were still chilled, like lambs to be slaughtered, and dared not move. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said, "Ask about the news about the Mother of Life first." Bast shook his head and said, "No need to ask for news. The one whose head I bit off before was one of their leaders. He knows the most. His memory has been eaten by me, and he knows everything he should know." Fang Sui was surprised and said, "You are quite capable. Then kill him." The next moment, Fang Sui and Bast cooperated seamlessly and rushed out together. The result was obvious. The 2 Zouhan tribe strongmen who fought with Fang Sui and Bast were killed in an instant, but the other one took the opportunity to quickly rush into a passage and escaped. Fang Sui's face showed a hint of contemplation, and he did not chase after them, allowing only one of the Zeus hunters to escape. He turned to look at the creatures of various races imprisoned on the side. After the battle, Buster turned back into a cat head and said lazily, "Let these people out?" Fang Sui nodded, and Buster walked to a fallen body of the Zeus hunter, took out a metal object that looked like a compass, but was actually a key, and gently turned it. The prison doors that imprisoned creatures of various races opened one after another. Those creatures were naturally happy to be saved from desperate situations. Some creatures hurriedly thanked Fang Sui, then quickly rushed into a passage on the side and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The remaining few hesitated and looked at Fang Sui, seemingly expecting something. It was self-evident that they were ready to regard Fang Sui as a life-saving straw and wanted to travel together in this Mother of Life full of dangers. Fang Sui looked at Buster and said, "You have absorbed the Zeus hunters. Can you speak a language that these people can understand?" Buster said, "That's easy. The Lord can learn it right away." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Sui felt that he had received a language message from Buster in his mind. He closed his eyes for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes and tried to speak to the creatures of all races. "It is an extra blessing for you to come out. I have no obligation to protect you, and I'm not used to traveling with others." The creatures of all races looked at each other and heard it clearly. It seemed that what Buster had transmitted was a common language of all races. Fang Sui didn't stay any longer after speaking and turned around and walked with Buster into an exceptionally wide and dark passage. Happy reading. Chapter 135 Unknown Destination. Subscription request. Even if you are strong, you may not always be safe. It is better to support each other and live longer. A woman's voice came from the back. It was the human girl that Fang Sui saw when he came in. She was naked, with her hands protecting her vital parts. She stood there alone and helpless, looking gentle and pitiful. But Fang Sui did not turn his head, was not moved at all, and had no intention of staying. He disappeared in the depths of the passage in a blink of an eye. Humph. Although this man saved us, he is so arrogant, and does not distinguish between good and bad. We propose to go with him, which is also a way to help each other. He killed the prison guard of the Zouhan tribe here. Later, a strong man from the Zouhan tribe will appear. I wonder how long he can live. A pale-faced young man beside the girl said in a low voice. After the young man finished speaking, the girl said calmly, "This man has a strange origin. I have never heard of any human on the Mother of Life who has reached the level of divine fire and can control such a strong firepower. And the lion-headed girl who follows him is also incredibly powerful. I'm afraid she is also at the level of divine fire. She said regretfully, if we can travel with 2 people in the divine fire realm, we will be much safer. Can't you see this, Nanfeng? The pale-faced young man, who was called Nanfeng by the girl, stammered, and was actually a little afraid of the girl's appearance. He did not speak again, but looked at the passage, where Fang Sui left, still full of indignation. At this time, among the creatures of various races that Fang Sui had rescued before, several left earlier and chose to enter a dark passage and suddenly screamed. The girl, Nanfeng and others changed their color when they heard the sound. Not good. The people of the Cosmic Hunter clan are coming so fast. Let's go quickly. Several people looked at each other and ran in the direction where Fang Sui left without any agreement. After a few breaths, a tall woman appeared out of thin air in this space, followed by several men of the Zhaohan tribe who were aggressive. 2 of them were particularly tall, and there was a faint life energy on their bodies that was steaming like fire, and their energy was soaring into the sky. This showed that they were truly strong men who had reached the divine fire realm and were at the same level as Fang Sui. Surprisingly, the men of the Zhaohan tribe looked ferocious and resembled beasts, but the leading woman, although she also had a feminine aura, was surprisingly beautiful. She was wearing a black tight leather outfit, which was gleaming with a faint light, and the lines of her body were outlined, revealing her curves, which were well proportioned and soft, and reminded people of a venomous snake inexplicably. Her face had a sculpted and condensed feeling, but her facial features were perfectly matched. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, just like that of a normal human being, and only her eyes were slightly gloomy, but it just formed a strange attraction that made people want to conquer her, without damaging her beauty, but adding to her unique temperament. Her skin seemed to glow, white and almost transparent. If anyone on the Mother of Life saw this woman at this moment, they would be extremely surprised and terrified, because she was the leader of the Cosmic Hunter clan, known as the Queen of Hunters, a senior divine fire realm expert. Some people even speculated that she had entered the 2nd stage of the divine fire realm and was one of the top creatures in the entire Mother of Life. The next moment, a layer of cold light appeared in the eyes of the Queen of Hunters, and the void in front of her seemed to freeze. A frost-like breath emerged out of thin air and quickly spread. The temperature dropped sharply within a dozen feet. She said, "The power of the flames left here is very strong. Let me see who is so bold as to dare to invade our clan." Her voice was low but pleasant. After she finished speaking, she flashed into the passage where Fang Sui disappeared, followed by several other powerful cosmic hunters. Fang Sui and Buster walked forward in the dark passage and asked, "Since you have absorbed the memory of a cosmic hunter, what do you know about the Mother of Life?" Buster's small cat ears twitched, and he did not immediately answer Fang Sui's question. Instead, he said, "Lord, after we left, some of your kind talked about you." Fang Sui smiled and said, "Let them talk." Buster looked quite indignant, and the ears on his head drooped down as if expressing an expression. He made an interesting appearance of closing his ears and not listening. Then he answered Fang Sui's previous question. "After I devoured the memory of the Cosmic Hunter, I learned that they have survived and reproduced in this Mother of Life for several generations. That is to say, at least 1,000 years ago, there was a problem with the Mother of Life. The current Mother of Life has opened the 3 lower layers, and we are on the lowest layer." Fang Sui said dissatisfiedly, "That's all?" Buster said, "The rest are the various races living here, competing for the resources inside the Mother of Life. When they have used up all the food they can absorb, they start to eat each other. Almost all the creatures here have eaten their own kind. Therefore, there is no trust in each other, and almost everyone is cruel, bloodthirsty, and selfish." Fang Sui frowned and said, "Is there any information about why the Mother of Life entered the moon, or where it is restarting at this time?" Buster tilted his head and said in a clear voice, "No, I guess the creatures here have never left the Mother of Life in their lives, and they have no idea about the situation outside. They are born and die here, and they don't even know that the Mother of Life has already sailed into the vast space and is traveling in an unknown direction." While talking, Fang Sui suddenly stopped and turned to look back. At the same moment, Buster turned into a shadow of nothingness and disappeared in a flash. A moment later, heavy panting sounds were heard in the passage. The girl and 3 other human men, as well as an old alien with human appearance, but with dark blue strange patterns all over his body, appeared in a hurry. They saw Fang Sui standing proudly, as steady as a mountain, and their eyes lit up at the same time, and they quickly approached. The pursuers of the Zhao hunters are here, the girl said breathlessly after approaching. If you hadn't killed all those Zhao hunters before, there would definitely not be this danger now. The young man named Nanfeng looked back frequently, his face panicked, and when he approached, he actually accused Fang Sui. This man was just rescued from a difficult situation by Fang Sui, but in the next moment he righteously blamed Fang Sui for putting him in danger again. It was the first time that Fang Sui had seen someone so selfish. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and said, "What did you say?" The young man retracted his panicked gaze back and turned to look at Fang Sui, saying indignantly, "I said that you shouldn't have killed so many people from the Zhao Hunter clan before, causing them to send out real strong men to chase after you. I wonder how you can escape the danger now?" Fang Sui said leisurely, "So I shouldn't have rescued you before. It would be best if you were eaten by the Zhao Hunter clan." The young man named Nanfeng was stunned and said with a flushed face, "What are you talking about? We are all human beings, so we should help each other. Am I wrong? How are you going to survive the crisis when the strong men of the Zhao Hunter clan chase you? You don't think that you can be invincible just because you are in the Divine Fire Realm, do you? Don't implicate us then." Fang Sui finally understood what Buster meant when he said that most people here are selfish and only care about their own survival. The young man in front of him was a very selfish and annoying person. The other people beside him had already felt something was wrong, but no one spoke and just watched coldly. Fang Sui laughed dumbly and said lightly, "You think I won't kill you again because I saved you? You probably won't see what will happen if the Zeus hunters chase you. Buster, kill him." The young man's face suddenly changed. Before he could speak, a white and tender little hand silently stretched out from the void in front of him. On one of the fingers of this ivory-like smooth little hand, a claw hook with a faint glow stretched out. It was as easy as piercing into the water. Under the extremely terrified gaze of the young man, it pierced into his forehead with a click. Instantly, blood gushed out from his pierced forehead. The young man was still alive at this time, and there was still a look of resentment on his face, which was condensed and not dispersed, but he couldn't even shout or struggle. Finally, fear gradually appeared in his eyes. He felt that his life was being taken away. He showed a pleading intention, but then the little hand hooked out a human-shaped black mist that looked like a soul on his forehead. Then a cat face appeared in the void, stretched out its tongue, and swallowed the young man's soul into its stomach. The young man's body fell to the ground with a bang. The cat face looked at the others with mockery and disappeared again in the darkness of the void. Just when the people around were silent and witnessed Fang Sui's cruel methods for the first time, there was a sudden vibration from under their feet. At this moment, the huge mother of life seemed to be undergoing some changes. The bottom wall of a passage not far from where the few people were standing was slowly opened to the side, and the scene outside the mother of life was about to appear. Or thoughts suddenly flashed through Fang Sui's mind. Could it be that the mother of life has arrived at the next destination so soon? At the same moment, deep in the dark passage, the queen of the cosmic hunters appeared. Happy reading. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. What is outside? Subscribe. Inside the mother of life, everyone felt a vibration coming from under their feet. The bottom wall of the passage gradually opened more and more parts, completely revealing the scene outside the mother of life. From the outside, the entire mother of life seemed to be slowly opening a window. At the moment the window opened, a faint ray of light shone in, exuding a warm breath. This is a ray of sunlight. Around Fang Sui, whether it was the girl and several other humans, or the queen of hunting, and other Zhao hunters who came to chase, they all exclaimed in surprise. Although the light was not strong, For these lives that were born and died in the Mother of Life, it was the first time in their lives that they saw such a brilliant light. At the same moment, Fang Sui opened his mouth and shouted softly. In front of him, black air filled the air, and a ghost-like figure appeared. It was the undead mummy. Because Fang Sui broke into the divine fire realm, and because of the continuous accumulation and devouring of countless opponents' corpses, it became stronger, and the death aura around it was churning endlessly, like a layer of death storm. It roared in the storm, and after appearing, its rotten mouth opened and closed, chanting a silent death spell. The passage was quickly filled with the breath of death. The undead mummy hid in the darkness, harnessing the curse of death, and attacked the master of the Zeus Hunter clan who followed the Queen of Hunting. Before the mummy was summoned, Bast had already transformed into Seem, a lioness that spread disaster and killing, and a projection of an Egyptian god with extremely evil power. She also launched an offensive. Boom. In this passage, air currents intertwined, and a violent and ferocious fight took place. In an instant, the two sides had already crossed figures, and the collision sounded like thunder, as if the void was about to be broken by the impact. After summoning the two fierce creatures, Fang Sui rushed like a whirlwind, and in the midst of disillusionment, he came to the Queen of Hunting, who was dressed in black leather, and had a seductive figure, and pointed his finger out, attacking her forehead. Before the Queen of Hunting came after her, she had never thought that the pursued person would dare to take the initiative to counterattack her famous pursuer. Until Fang Sui made his move, she was immediately startled. From the momentum of this finger alone, she could tell that Fang Sui was an outstanding master who was not inferior to her. The eyes of the Queen of Hunting flashed with the brilliance of bright stars, and her aura was released. As the temperature around her dropped sharply, she also pointed out with one finger, miraculously capturing Fang Sui's finger that seemed slow, but was actually fast, leaving a visual phantom in the void. Clang! The magical fingertips of both parties met, making a light sound similar to the sound of metal clashing. With the fingertips of the two as the core, a surging energy suddenly erupted, like a wave pushing and spreading in all directions. After the fierce collision, the figures of the two stood as steady as mountains and rivers, motionless. But the next moment, their eyes suddenly became bright, and they soared up, as fast as lightning, circling the sky, and entangled with each other. The battle between the two was very strange. Both of them fought in the air without touching the ground. They moved as fast as ghosts. No one around could distinguish their figures. They could only vaguely sense that there was a cold and chilling force that quickly spread within 100 feet. Soon, a layer of blue ice began to form in the entire passage, forming a field-like force field, which was extremely terrifying. A strong man in the divine fire realm could walk in the air and even change local celestial phenomena. The passage was frozen at this time because the Queen of Hunt was stimulating her power to reverse the surrounding temperature. This shows how powerful she is. The human girl, the remaining two men, and the alien old man with natural patterns on his body, all hid on one side and shivered. A man said in panic, "It's the Queen of the Cosmic Hunters, who personally led the people to chase us. We are doomed this time. I wonder how long that young man can resist the Queen." Another man whispered, "Let's leave quickly, while the two sides are fighting." Among the few people, the girl's eyes were calm and firm as never seen before. She turned her head to look around, and soon looked at the bottom wall of the Mother of Life, which had been opened, and was letting in a faint light from the outside. She glanced at the two sides in the fierce battle and judged, "It's really unexpected that this young man can compete with the Queen of Hunting, but it is certain that he can't resist the Queen of Hunting for a long time. We should make plans early." Looking at the cracked bottom wall of the passage, she whispered, "Let's go take a look at the bottom wall of the opened passage first, and then decide where to go." The rest of the people seemed to be led by the girl, and trusted her judgment very much. They nodded at the same time, and the group stood up silently, and approached the passage not far away. When they quietly came to the window opened by the Mother of Life along the side of the passage, several people looked out together. Obviously, the scene they saw surprised them. The pupils of several people shrank significantly at the same time, as if they saw some incredible scene outside the Mother of Life. At this time, Fang Sui and the Queen of Hunting, who were fighting fiercely, had already reached a critical moment. Fang Sui's eyes were fierce, and the divine land in his body was shaking. The dark moon of the underworld mountain rose in the sky, illuminating the land of the divine land. There was a cold and dark moon shadow, with bright light, which appeared outside Fang Sui's body. It was hazy, but the cold light it spread was as sharp as a knife, piercing the Queen of Hunting. At the moment, when this round of dark moon was born, the surroundings were crackling, and the ice force field that froze everything in the Queen of Hunting was illuminated by the moonlight and shattered one after another. The power of both sides was once again brazenly intertwined, sending out a rumbling shock. The invisible collision force spread out, rushing on the surrounding passage walls, forming a muffled clang, as if even the indestructible passage was about to be shattered by the impact. Stop. After this collision, it was the figure of the Queen of Hunting that swayed a little in the void and was faintly at a disadvantage. She shouted the word stop. This scene was beyond everyone's judgment. It was surprising that Fang Sui could match the Queen of Hunting. In the battle, not only did he not show any signs of defeat, but he showed signs of suppressing the Queen of Hunting. The surprise in the hearts of the onlookers can be imagined. Everyone's heart was like a stormy sea, and a feeling of disbelief surged. The girl and others who were originally peeping outside the Mother of Life also retracted their gazes, because of the sound and fluctuations caused by the collision between the two sides. They turned their heads to look at the battlefield, and saw that it was the Queen of Hunting who was at a disadvantage in the collision. They all flashed with shock and astonishment in their eyes. On the other side, the Mummy and the elusive Semui were still fighting each other. The two sides were almost evenly matched, and no casualties had been determined. This was another surprising situation. The Zhao clan, with a clear numerical advantage, could not gain the upper hand. You are good at the power attribute, not fire. The Queen of Hunting looked up and down at Fang Sui with a deep and pleasant voice. She had previously investigated the place where Fang Sui killed the Zhao clan. From the aura left at the scene, she judged that Fang Sui must be a strong man who was good at launching the power of fire. Therefore, she chased him this time and used the special skills of the ice domain field to target him. But after the battle, Fang Sui showed all kinds of magical powers, although they were extremely powerful, but they were absolutely not related to the power of fire. The Queen of Hunting was suspicious. At their level, both force and mind are indispensable. She suddenly thought that, if the young man deliberately left a fire smell at the scene of the killing to make her misjudge, it means that he had foreseen and prepared for the current battle as early as when he killed the guards of the Zhao Hunter clan, making the pursuers misjudge, and thus creating a situation favorable to himself. This can also be said to be a layout made in advance. The Queen of Hunters thought that, if this inference was correct, then the scheming and wisdom of this young man were far beyond her previous estimation. Moreover, if this judgment was correct, the Queen of Hunters had been calculated by Fang Sui without knowing it. Her eyes flickered, and she said in a deep voice, "You deliberately let the only one left in my tribe escape, so that I could chase you." Fang Sui restrained his fierce and powerful aura during the fierce battle, and said calmly, "I was wrong. It's true that I'll let the Zhao tribe go, but I just wanted to lure out a master to test my skills, not against you." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the girl and others standing at the opening of the passage, looking out of the Mother of Life. He couldn't help but feel a little curious about what they saw, so that they were so focused and motionless. Fang Sui glanced at the Queen of Hunting, and saw that she had no intention of fighting again immediately. After a little hesitation, he walked towards where the girl and others were standing. Happy reading. Chapter 137 The Second Destination. Seeking recommendations on Monday. You are not a human being and the Mother of Life. The voice of the Queen of Hunting suddenly came again. This sentence seemed to have a powerful magic that shocked the surrounding people. Not only did the girl and the others withdraw their gazes from the Mother of Life and turn their eyes to Fang Sui, but even the Zhao hunters who were originally fighting with the undead Mummy and Semui also showed surprise at the same time. Only Fang Sui himself had a calm face, as if he had not heard anything. He walked without stopping, and came to the window opened by the Mother of Life. He looked out and said slowly, "So what if I'm not?" Fang Sui did not refute directly, which made the Queen of Hunting's eyes more brilliant, and asked, "So, you are really an outsider?" He did not care about the Queen of Hunting. The scene outside the Mother of Life came into his eyes. In an instant, Fang Sui's eyes sparkled like torches, as if a layer of brilliant fire was burning deep in his eyes. Although the window of the Mother of Life was open, there was still a transparent light curtain that separated the inside and the outside. Outside the light curtain was a dark and boundless space. This was not unexpected. What was surprising was that, against the backdrop of the vast and dark void, a huge star appeared. Its surface was orange, yellow and reddish, and there was a faint golden light flickering at the edge of the star. The Mother of Life had indeed arrived at the next destination, and it was flying around a star. This scene was so gorgeous, beautiful, and mysterious. In the vast and deep universe, the huge Mother of Life came to the space outside a star, and was flying around it. The void was dark, making the faint golden light at the edge of the star more and more brilliant. The Mother of Life was obviously flying on the backlit side of the star, so the faint golden glow that could be seen was far away at the edge of the star. However, as the Mother of Life moved, the bright light at the edge of the star gradually expanded and approached. Soon, the Mother of Life went from the dark side of the star to its light-facing side. In an instant, there was a golden light, extremely magnificent, rushing into Fang Sui's eyes like a tide, covering the sky and the earth. In the far distance of the deep space, a sun appeared, splashing thousands of waves of light, scorching everything. At this moment, the vast space was filled with dazzling light, and everything in sight was gorgeous beyond description. The people around Fang Sui had always lived in the Mother of Life, and had never seen such an amazing cosmic wonder. It is not surprising that the scene outside the Mother of Life had a far greater impact on them than Fang Sui, so the people around him were all stunned. When Fang Sui saw the sun in the depths of space, his heart suddenly moved slightly, and he felt familiar with the rising of the sun. He thought that the biggest possibility now was, of course, that the Mother of Life had not yet left the scope of the solar system. Then the star orbiting this Mother of Life should be one of the 8 planets in the solar system. Originally there were 9 planets, but Pluto was downgraded to a dwarf planet in 2006. Judging from the color and appearance of this planet, and the huge size of the sun, this planet should be closer to the sun than the Earth is to the sun, so it should be Venus, the second closest planet to the sun in the solar system. Fang Sui tried hard to recall the information he knew about Venus before the time travel. Venus is about 107.5 million kilometers away from the sun, and its day and night are about 59 days each, which means that one day and one night on Venus is equivalent to 117 days on Earth. The size and mass of Venus are similar to that of the Earth. What shocked Fang Sui was that Venus, which is more than 40 million kilometers away from the Earth at its closest point, would take several minutes to fly at the speed of light. The Mother of Life had arrived not long after leaving the Earth, in a stable manner, where no vibration could be felt. This speed is probably second only to the speed of light. Fang Sui let out a sigh of relief, thinking that after the Mother of Life left the moon, its first stop was the origin of human life, Earth. So what was it going to do on Venus as its second stop? In the passage more than 10 feet behind Fang Sui, the Queen of Hunting waved her hand to stop the people of the Zeus Hunters from continuing their fight with the undead mummy and Seam. She looked at Fang Sui, her face showing a contemplative look, and finally came a few feet away from Fang Sui, and also looked out of the Mother of Life. The scene presented in space made her eyes flash with a strange light in an instant. She then turned back to look at Fang Sui and said abruptly, "We need cooperation." Fang Sui smiled. The creature in the Mother of Life seemed to like cooperation. He did not respond, and his eyes were still scanning Venus outside. It was wrapped in a thick cloud like the atmosphere, making the entire planet shrouded in a hazy haze. Looking at everything on the surface of Venus was like looking at the moon in the fog, with an extra sense of mystery. The surface of the planet was fairly flat, with occasional low hills and gullies. The view was all yellow, as if it was experiencing a big sandstorm. The most amazing thing was that in the thick atmosphere of the entire surface of Venus, lightning and thunder could be seen from time to time. The thunder struck the earth fiercely, flashing and dazzling. At this time, Fang Sui's hand conjured up a summoning book out of thin air, and the undead mummy immediately turned into a dark death storm, which was swept into the book and disappeared. Then the summoning book also disappeared in his hand. This magical scene made the surrounding people, including the Queen of Hunting, look surprised. Fang Sui's face showed no joy or anger, and he said calmly, "What cooperation?" The Queen of Hunting showed a little joy and said, "First, I want to know where you came from." Fang Sui's answer was very special, from outside the Mother of Life. The Queen of Hunting was stunned, but after thinking about it, she felt that there was nothing wrong with Fang Sui's answer. The creatures in the Mother of Life had never been out, so no matter where Fang Sui said they came from outside the Mother of Life, it was actually the same for the Queen of Hunting and others in the Mother of Life. The Queen of Hunting suddenly laughed, and her towering and perfect breasts, wrapped in a tight leather jacket, were quite turbulent, and the scenery was infinitely attractive. She smiled and said, "All the lives in the Mother of Life undoubtedly have only one ultimate goal, that is to get out of here. A long time ago, something went wrong with the Mother of Life. The 3 layers of space at the bottom were completely isolated from the upper part. The lower 3 layers became a hell-like place, with fighting and killing happening every day, just to survive. At this time, the Mother of Life was still rotating around Venus." Fang Sui stared at the surface of Venus, not relaxing for a moment. He firmly believed that the Mother of Life must have a purpose in coming to Venus. Suddenly, his eyes passed through the dense clouds of Venus, and he saw a huge crack from south to north on the surface of the planet, like a canyon, and like a wound torn by an ancient giant. The crack was infinitely winding, with no visible edge, deep and unobservable, and its bottom was unknown. In modern times, the observation and research data on Venus also mentioned that there was a large rift valley of more than 1,200 kilometers on the surface of the planet. There is no doubt that the crack that Fang Sui saw with his own eyes was this large rift valley. What was even more surprising was that above the rift valley, thunder and lightning shot, storms howled, and lightning bolts continued to strike into the depths of the rift valley. It seemed that the Rift Valley was a place of sin, or that there was something mysterious and evil that was imprisoned in it, and was punished by thunder. On the entire planet, the lightning above the rift was the most dense, interweaving like a rainstorm, lightning like a dragon, breaking the void, constantly piercing and slashing. Fang Sui stimulated the golden light in his eyes, as if 2 suns rose in his eyes, to dispel all kinds of nothingness and gain insight into the true knowledge of the universe. He wanted to see what was in the 1,000-mile-long rift on the surface of Venus. The Queen of Hunting on the other side said to Fang Sui at this time, "I control a secret place of the Mother of Life, but those of us who have been branded by the Mother of Life cannot enter, but you can try, which is why I proposed cooperation." Happy reading. Chapter 138 Star Rift Valley. Please recommend. Fang Sui did not respond immediately, and the Queen of Hunting was not in a hurry and did not ask any further questions. The surroundings became quiet again. All living creatures turned their attention to the outside of the Mother of Life again. The light in Fang Sui's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he stared at the large rift valley on Venus. After the battle, Semi, a lion-headed man, appeared silently beside Fang Sui, and she also looked outside the Mother of Life. Semi exclaimed, and her eyes, which were dark and deep, suddenly stretched and contracted. Like Fang Sui, they formed to sharp spear-like light beams, and looked into the rift valley of Venus. The difference was that Semi's 2 eyes were dark purple in color, full of powerful and intimidating and evil fluctuations. Then the Queen of Hunting also saw something. Her eyes were strange, and she stared closely at the rift valley of Venus below. The other bystanders were far less powerful than the 3 of them. At such a long distance, they had no idea what Fang Sui and others saw in the rift valley below. As the living beings were scrambling to watch, they suddenly discovered that Venus in their sight began to get closer and closer. It was the Mother of Life that was moving and falling rapidly towards Venus. Soon, the Mother of Life entered the atmosphere of Venus. At the same time, the living beings heard the rumbling sound of thunder in their ears. The whole Venus was filled with the breath of destruction, and there was a strong wind with flying sand and stones, sweeping the earth. On the surface of the planet, there were collapsed mountains, cracked earth, and sunken huge pits. There were traces of desolation everywhere, and there was no trace of life. It seemed that something had happened here, like a barren dead land. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. On the land of Venus, under the strong wind, there was a place where a corner of the building was exposed. It looked like a part of the top wall of a huge and majestic ancient palace, shaped like a sculpture. It had existed for thousands of years. Its glory had passed and was buried under the yellow sand. Only when the strong wind swept through, a corner was faintly exposed. This scene exudes a mysterious atmosphere. Could it be that Venus, with such a harsh climate and a surface temperature of over hundreds of degrees, has ever had intelligent life? Otherwise, how could there be architectural ruins? Before the audience could continue to stare at the corner of the ancient temple under the endless sand and rocks, the Mother of Life continued to descend and was already approaching the sky above the huge rift valley that runs through the north and south of Venus. Everyone couldn't wait to turn their eyes to the depths of the rift valley. Ah, there is a sea of magma in the depths of the rift valley. What is located on the magma sea? At this time, the scene in the Great Rift Valley was fully presented. It was more than 10,000 feet deep, and the deeper it went, the wider and larger it became, like an underground world. At the bottom of the Rift Valley, an ocean formed by the flow of magma appeared, spewing out dazzling and scorching light. The most unexpected thing was that there were islands scattered on the magma sea. Each island was like an essence extracted from magma, gathered into flame crystals, forming islands, like red crystals, with supreme fire flowing inside, flashing people's eyes. Between the islands, countless suspended ancient bridges that looked like they were built by picking red divine rays were built, connecting many islands together. On each island, there are mythical palace buildings, scattered and connected, majestic and magnificent, as if they were the residences of gods and demons. Unfortunately, there is still a dead silence under the Great Rift Valley. Such a magical place has been abandoned for a long time. The palace buildings on the island are all in ruins, some have collapsed, and only rubble is left. Many viewers are on the Mother of Life, looking down and seeing such a wonder. You can imagine the surprise in their hearts. In the modern times before Fang Sui traveled through time, some scientists had also made an analysis and believed that the surface temperature of Venus was at least more than 400 degrees, and the atmosphere was composed of toxic substances such as carbon dioxide. It stands to reason that life could not exist on Venus, but some people have proposed that according to some signs, there seem to be traces of the existence of intelligent races on Venus. At this time, Fang Sui came here in person and saw the mythical ruins, but its existence form was completely beyond human cognition. The building was actually built on a magma island in the underground rift. What kind of intelligent life had lived there? Fang Sui's eyes were shining with golden light, and his eyesight was strong. He saw much more than others. He also saw a relatively complete ancient temple on one of the magma islands. On the temple, there were clearly several incomplete characters of gods. The fire palace of the flame god. Flame god. Could this be an ancient monument left by a god? The Mother of Life descended at an astonishing speed. In a few breaths, she hovered steadily over the Great Rift Valley. What is the purpose of the Mother of Life here? Legend has it that the Mother of Life's mission is to collect all kinds of life forms in the universe. Could it be that this place lacks vitality and has wasted years still has life? Whether it was the Zhou hunters or the human girl, they were all extremely surprised by what they saw and whispered their guesses. Suddenly, their discussion was interrupted by the vibration from their feet. It was the Mother of Life that suddenly moved, sprinkling a dark beam of powerful light, shining into the depths of the Rift Valley. Suddenly, the magma sea below rolled and boiled, and the hot magma split to the sides. Under the illumination of the Mother of Life, something was dragged up from the depths of the split magma sea, and seen by many viewers. It was a mythical skeleton with flames burning all over its body. It was in human form, but reached 100 feet in size. It wore armor burning with dark blue divine fire. In its exposed bone hands, it held a bronze halberd that was over 100 feet long, with complicated spell patterns coiled on it. The spell patterns flowed and turned into the sun, moon, and stars, which swirled around the long halberd. The scene was gorgeous and the breath was soaring into the sky. At this moment, Fang Sui's hand suddenly made a clanging sound, but it was the Book of Summoning that appeared on its own. A golden light flew out of it, and it actually passed through the confinement of the Mother of Life, and flashed in the void outside the Mother of Life. It turned into a golden giant eagle, and flew towards the huge flaming skeleton. This eagle was undoubtedly the long-lost Horus eagle. It was obviously attracted by some kind of aura and suddenly appeared, just like the time when Fang Sui killed the evil creature. Kai. The speed of the Horus Eagle was as fast as light, and it flashed in front of the flame skeleton. At this moment, it closed its eyes, but the eye of Horus on its forehead suddenly opened. With a bang, a huge door was projected in the eye of Horus, and a very vague shadow with a human body and an eagle head walked out of it, and reached out to grab the chest of the flame skeleton. In the short time, when the light intersected, no one could see what happened. They just felt vaguely that something seemed to be taken out of the chest of the flame skeleton by the phantom of the eagle head and human body. The next moment, the phantom of the eagle head and human body disappeared silently. At the same moment, the flame skeleton was also captured by the light of the Mother of Life and disappeared out of thin air. At this time, the Horus Condor flapped its wings and flew, and the dense spells on its wings shimmered. In the flickering light and shadow, it returned from the outside world and appeared on Fang Sui's shoulder. From the rise of the flame skeleton to the birth of the Horus Condor, and then to this moment, all these events happened in a short breath, so fast that people were overwhelmed and stunned. Fang Sui and others felt a slight tremor under their feet again. It was the Mother of Life who was about to ascend and fly, and it was ready to leave Venus. Or thought flashed through the minds of the Queen of Hunt and other creatures. The Mother of Life came here just to collect the flame skeleton. What kind of creature's skeleton is it that can make the Mother of Life come here specially? And what did the condor get from the skeleton when it was born? All the creatures looked at Fang Sui unconsciously. A moment ago, it was indeed only Fang Sui who knew through the spiritual connection with the Horus Condor that it had taken two things from the flame skeleton. One of them was a drop of golden blood. The other was a golden disc. Happy reading. The next chapter will be around midnight. Chapter 139, The Abnormality of the Three-Eyed Skull. Please recommend. Finally, the Queen of Hunting and Fang Sui entered an independent space similar to a palace with a guard of the Cosmic Hunting Clan in front of the door. As soon as he walked in, Fang Sui was attracted by the circular pattern on the ground. Against the backdrop of the surrounding darkness, the pattern flashed a colorful light full of ancient simplicity, splendidly interwoven, and filled with strange power fluctuations. The Queen of Hunting stopped, turned back and smiled lightly. This is a short distance transmission area controlled by my Cosmic Hunting Clan to the bottom 3 layers of the Mother of Life. After that, she opened her clothes on her chest, revealing a small part of her dazzling white skin, and carefully took out a columnar pendant hanging on her chest, which was bright silver and exquisitely shaped. This is the secret lock that activates the teleportation area. There are 3 of them, each held by the leaders of the 3 major forces here. Without this thing, you will be trapped in one of the layers and cannot move. As the Queen of Hunt spoke, the cylindrical secret lock in her hand glowed with a faint light, and Fang Sui and she were shrouded in a layer of silver light. A pillar of light rose from the ground, surrounding the 2 of them. The next moment, the 2 disappeared from the bottom space of the Mother of Life. Fang Sui only felt the light around him change, as if time and space had changed, and he had already arrived at a new place. The Queen of Hunt's voice came to his ears. We must be careful on the 3rd floor. This is not the only place where our Zhao Hunter clan dominates. Fang Sui looked around. The height above was more than 30 feet from the ground, like a deep dome. The best thing was that there were shining stars on the top wall that looked real, and there was also a moon shadow, which moved slowly on the dome like a real moon. The bright moon above was in the sky, sprinkling the cold and watery divine brilliance, indicating that it was midnight on the 3rd floor of the Mother of Life. Inside the Mother of Life, it was like an independent little world, with changes like the stars and the moon, and it was so real that it was incredible. The place where Fang Sui and the others appeared was still an independent space of about 100 feet. There were also 5 color array patterns flowing on the ground, and they stood in the center of the array patterns. This place was obviously still under the control of the Zhao Hun clan. There were Zhao Hun clan guards waiting around. When they saw the Queen of Hunting appear, they immediately came to greet her. There were many Zhao Hun clan creatures near and far, and most of them were ugly male creatures of the Zhao Hun clan. Occasionally, there were a few Zhao Hun clan women, but they were very different from the men. They were not all beautiful, but they all looked enchanting, and their skin was white, as if they had been baptized by the moonlight, which was very attractive. Overall, the entire Zauhan clan seemed to be the same as the legendary Yakshashura clan. The women were beautiful, and the men were ugly, but they were fearless and bloodthirsty. Fang Sui said, "You said there are 3 major forces in the Mother of Life. In addition to your Zauhan clan, which 2 other powerful tribes are there?" The Queen of Hunting reached the 3rd floor, and became obviously cautious. As she moved, several particularly strong and ugly men from the Cosmic Hunter clan, whose auras were close to the Divine Fire Realm, came over to protect her, and walked with her. On the 3rd floor of the Mother of Life, the passages became wider, almost like being in an ancient city. The Queen of Hunting turned her head, and glanced at Fang Sui, smiling and said, "One is from my Cosmic Hunter clan, the other is from the Blue Blood clan, and the other is from a branch of the mythological Ancient clan, which has the blood of the ancient fierce gods. There are not many people, but they are strong. Originally, your human race was also quite strong, but later it declined." Fang Sui's eyes brightened slightly. Blue Blood clan. As they walked along the way, the surroundings were not as deserted as expected. They could actually see many humanoid creatures of different appearances appearing and crossing with the Queen of Hunting and her group. These creatures have one thing in common, that is, they are all very powerful, and the lowest level is also the peak of the apostle. This should be related to the fierce fighting in the Mother of Life. The weak ones have been eliminated here long ago. Fang Sui looked around and said, "This floor looks much quieter and safer than the 1st floor, but you are more cautious than on the 1st floor. What's the reason?" TSK. Before the Queen of Hunting could speak, a particularly strong, but ferocious looking male Cosmic Hunter beside her sneered and looked at Fang Sui with contempt, saying, "How can you have such an ignorant question? You should know that many races meet here, and you either live or die. It looks peaceful at this moment, but the next moment, the Blue Bloods or the Ancients may suddenly come to fight with us. If you are not careful, you will be absorbed by others, and end up as food. In this Mother of Life, resources are limited, and fighting is commonplace. Even people of the same race often fight, because of the ownership of certain resources." Fang Sui walked side by side with the Queen of Hunting in a big way. These wild Cosmic Hunter guards had long disliked him. It was normal for them to seize the opportunity and immediately ridicule him. Every living being on the Mother of Life regards fighting as normal, and is used to seeing life and death. The Queen of Hunting is no exception. When she saw her subordinates provoking Fang Sui, she did not intervene, but looked like she was watching the fun. There has never been justice in the Mother of Life, only power. What is advocated here is absolute power. If you are a little tolerant when encountering things, you will not only not be respected, but also be despised, and more targeted provocations will follow immediately. The guard of the Zauhunter clan spoke unkindly, but Fang Sui's face was calm, and he didn't even look at the guard. He smiled at the Queen of Hunting. "If I kill your people, will it be a bit too much?" Fang Sui mentioned killing, as soon as he opened his mouth. This time, even the Queen of Hunting was a little surprised. The guard snorted coldly, his face was fierce, and he said contemptuously, "If you have the ability, kill me." Before he finished speaking, Fang Sui had sneered and raised his hand to stab out. The Zauhunter guard had a ferocious look on his face. He attacked at the same moment, raising his arm to block Fang Sui's attack, but his expression changed slightly the next moment, because his arm, which was raised to block Fang Sui's attack, missed. In fact, when Fang Sui attacked, his mental power was released, which invaded and affected the Zauhunter guard's senses and spirit, causing him to make a wrong judgment and block, but missed. Fang Sui's attack seemed simple, but it was a perfect combination of mental power and moves, which was seamless and mysterious. Only the Queen of Hunt could see through the wonderful part. The Zauhunter guard's move to block the attack was in vain. He was shocked and knew something was wrong. He wanted to retreat. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Zauhunter guard felt Fang Sui's spiritual power suddenly become real. It came at him with a raging wave, pressing him down with the momentum of a mountain falling. He couldn't even move. This level of mighty and powerful power was the first time the Zauhunter guard had ever encountered it. He was shocked and at a loss. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power from Fang Sui's finger pouring into his forehead. This power entered his body with a cold breath. It circulated in his body and swallowed up all his power wherever it passed. After a moment, the Zhou originally ferocious and violent face changed miserably. He looked at Fang Sui and said in a hoarse voice, "You wiped out my power. In the Mother of Life, it is self-evident what losing power means. It is more cruel than killing him directly." The Queen of Hunting also changed her expression, but she was not angry. She looked at Fang Sui with a strange look. People who live in the Mother of Life have always been indifferent to life and death. The guard provoked first, and Fang Sui's methods were cruel. Although the Queen of Hunting felt sorry for her subordinates who had to kill a guard, she also recognized and appreciated Fang Sui's character. She pondered for a moment, waved her hand, and someone took away the guard of the Zhou Hunter clan who had a miserable face and lost his soul. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon they came to a spacious and huge space that looked like a palace. In the center of the space, there was also a circular array pattern flashing, but the light was dim, and it was not opened. The Queen of Hunting was graceful, and stopped to say, "This is the teleportation area leading to the upper space of the Mother of Life, that no one can enter. It is only separated from my residence by a wall. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to open it." He added, "We can't even get close, but none of the three powerful tribes are willing to give up. They all live around here, restraining and monitoring each other. You are an outsider, and your aura is completely different from ours. While the other two tribes haven't reacted yet, you can try to go forward." Fang Sui focused on the array pattern of the teleportation area, and a strange look appeared on his face. He heard the voice of Bast, saying, "Lord, the three-eyed skull showed abnormal reactions after approaching here. The next chapter will be around midnight." Chapter 140 He went in. Subscription recommendation. Fang Sui was moved when he heard this. He knew that the three-eyed skull contained a mystery, but he never thought that it would suddenly show abnormality in the Mother of Life. While he was pondering, he turned his head and glanced at the passage in the other direction of this space intentionally or unintentionally. The next moment, he heard a voice coming from the passage, saying, "Hunter Queen, you brought people to this transmission area without permission, which is against the rules." With the voice, a group of people walked out of the passage. The leader looked middle-aged and wore a dark blue armor with a strange texture. The material could not be seen, but it had the hardness of steel and the softness of cloth. It fit the body shape and had a condensed hard feeling of metal. There were 4 others following behind. They were all young and had different faces. The common point was that everyone had a deep and strange blue light in their eyes, which was uncertain and very intimidating. These 5 people, 1 in front and 4 behind, were powerful and arrogant. The middle-aged leader had a circling breath outside his body, which obviously reached the extraordinary level of the divine fire realm. As soon as they appeared, Fang Sui frowned. Just from their features, he could tell that these 5 people were one of the 3 major forces on the Mother of Life as the Queen of Hunting had mentioned before. They were the same blue-blooded saints as the evil creatures that Fang Sui had once hunted. The Hunting Queen lowered her voice and said, "The leader is a famous strong man among the Blue Bloods, named Wei Hao." After the 5 Blue Bloods appeared, they glanced back and forth and finally stopped at Fang Sui. The leader, Wei He, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Where did this human come from? Why do I smell the scent of death of my Blue Bloods from him?" His tone became deeper, and he said coldly, "Have you killed any Blue Bloods?" Fang Sui had already stepped towards the teleportation area in the center of the space. Hearing this, he responded frankly, "Yes, I have." After a pause, he glanced at the Blue Bloods opposite him and added seriously, "I guess I will have to kill a few more today." Fang Sui's answer was so fearless and even had some playful and relaxed meaning, which made the Blue Bloods change color instantly, with murderous aura flashing in their eyes. The leader, Wei He, looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "You are looking for death." His face was stern, but he didn't even look at Fang Sui again. Instead, he said to the Hunting Queen, "This human wants to die and provoked us first. What do you say, Hunting Queen?" The Hunting Queen's seductive face was slightly pursed, and she raised a charming smile. She glanced at Fang Sui who was walking towards the central area and showed a hint of interest on her face. Just when the people on both sides saw her expression and thought that she was going to protect Fang Sui. The hunting queen unexpectedly shook her head and said with a smile, "He and I have some cooperative relationship, but I have no obligation to protect him. If he is killed by you, it is because he is incompetent, and you can't blame others." After that, she stopped talking and showed a posture of watching. This is indeed the case. She and Fang Sui reached an agreement, which was limited to the cooperation between the two parties, to get out of the Mother of Life, but there was no clause that the two were on the same front and in an offensive and defensive alliance. Wei Yi's expression relaxed, a trace of contempt appeared on his face. He looked at Fang Sui and said sarcastically, "You have no one to rely on now, do you still dare to compete with us?" Fang Sui was walking leisurely, approaching the teleportation array in the central area at a constant speed. Hearing this, he laughed dumbly and said, "I have never relied on anyone, you can try it." Wei Yi said sinisterly, "I hope you still have the courage to be so stubborn before you die." He waved his hand, and the 4 blue bloods behind him walked out with a sneer and approached Fang Sui. Wei Yi said it easily, but in fact he was quite scheming. He had seen Fang Sui's extraordinary nature from the attitude of the Queen of Hunting and Fang Sui's calmness, so he asked the 4 blue bloods to deal with Fang Sui together. This was not only a foolproof mind, but also an intention to intimidate the Queen of Hunting and other cosmic hunters. In a moment, the 4 blue bloods moved swiftly, as if they were not touching the ground, and approached Fang Sui together. A blue light burst out from the top of each of the 4 people's heads, interweaving in the void, and unexpectedly combined to form a divine monument, slowly rotating, generating a heavy pressure. Even the void seemed to be unable to bear the load when this monument was born, rumbling. It can be seen that the power of this monument must be extremely astonishing. This ancient monument was surrounded by blue light, shining like a star, slowly falling down, trying to kill Fang Sui. The Zhaohan tribe who were watching were all shocked. Obviously they had seen the power of this monument before, and they were afraid. Someone blurted out, "This is the famous magic of the tribe, the earth-splitting divine monument derived from the power of blood. Legend has it that it can crack the earth and stars and lock the soul. This magic has crushed many powerful people in the divine fire realm to death." He actually used it as soon as he made a move. He was deliberately trying to kill this young man with one blow to establish his prestige. When the Zhaohan tribe saw the monument change color and whispered, Fang Sui was still taking steps forward, neither slow nor fast. At the moment, when the monument was pressing down, his eyes brightened slightly, and suddenly he opened his mouth, and a dark breath gushed out of his mouth, and it was like a long river, rolling out. Fang Sui's open mouth seemed to have become the source of darkness, with monstrous black air flowing continuously. The divine soil in his body was also shaking, and the dark mountain, which was sitting firmly on the divine soil and growing day by day, suddenly rose from the ground and spit out from Fang Sui's mouth. With a bang, the dark mountain came out and slammed into the blue ancient monument that was pressing down, making a loud noise that shook the world. The Zhaohunters who were watching all changed color, and they all felt their ears buzzing from the loud sound of the collision, almost deafening. Fang Sui's means of dealing with the enemy was so strange that he could actually spit out black air like the Yangtze River from his mouth, and he also sacrificed the dark mountain to manifest in the world. His power was unparalleled, and he shook the earth-shattering monument head-on without losing the wind. It was indeed beyond everyone's expectation. In fact, the dark air flowing out of Fang Sui's mouth was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and there was a subsequent power that was showing up. This technique of spitting out black air was a technique that appeared in the Book of the Dead, which specifically expounded the way of life and death. After he broke through the divine fire realm, it inherited the death curse that had existed before, that is, the curse technique that was widely passed down in ancient Egypt. This curse technique was called the Sea of Cursed Power in the Book of the Dead. Just from the name, one can imagine its growth direction and the surging power. At this moment, the spell that matched the underworld energy was released and spread in an instant. The 4 blue bloods approaching Fang Sui reacted quickly and immediately released a blue protective divine light from their bodies. But in the blink of an eye, they were shocked to find that the protective divine light did not successfully protect themselves. The death curse, in some unknown way, successfully invaded their bodies. In an instant, the blood and essence of the 4 people were invaded by the curse power and began to weaken rapidly. However, after a few breaths, the 4 people were terrified. Their bodies were becoming as dry as dried corpses, without any luster and blood, just like 4 mummies. One of the blue bloods moved slightly, and with a click, one of his legs was rotten and broken. He fell to the ground and screamed. This scene was really terrifying. Such an evil magic power had never been seen before. Weihe, who was watching from the sidelines, had already changed his expression. The most shocking thing was that the 4 blue bloods had clearly made defenses and protected themselves with divine light, but they were still cursed, and their essence was extracted, making them weaker than ordinary people. Their bodies were dry and rotten, and they were dying in the blink of an eye. This shows that the evil of this curse is difficult to defend against. Looking at Fang Sui at this time, he grinned at Weihe, and his feet were still walking slowly towards the transmission area. Weihe's arrogance was completely gone. He asked himself that, if he and Fang Sui were in the same place, he would never be able to stop the earth-splitting soul-calming monument that the 4 fellows jointly sacrificed. In other words, Fang Sui, who could defeat the 4 blue bloods, was definitely not his match. Weihe thought of this and reacted immediately, pulling back without hesitation. He was standing far away, and he dodged into the dark passage where he appeared and disappeared in an instant. The people of the Zouhan tribe around laughed in unison. Someone said, "Hey, this is the first time I see we being scared away by a human being. It's really strange." Fang Sui sneered in his heart and stopped Semi from blocking we in his mind. He thought to himself that all the people of the blue blood tribe are good at escaping. Evil creatures are like this, and so is we. Fang Sui opened his mouth again. In just a breath of time, the surrounding death curse power was swallowed back into his stomach like the sea ebb tide. At the moment, when the 4 blue bloods were entered by the curse power, the ancient monument had already faded and disappeared. Mingshan lost its opponent, and was taken back in the breath of death. In the end, in this place, where the battle was briefly fought, only 4 corpses invaded and rotted by the curse power were left. They were all withered, and their blood and essence were withered. Their bodies were cracked, and almost turned into ashes. The strangeness of their death was rare in the world. The decisive killing of this battle was short but extremely exciting. Even the hunting queen was dumbfounded, and the other spectators were even more shocked and surprised. Fang Sui slowly came to the teleportation area on the ground, which was covered with array patterns, but had a weak light, and could not function normally. The Queen of Hunting's beautiful eyes sparkled as she watched closely, with an unusually nervous look on her pretty face. For a long time, Fang Sui stood inside the array pattern of the teleportation area, but did not see any reaction. The Queen of Hunting's beautiful eyes closed, full of disappointment, and sighed softly. Is it still not working? Although this human youth did not suffer inexplicable attacks, as soon as he approached the teleportation area like the creatures on the Mother of Life, he was unable to successfully trigger the array pattern and make it work. It seems that there is still no possibility of leaving the Mother of Life. Just when the Queen of Hunting felt lost and felt that her hope was shattered, suddenly, there was a strange change. A round jade-like skull appeared out of thin air in Fang Sui's hand like a magic trick. At the same moment, the teleportation array pattern under his feet finally emitted a faint and bright ray of light, and a mysterious power fluctuation surged. Suddenly, the brilliance in the array pattern surged, piercing the sky, and Fang Sui's figure disappeared in a flash, without a trace. At this moment, the queen could no longer keep calm. She let out a soft huffle of surprise and cheered. "He's in. Thank you all for your support. I can only save a little manuscript every day when I'm at work. I'll update it as soon as I'm done. The next chapter will be in the evening." Chapter 141 The Secret of the Mother of Life. Fang Sui was surrounded by the brilliant light of the transmission area, and his whole body seemed to be melted. He even had a mysterious feeling that his body had turned into nothingness, leaving only his soul, and his soul and the Mother of Life were merged together, indistinguishable from each other. At that moment, Fang Sui's spirit passed through the Mother of Life, and he saw the deep space outside the Mother of Life. A huge earth yellow star appeared in front of Fang Sui. Obviously, this star was the new destination of the Mother of Life. It was flying around this star, just like it flew around Venus not long ago. The time was very short, and Fang Sui could not see more details on the star. The next moment, he felt his soul return to his body, and the mysterious feeling of wandering disappeared. Opening his eyes, Fang Sui turned his head and looked around. What he saw seemed to be no different from the space of the Mother of Life on the 3rd floor. It was just as deep as the dark night, with the dome hanging on the sky wall, and the stars and the moonlight on it were flowing. The slightly different thing was that the sky wall was 100 feet away, much higher than the 3rd floor, which was only 30 feet high. Beside him, Bast appeared from the void. Her cat eyes moved, and her face rarely put away her lazy expression, revealing a rare seriousness. Lord, I sense a pure and powerful breath of death here. It's very scary. Fang Sui hummed, and a trace of alert rose in his heart. It should be noted that Bast's original body is the god who guards death in ancient Egyptian legends. She is most sensitive to the breath of death, and will never sense it wrong. Since Bast said that the breath of death here is strong and terrifying, it is worth noting. Bast's figure disappeared again, and she and Fang Sui moved forward together, one in the light and one in the dark. This is a way of moving in response to sudden changes. If an accident suddenly occurs, Bast hiding in the dark will be one of Fang Sui's trump cards. The three-eyed skull returned to its original calmness, and the faint light that flickered when the teleportation array was triggered before disappeared. The skull was held in Fang Sui's hand, and he began to move forward to explore the 4th layer of the Mother of Life. This layer is always extremely quiet, as if no life has entered for millions of years, and even the darkness exudes a smell of decay. There was no danger along the way, only silent silence, which seemed a bit scary. This place is like a cemetery of death, and everything is trapped in an eternal silence. Suddenly, Buster's voice appeared again. The front is very special. The breath of death that permeates this layer of the Mother of Life is coming from the front. It seems to be the source of death. When Fang Sui continued to move forward cautiously, after walking out of a dark passage, his eyes suddenly brightened. In front of him was a huge space. On the dome of the top wall, stars sprinkled beams of light, making this space much brighter than other places. Fang Sui's eyes followed the starlight downwards, and he saw the detailed scene in the space, illuminated by the starlight. The space was very vast, probably hundreds of miles wide. What shocked him was that this entire space was actually a special cemetery that he could never imagine before he saw it with his own eyes. There were stone platforms in the cemetery, some large and some small, with corpses displayed on them. Corpse platforms. This scene was horrifying, but what shocked Fang Sui even more were the corpses on the corpse platforms. Fang Sui knew at first sight that there were no less than 100 corpses of mythical creatures. Giants who were nearly 100 feet tall, dead but still burning with flames, four-armed, or with mythical totems on their bodies. They were powerful human beings like celestial maidens, beautiful women who were as beautiful as dreams, and huge beasts. The corpses on the corpse platforms were shocking. They were shrouded in a ray of starlight. Most of the corpses were incomplete, just parts of complete corpses. Some of the corpses were covered with blood like a river, with a deafening sound, and it did not dry up even after the passage of time. The scene was too shocking. Fang Sui was briefly absent-minded. No wonder Buster felt the horror of the death breath on this floor. It turned out that the real reason was this. There were many corpses of mythical creatures on display here. Their death breath intertwined into a huge and unimaginable power fluctuation, and even horror was not enough to fully describe it. If an ordinary person came here, he only needed to take a look at the remains of these mythical creatures, and he would be invaded by a death force transmitted from a distance, and his soul and courage would be broken instantly, and all vitality would be annihilated and die. After a while, Fang Sui came back to his senses. He showed great joy in his eyes, turned around and saw that Buster beside him had also transformed into a real body. Like Fang Sui, she had a smiling cat face, and a pair of black eyes that were usually cold and ruthless seemed to be bent into a crescent. Well, although it was a bit strange for a cat's eyes to be bent into a crescent, it was true. There seemed to be a sparkling thing at the corner of Buster's mouth that was saliva. Obviously, at this moment, Buster and Fang Sui thought of exactly the same thing. It should be noted that, whether it is the undead mummy, the undead summoning species such as the death mosquito, or the previously born Horus eagle under Fang Sui's seat, they can all grow and evolve by devouring the essence and power of death. And Bast's original cat god is responsible for protecting the undead. She can also absorb a stream of essence from the breath of death to evolve herself. In this way, the many remains of mythical creatures that appeared on the corpse platform in front of Fang Sui, how great the hidden value is, it is simply unimaginable. Just swallow one or two of these corpses, Bast and the mummy will definitely benefit greatly. Therefore, Fang Sui and Bast, the master and the servant, were so happy at this time that they almost laughed out loud. The two hurried forward, full of expectations. Unfortunately, reality is always cruel. When Fang Sui and Bast finally successfully approached a corpse platform, they all wailed in their hearts. It turned out that the corpse display platform was covered by a starlight from the sky. The starlight seemed weak and ordinary, but it was actually a barrier similar to the power of the stars. It was indestructible. With the power of Fang Sui and Buster, they could not shake this thin and illusory barrier at all. A damaged corpse in the barrier was like a dark blue crystal, flowing with powerful power. It was close at hand, but it was impossible to touch. Fang Sui and Buster stared at each other, circling around the corpse display platform that was several feet high, trying to see if there was any way to cancel the barrier that covered it, but in the end they failed. Fang Sui grumbled in his mouth and had to give up. Continue to move forward and go deeper. After that, Fang Sui had to look carefully every time he passed a corpse display platform. However, after many attempts, without exception, every corpse display platform was covered by the starlight barrier. Fang Sui was extremely annoyed and felt a bit regretful that he had entered a treasure mountain but returned empty-handed. It would be great if so many mythical corpses could be absorbed. Passing by the corpse display platforms, Fang Sui soon discovered a strange thing. The damaged parts of these incomplete corpses were all wriggling and growing at an extremely slow speed. They seemed to still have a trace of life after death. This scene made Fang Sui frown and think hard. He had a very bold guess in his mind. Could it be that the Mother of Life traveled the universe and collected the corpses of so many powerful and unimaginable creatures just to restore their bodies, and the ultimate goal was to resurrect them? This is not impossible. Since crossing, Fang Sui has seen incredible things. Although it is unrealistic to come back to life, he is no longer sure whether it will really happen. He extended his thoughts based on this inference. If his guess is correct, then the Mother of Life has a problem at this time. Could it be that it really brought a corpse back to life, thus triggering uncontrollable changes, causing the entire Mother of Life to have changes outside of normal operation, leading to the current situation? Fang Sui thought to himself, the Mother of Life travels through the universe, wanders in each galaxy, collects life and powerful corpses. If it is to revive these corpses, what does it want to do in the end? Faintly, Fang Sui felt that he seemed to have grasped the truth of something, and his heart was pounding. However, at this time, what he saw and heard in the Mother of Life was still very one-sided and could not be fully connected. What Fang Sui thought in his mind was mostly speculation, and the facts could not be determined at present. For some reason, Fang Sui inexplicably thought of the girl who jumped into the Great Rift Valley of Venus. Finally, Fang Sui found the array pattern that entered the next layer of the transmission area in the center of this layer. He walked into it with a three-eyed skull in his hand. There was a glittering light on the skull, and Fang Sui disappeared again in an instant. He entered the space of the Mother of Life on the next level. In the following time, Fang Sui walked through the inner space of the three layers of the Mother of Life in succession. Without exception, every layer of space saw the display of mythical ancient corpses. The higher he went, the more complete the corpses appeared, with few damaged ones, but the number was also decreasing. When he first saw corpses on the 4th floor, there were at least 100 of them. On the 5th floor, the number was reduced by more than half. On the 6th floor, there were even fewer, and on the 7th floor, there were less than 10. At this moment, Fang Sui had already reached the 8th floor. This floor gave him a particularly great shock, because he found a corpse and a name here. He was standing in front of a corpse, that was almost intact and seemed to be sleeping peacefully. It was a human man, lying quietly on an ancient corpse display platform. He was middle-aged, wearing an imperial robe, with a heroic face and a strange image. He also had a powerful and unparalleled aura. Even the starlight barrier could not completely block it. It was faintly transmitted, magnificent to an unimaginable degree, and it was so oppressive that Fang Sui even had difficulty breathing. The most important thing was that on the corpse display platform, his name was recorded in the words of gods, Qian Huang. Qian Huang's other name, which was well known, was Zhuangzi, the grandson of the ancestor of China, Zuanian Huangdi, in mythology and legend. He was also called Xuandi, and was one of the 5 emperors of China. According to legend, it was Qian Huang who once fought with Gan Gan for the throne. The battle between the two caused Mount Buzhou to break, the sun to collapse, the moon to fall, and the stars to fall. Qian Huang gave birth to a son named Qianqian, who succeeded to the throne. In the legend, Qian Huang is indeed dead, but how could his body appear in the Mother of Life? The next chapter will be around midnight. Chapter 140 to the last floor. Fang Sui stayed here for a long time, looking at Qian Huang and the star barrier, thinking silently. Qian Huang is a figure in Chinese mythology. Why did his body appear on the Mother of Life originally hidden inside the moon? After a cup of tea, he left and moved forward again. Soon, he found another empty corpse platform in the 8th layer of space. The corpse on it was missing, but there were 5 solemn words corpse of Fenrir on the platform. Those who know Norse mythology have heard of the name of Fenrir. It is the culprit who caused the destruction of the gods. It is known for its violent character. It is the most famous monster in Norse mythology, a huge wolf-shaped monster. Legend has it that when he opens his mouth, his upper and lower jaws can support the sky and the earth. At the end of the War of Gods, Fenrir even swallowed the sun and the main god Odin. Seeing the traces of the legendary mythical species on the earth appearing one after another, Fang Sui's heart kept rippling and could not calm down. Are they all the Mothers of Life who landed on their own initiative, or did they die in a certain period, or in a certain solar era on Earth, and then their bodies were collected by the Mother of Life, becoming one of the countless bodies collected by the Mother of Life? Or perhaps, Qian Huang and Fenrir were not originally life on Earth? Fang Sui's thoughts moved frequently, and he made various guesses. He walked forward in thought. Suddenly, Fang Sui's eyes lit up slightly, and he found the last corpse platform on this level. There was no corpse on it, but there was a small piece of metal covered with cracks. Because there was no corpse on this corpse platform, there was no protection from the starlight boundary. This small piece of metal would be the only gain for Fang Sui after entering the space above the 4th level of the Mother of Life. It lay there quietly, broken, but not decayed, green in color, and the material was somewhat like bronze, slightly mottled, with a faint copper rust, telling the passage of time. On the surface, it was nothing extraordinary, but Fang Sui sensed a sense of prosperity that had faded and transcended the mundane. This is not an ordinary thing. Fang Sui had this thought for no reason. Normally, the corpses on the 8th floor should be those of mythical creatures. Fang Sui's heart was filled with throbbing. Could this piece of metal be part of the armor or weapon that the mythical creatures had worn? Fang Sui looked at it with burning eyes, and finally reached out to grab the small piece of metal. Kai. Fang Sui's hand was cut by a sharp weapon. The moment it touched the metal block, he not only felt it was as heavy as a mountain, but also felt an inexplicable pressure that broke his palm and bled. You should know that he is now at the level of the Divine Fire Realm. Even ordinary divine weapons would not be able to cut off a hair of his. However, he was injured by a breath of the metal block in his hand, which shows how strong the pressure of this thing is. Fang Sui became more and more curious. Suddenly, black air surged around him, and the armor of the underworld appeared in the clanging sound. The underworld armor of the Divine Fire Realm emits a condensed light, as if it were cast from metal, but when worn on the body, one does not feel the weight or coldness at all. The entire armor is majestic and gorgeous, with a chilling aura. Behind him, there are phantoms of death spells that burst out from the armor and hover around Fang Sui, emitting a dark aura that steams like fire. The scene is like a dream, with a powerful fluctuation that makes people awed and dare not look directly at it. As soon as the underworld armor came out, boundless black air rolled and rolled, like rivers, lakes and seas, surging and surging, wrapping the bronze block layer by layer, like a heavy mountain, and Fang Sui finally caught it in his hand. At the same moment, countless death spells flowed from Fang Sui's hands, and began to penetrate and invade the bronze block. At the moment when countless death spells penetrated and invaded the copper block, Fang Sui's brain suddenly rang. Through the ethereal connection of the energy on the fragment, he saw a complete set of armor at the other end of time and space. The armor was extremely huge, with the void as the background, as if it was suspended in the vast space, emitting a kind of overwhelming pressure that covered the sky. Fang Sui concentrated all his spiritual power in his soul to see the outline of the armor, but it was very hazy. The next moment, the armor suddenly disappeared. Fang Sui's eyes were as bright as lightning, but he could no longer see the image of the armor. What kind of armor is this? Fang Sui, who was in the divine fire realm, could not even see the full picture of the armor clearly. A loud sound of clang was heard. The copper block in Fang Sui's hand, wrapped in countless spell symbols, made a pleasant sound. It was dragged into the netherworld armor. Surrounded by the endless black air, it will be gradually refined until it is completely integrated into the netherworld armor. This is a characteristic of the netherworld armor after Fang Sui advanced to the divine fire realm and opened the 9 mountains, 9 lands, 9 moons technique that appeared on the Book of the Dead. It absorbs similar objects, devours them, and increases its own power. The whole process is like absorbing a kind of nutrient, just like a process of refining armor. However, this method is similar to plundering, which is completely different from the ordinary way of refining objects. It is very weird. Fang Sui observed for a moment, and found that, although the copper block attacked by the spell power has been successfully incorporated into the armor, the refining speed is slow and there is almost no progress. The copper block is extremely solid. Surrounded by the spell power, it emits a green glow, which is very weak, but it blocks the spell power and the netherworld coefficient outside, and it cannot be refined at all for a while. Fang Sui was not worried but happy, which further proved the solidity and preciousness of the copper block. Now that it was in his hands, even if he could not refine it for the time being, he would take his time in the future. There would always be a chance, so Fang Sui was not in a hurry. He put away the netherworld armor divine power and went deeper again. After 100 breaths, he found the teleportation area in the center of the 8th floor. The teleportation area on this floor was different from the previous floors. The array pattern on the ground flickered, the light was soft, and an ancient gate was derived where the station was located. This showed that the teleportation array pattern on the 8th floor had been touched and opened for a while before Fang Sui arrived. This was strange. Could it be that in this dead and deserted place, someone had entered the space after the 8th floor before Fang Sui? Fang Sui once again thought of the girl who fell into the Great Rift Valley of Venus. Was it her? Or were there corpses of mythical creatures resurrected from the dead on the 4th to 8th floors? Fang Sui frowned, but felt that, although it was quiet here, there were constant strange things, which made people feel cold and worth pondering. Bast stood side by side with him and said, "Lord, if you walk into this array pattern door, you should enter the last 9th floor of the Mother of Life." Fang Sui said, "The existence of the Mother of Life contains mysteries. I hope I can gain something from the last floor." After that, he walked forward proudly and walked into the array pattern door that had been opened long ago. His figure disappeared in the 8th floor space. Instantly, he felt like he had crossed a layer of water curtain, and his whole body was slightly cold. The scenery in front of him changed, from virtual to real and clear. He had come to the last floor of the Mother of Life. The next moment, he was amazed by the scene in front of him. The 9th floor of the Mother of Life was so gorgeous, different from the first 8 floors. It was a cosmic void. In front of Fang Sui, with the dark and deep void as the background, there were miniature stars dotted in between, twinkling. This place is similar to the scene of looking at the sky at night and seeing stars hanging in the sky, except that these stars are pulled closer to the body, and the light is as bright as the picture that can only be seen in the dreamland. It is like picking a real void outside the sky and refining it into the 9th level of the Mother of Life. Fang Sui stood in this void, surrounded by stars. Buster followed in. His cat eyes lit up, his ears twitched slightly, and he said happily, "Oh. This is the star map coordinate area where the mother of life travels in the universe." Suddenly, the three-eyed skull in Fang Sui's hand moved. The third eye socket on its head projected a ray of light and also showed a star map, which spread out with billions of stars, like the sand of the Ganges. This star map is exactly the same as the starry sky on the 9th level of the Mother of Life, and the two fit perfectly. In an instant, the entire Mother of Life shook. In the 9th level, the stars intertwined, the light was shining, and it actually reflected a series of images, and the light was fleeting. Fang Sui's eyes sparkled as he stared at these images. He quickly realized that these were images of the Mother of Life collecting various types of life, or searching for powerful corpses during her endless years of traveling the universe. These images were gorgeous and varied, not only showing many strange places in the vast universe where life was born, but also images of powerful creatures. Buster's cat eyes were dark and bright, and his voice was cold, but as clear and melodious as a silver bell. He said, "From these images, we can see that the 4th to 8th layers of the Mother of Life are used to store the corpses of the strong that it found while traveling in the universe, and the 3 lower layers are used to store the collected life forms of various races." Fang Sui's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he pondered, "It's just that the Mother of Life has a problem. It is possible that among the corpses of mythical creatures stored in the upper layers, one of them really died and resurrected. This resurrected powerful creature destroyed the constraints of the Mother of Life and left forcefully. In the process, the Mother of Life was damaged, causing problems with the 3 lower layers." While Fang Sui was analyzing and guessing, the starlight in front of him intertwined and changed constantly. The picture finally solidified, leaving only a huge earth yellow star, slowly rotating. Obviously, this last solidified picture was the real scene happening outside the Mother of Life at this time. The star in the picture was exactly the same as the star Fang Sui had seen when he had just entered the 4th floor and had used his spiritual power to pass through the Mother of Life in a short moment. This star was huge and yellowish in color. Its surface seemed to be surrounded by a sea of clouds with flying clouds. The scene was majestic, magnificent and spectacular. What kind of secrets did this star outside the Mother of Life hide that attracted the Mother of Life to travel through the void to come here? At this time, another strange thing happened. In front of Fang Sui's eyes, a strange power suddenly dissipated, and a new image was displayed in the starry light, standing side by side with the image of a huge star appearing in the space outside the Mother of Life. Fang Sui looked at the newly revealed image, and was immediately stunned. The next chapter will be in the evening. Thank you very much for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Images from the Other Side of Space and Time. Even if the newly formed image showed incredible scenes, or even scenes of gods and demons entering the world, it would not be too surprising for Fang Sui, who had seen strange things at this moment. But on the image with shining stars and intertwined secret forces, a young and pretty woman appeared. This was quite beyond Fang Sui's expectations, and he was surprised. Who is this woman? The change of things was a bit surprising, but it showed its unusualness. Fang Sui looked at the woman in the image. She was about 20 years old, or even younger. She was wearing a classical blue and white dress. Her body was exquisite and graceful. She was wearing a pair of white boots, which showed a bit of liveliness. Her face was beautiful and flawless. Her skin was like jade, better than frost and snow, and her pretty face was curved with clear lines and contours, as if it was formed by the spirit of all things. Under the beautiful forehead was a pair of black, direct and clear eyes, not stained with dust, as bright and cold as the bright moon. The beauty of this woman's face, among all the women Fang Sui had met, only Jiao could be compared with her without being inferior in the slightest, but the two of them had completely different styles. Jiao's appearance and temperament were above the world, and there was a kind of etherealness that could not be fully described in any words, like a goddess in the world. When facing her, it takes great courage to keep calm and not panic. The woman in front of him also had incomparable beauty, but besides being radiant, it was another kind of, like the bright starry sky, which would make people look up at her shining spirit and feel amazed, and sigh that the magical hand of the creator had created such a perfect life. If Jiao's temperament was otherworldly, then the woman in front of him was the opposite of her, a kind of worldly beauty like the moon in the sky. Although it was high in the sky, it could be seen by people looking up every day. Seeing such a beautiful woman always makes people admire her. As Fang Sui stared at her, an inexplicable joy also rose in his heart. At this moment, the extremely beautiful girl in the picture, her eyes were flowing. Her eyes were full of water, her cute and angular mouth was slightly opened, revealing a slightly surprised expression. Obviously, she was also a little surprised to suddenly face Fang Sui through the picture of the interweaving array. "Hey, who are you?" The girl's voice was like a clear spring, clean and sweet, coming through the picture. Fang Sui was surprised again. He originally thought that the picture of this woman was a fragment of the image that the Mother of Life had recorded during her journey in the universe, but it was projected and displayed at this moment. Before the woman spoke, Fang Sui didn't expect that she was not an image stored in the Mother of Life, but a living person who could talk to him. This shows that the woman in front of him is actually in the same time dimension as him, and is definitely not a memory picture stored by the Mother of Life during her journey in the universe. Fang Sui suppressed the slight ripple in his heart, thought for a while and then said, "My name is Fang Sui. Who are you? How come you appear in the picture of the Mother of Life?" The woman tilted her head. Her long hair was as black and shiny as satin, gently fluttering, and her face suddenly showed an interested look. She raised a compass-like, unusually clumsy silver object in her hand happily, and said, "This is a wheel of time and space. When I was studying it, I inexplicably opened the array pattern of time and space docking, and you appeared on the other side. It's interesting, isn't it?" Fang Sui thought to himself that the thing in her hand must be an object that contains the power of time and space and connects the spatial coordinates. It should be, because the Mother of Life itself is changing, and the power of the stars is intertwined. For some reason, it has produced some kind of induction with the wheel of time and space, resulting in this magical scene of crossing time and space and docking images. From this analysis, the docking of the pictures in front of us is likely to be an accidental accident. In this way, this girl must be an intelligent life from an unknown starfield, and it is very likely to be human. If the analysis is correct, this is a great opportunity to learn about cosmic civilization. Fang Sui's spirit suddenly lifted, and for a moment he gave up paying attention to the other picture showing the huge star outside the Mother of Life, and focused on the woman in the picture in front of him. She seemed to be in a huge palace, with a leisurely posture and a comfortable surrounding. The few decorations that can be seen in the picture are all ancient, and have no traces of excessive decoration, which makes them look natural and simple. "You can call me Yechen." The woman's voice came again from the other side of the picture. Fang Sui thought to himself, this name is also full of ancient meaning. When his thoughts were connected in his mind, Yechen on the other side of the picture also showed a thoughtful look in her eyes, and slowly said, "You ask me why the picture appeared on the Mother of Life before. So, you are now in the star map space of the Mother of Life." This Yechen seemed to know the existence of the Mother of Life. Then she continued, "Were you forcibly taken into the Mother of Life, or did you feel that the world you were originally in was too small, so you voluntarily ascended to the Mother of Life, wanting to take the opportunity to leave the world you were originally in?" Fang Sui suddenly felt a little alert. This woman's stunning beauty made it easy for people to overlook her other aspects. When he was with her, he was naturally on guard. In fact, she had shown her ability to think from the details twice. Her guesses and inquiries were completely consistent with the situation when Fang Sui left the earth, which showed her wisdom in seeing through people's hearts. Fang Sui said calmly, "I voluntarily ascended to the Mother of Life." Yi Chan closed her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Such a simple action, when she did it, actually had a kind of beauty that touched people's hearts. She looked at Fang Sui and said calmly, "Is there a problem in the Mother of Life where you are? Are you looking for a way to get out of it?" Fang Sui was slightly startled and felt that this woman was not simple. He became alert and spoke briefly, not wanting to reveal more information, and said, "Yes." Yi Chan was dark and thick, with slightly upturned eyelashes flickering up and down. There was a hint of smile in her eyes, as if she saw the concerns in Fang Sui's heart, and explained, "You don't have to be on guard against me. We are far apart in time and space, and have no interests in each other. I'm not an evil demon who enjoys killing people, so I have no motive to harm you. Besides, we are both human beings, and we should help each other, right?" She added, "Your situation is not difficult to guess. Just from the fact that you can appear in the core area of the Mother of Life, you know that there must be a problem with it. Otherwise, the defense array pattern is fully activated, and the murderous secrets are everywhere. It is impossible for you to enter the core area of the Mother of Life with the strength of just walking out of your own world and ascending to the Mother of Life." Fang Sui couldn't help but praise him again. Yi Chan explained the current relationship between them from both emotional and rational aspects in just a few words. Her words were sincere and convincing. Yi Chan's eyes moved, and she looked at the scene in the Mother of Life space, where Fang Sui was. After a moment, she continued, "I will show you my goodwill first. Tell me, how many layers are there in the Mother of Life you are in now?" 9 layers. 9 layers. That should be at least the 6th level Mother of Life. Yi Chan whispered in thought. She raised her hand to gather her hair and said to herself, a Mother of Life above the 6th level would actually have problems and its defensive array pattern was destroyed. This can only be that the Mother of Life collected things that should not be collected during its journey in the universe and was destroyed from the inside, which may have caused the current situation. Fang Sui's eyes flashed with light. The woman's analysis was extremely accurate, and it was almost consistent with his judgment, based on what happened in the Mother of Life. The difference is that Yi Chan did not come to the Mother of Life in person. She only drew the conclusion, based on the observed phenomena and inferences and analysis, and it was accurate. Such extraordinary judgment is really amazing. She is indeed blessed by God. Not only does she have a perfect appearance, but she also has wisdom to match. Fang Sui thought again. It turns out that Buster's earlier judgment, that the Mother of Life is above the 4th level, was wrong. This woman obviously knows something about the Mother of Life. After knowing the number of layers of the Mother of Life, she concluded that it is above the 6th level. At this moment, Fang Sui suddenly found that there was a new change in another picture in front of him showing the space outside the Mother of Life. The next chapter is around midnight. Chapter 144. Connecting the Universe. Fang Sui paused his communication with Yi Chan and turned his thoughts to the space picture outside the Mother of Life. But the huge star that appeared in the picture was getting closer and closer. Obviously, the Mother of Life had stopped flying around the star and began to approach it, as if it had found its target. Fang Sui gradually saw that it was a gas star. His mind suddenly moved. He didn't know much about the vast universe, but he knew more about the planets in the solar system, where the Earth was located. At this time, the appearance of the star outside the Mother of Life and its gaseous structure reminded Fang Sui of Jupiter, the most majestic planet in the solar system. According to later surveys, Jupiter is a gaseous star, but some scientists have pointed out that under its hurricane-ravaged gas surface, there is likely to be a rocky core. It is the largest planet in the solar system, with a mass 2.5 times the total mass of the other 7 planets in the solar system, and a volume 13-16 times that of the Earth. In ancient times, Westerners called Jupiter Jupiter, which is the residence of the main god in charge of the boundless heaven in Roman mythology. Ancient China called it Suxing or Tesu. This is a star that has an important position in both Eastern and Western myths and legends. In China, there has always been a strange saying that there is a heavenly palace on Tesu, where the Tesu god lives and controls disasters. Coincidentally, not only is Jupiter mentioned many times in myths and legends, and it is believed that gods are on it, but in some modern observation theories, people have also continuously proposed that there may be architectural remains on Tesu Jupiter. Of course, this statement is bound to be denied in the materialistic modern world. Everyone only listens to it as an interesting story. Even if some people feel a ripple in their hearts, it is mostly a momentary throbbing that leaves no trace. At this time, Fang Sui focused on the stars outside the Mother of Life and suddenly realized that the mother of life had not left the solar system not long ago, crossing the positive and negative space, but it did cross an unimaginable distance, from Venus, the second closest to the sun, to Jupiter, which is far away. In a very short time, the mother of life is approaching Jupiter. Under Fang Sui's gaze, the surface of Jupiter was covered with clouds and mist, and the gas flowed like a river in the sky, with amazing power and majestic weather. This scene is also in line with modern observations of Jupiter, which believes that there is an extremely strong hurricane on its surface. The outer airflow of Jupiter was broken as the mother of life continued to fall and approach, like waves rolling and whistling. Suddenly, the scene inside Jupiter, which had never been seen by the world, appeared in front of Fang Sui. Ah. What starfield are you in? The changes in this gas star are very strange, and there are traces of buildings on it. Yi Chan's perfect and attractive voice sounded. She didn't know how she could see the changes on Jupiter. Her eyes were sparkling, her rhythm was flowing, and she looked very excited. Indeed, the scene inside Jupiter, where the surface clouds were being broken by the mother of life, was enough to surprise people. As later generations had judged, there was a huge stone core inside, which was round like an egg. It was like a star within a star. Although it was the core of Jupiter, from the inside, the raging hurricane clouds on the outside seemed to exist to protect the core. It was called the core, but its size was not less than that of the Earth. The most exciting thing was not these, but the fact that there was an ancient and magnificent palace in the core of Jupiter. At this moment, Fang Sui's heart was throbbing. A golden flame ignited in his eyes, and he focused on the ancient palaces on the land of Jupiter. But soon, Fang Sui's fiery eyes gradually dimmed, and he sighed softly. The palaces on the core of Jupiter are majestic, continuous, well arranged, magnificent, and fantastic, emitting bright red clouds, misty, piercing the sky and the earth. The entire palace complex is magnificent and boundless, covering an area of thousands of miles, with a classical style, just like the legendary Fairy Palace. But unfortunately, it is quiet. Like the buildings in the Great Rift Valley of Mars, many locations have collapsed and are covered with dust. Thick dust and sand are piled on the ground, and many palaces have been buried long ago. This mythical architectural relic on Jupiter is no longer intact. Obviously, in the extremely long years ago, it became an abandoned place, with no vitality, and no trace of people. Fang Sui felt very sorry that he still could not find any signs of life here. But what did the mother of life do here? Fang Sui turned his gaze away from the endless ancient architectural ruins on Jupiter, and looked at other parts of Jupiter. Under his sharp eyes, he saw huge holes one after another. These holes were like mines, each of which was unfathomable, and looked like the nests of giant beasts. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire core of Jupiter, except for the central building complex that stretched for thousands of miles, was dotted with countless caves, like a honeycomb that was so complex that it was unimaginable. With so many holes interlaced on the surface of the planet, I'm afraid that Jupiter's interior had been hollowed out long ago. There was an indescribable weirdness and horror at the sight. Fang Sui's eyes lit up with surprise, and turned back to a main hall in the center of the temple complex. There was a plaque there with black back and golden characters, surrounded by a faint light, and several ancient characters appeared on it. Tsui Beast Taming Temple. It turns out to be the site of a Tsui palace, and the entire planet has been transformed. This place is very likely the place where Tsui beasts were once raised and bred. Well, I guess what the mother of life did here. Yi Chan's sweet voice like a silver bell rang in Fang Sui's ears again, firm and clear. In the picture where Yi Chan was, her big eyes were blinking. She changed the subject, and looked at Fang Sui and said, in fact, it is not difficult for you to get out of the mother of life. The key is that you are in the starfield now. I have operated the wheel of time and space, but I have not been able to detect its location. I don't know its specific situation, and cannot make a judgment. Therefore, even if you come out of the mother of life, there is still a vast space around you. You can't find the origin star of life for you to settle down. It's useless for you to come out. After a pause, She seemed to be explaining to Fang Sui, and seemed to be analyzing to herself. Normally speaking, the detection of the wheel of time and space will not fail to detect which starfield the other end of the array pattern is connected to. But when the wheel of time and space is operated to detect the position of the mother of life where you are, it is blocked by a powerful force. Could it be that the area you are in requires shuttling through the chaotic time and space of the black hole? Fang Sui said, let's not consider this for now. Tell me how to get out. Yi Chan said, it's very simple. In the core area of the mother of life, where you are now, there are many stars shining. Among them, there must be the star of life of the mother of life. You find it, and drip your blood into it, and you can get the right to enter and exit the mother of life temporarily. Fang Sui thought to himself, of course it's easy for you to say it, but if you don't say it, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. Who can think of the correct way to enter and exit the mother of life by guessing alone? What's more, there are countless stars derived from this 9th level area. It's not easy to find the star of life. Yi Chan's mind is smart, as if she saw what Fang Sui was thinking. The corners of her red lotus-like mouth are slightly curved, and she chuckled and said, the method of finding the star of life is very simple. You release your mind, and naturally you can sense a different breath of life. The source of the breath is the star of life. Before Yi Chan finished speaking, something unexpected happened. At this time, the mother of life had already descended to a height of several hundred feet above the core of Jupiter. Suddenly, it released a beam of light that was as thick as a pillar of heaven, shining on Jupiter. This time, the beam of light released by the mother of life was even stronger than when it was on Venus. It shone on Jupiter below, causing incredible fluctuations. The entire core of Jupiter shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and the ground began to gradually crack. Boom. There was something in the core of Jupiter that was taken out by the mother of life and rose into the air amid the cracks on the ground. It was a giant egg, earthy yellow in color, with black lines coiling around it, like a small star, 100 feet in size. The mother of life came to take in this giant egg hidden in Jupiter. What kind of egg is this? Before the mother of life arrived, it seemed to be nurturing itself with the entire star, waiting for birth for a long time. As Fang Sui was watching, the giant egg was suddenly wrapped up by the mother of life's absorption light. Faintly, a roar full of unwillingness, irritability, and evil came from the egg. It wanted to break free, but the absorption light suddenly became stronger, and the giant egg was finally absorbed by the mother of life and disappeared suddenly. Fang Sui thought that after the giant egg was absorbed, the mother of life would return to calm as it did last time on Venus, and then leave Jupiter. But to Fang Sui's surprise, more drastic changes occurred immediately. The mother of life did not converge the fluctuations, but was filled with starlight, turning into a beautiful and mysterious scene like the starry sky. The next moment, an incredible scene happened. At this moment, the 9 major celestial bodies in the solar system simultaneously released a mysterious force, breaking through the barriers of time and space, and entwining with each other. The grandeur of this force is beyond anyone's cognition, and cannot be accurately described in any words. If someone can observe the solar system from a macroscopic perspective, they will find that the 9 major stars in the solar system are almost in a line. 9 stars in a row. Legend has it that when the 9 stars are in a row, the door of time and space will be opened, and a space bridge will be built to connect the other side of the universe. The scene that happened at this time seemed to confirm this legend. The starfield, where the mother of life is located, suddenly shook, and the starry sky was torn and crushed by an unimaginable force, collapsing and cracking in pieces. Inexplicably, Fang Sui had an idea. The mother of life has ended its mission to come to the solar system. It is leaving the solar system, or even the Milky Way. It will penetrate the broken void and go to the unknown distant starfield. A strange emotion rose in Fang Sui's heart, with expectation, tension, and a faint reluctance to leave his hometown. But the next moment, all these emotions were suppressed. His eyes were bright, and 2 sun shadows appeared in the depths of his pupils, like the rising sun, shining angrily in the clear sky, with profound meaning. End of the Solar System Volume. Chapter 145, Following the Footsteps of the Gods. At the same time, Fang Sui's mind was full of thoughts, and a new question came to his mind. According to the movement of the mother of life in the solar system, it was first born from the moon, and then came to Venus and Jupiter, where relics suspected to be left by gods and demons were found. According to later observations, some people have raised doubts that there were signs of life on Mars. All these clues show that the Earth is probably not the initial origin of life in the solar system, but more like the last and only remaining place for life to live. It seems that there is an eternal mystery of the origin of life, which makes Fang Sui fall into long thinking. Fang Sui, the mother of life, is about to travel into the reverse void, and the image of our array connection will disappear immediately. I remind you, no matter which starfield the mother of life is in, after coming out of the reverse void, you will eventually find the starfield of the gods and head towards it. Only by coming here can you trace the origin. This is the source of everything, the hometown of the gods. Well, another thing is that, although the mother of life is constantly traveling and exploring in the universe, every time after a cycle, it will return to the starfield of the gods. This is its most important stop. Therefore, if you are lucky enough, maybe this time the mother of life will come out of the reverse void and come to the ancient domain of the gods. You must be cautious about when to leave the mother of life. Yi Chan's voice stopped abruptly, but it was outside the mother of life. At this time, 9 stars were connected, and an incomparably vast force spread out, blocking the connection between Fang Sui and Yi Chan's time and space array patterns inside the mother of life. The two lost contact and the image disappeared. Fang Sui felt very sorry and muttered, "There are still a few questions I haven't asked yet, such as the origin of the three-eyed skull, why it can activate the teleportation array in the mother of life, and how Yi Chan knows the situation in the mother of life so clearly. More importantly, is there any way to break the star barrier of the 4th to 8th layers of the mother of life, the hometown of the gods in the gods realm?" Fang Sui's thoughts flashed, full of regret. The aura around him fluctuated, and Baster, who had disappeared when Yi Chan's picture appeared, turned into a cat-headed human body again. After she appeared, a look of surprise appeared on the cat's face, and its eyes narrowed like a fox. It said faintly, "Lord, this woman named Yechan, the wheel of time and space she held, seems to have relevant information in my inherited memory, and it seems to be a very important thing. Unfortunately, too little of the inherited memory has been awakened, and I can't remember more." At this time, the mother of life had already lifted off and left the range of Jupiter and came to the vast space, and the void in the area where it was located collapsed and shattered more seriously. The mythical power of the 9 stars in a row and the power of the mother of life itself intertwined, emitting a strange light that illuminated the entire solar system. The next moment, where the mother of life was, countless cracks of space collapse were connected in series, and a deafening roar sounded. The void was completely shattered, and an indescribable huge hole was split open, which was extremely deep and dark. This hole was like a cosmic black hole, connecting to the anti-space. I wonder if it is true that the power of the 9 stars in a row will penetrate the other side of the universe as the legend says. The surrounding void was ablaze with divine light. The 9 main stars in the solar system seemed to be jointly evolving an ancient starry sky formation, which opened the God's Gate to pursue the footprints of the gods. Infinite light surged into the anti-void after the space was broken like a tide, leading to the distant darkness, like a divine bridge for the gods to walk on. The opening of the reverse void this time was obviously different from the last time, when the mother of life independently broke through the void barrier from Venus to Jupiter. The whole process was more than 1,000 times more magnificent. The starlight of the mother of life flowed throughout her body, becoming more and more brilliant. It suddenly turned into a meteor-like beam of light, instantly penetrated into the black hole of the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It left the solar system from then on. At the original place, the power of the 9 stars in a row gradually weakened, and the hole in the void was slowly smoothed out, and calm was restored. Everything seemed to have never happened. Only Fang Sui followed the mother of life, chasing the footprints of the gods, and traveled far away. Inside the mother of life, Fang Sui was releasing his divine consciousness and searching for the star of life on the 9th floor of the mother of life according to the method Yi Chan had said. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at one of the thousands of stars circling around him. He slowly stretched out his hand, and a drop of crystal blood spilled from his fingertips, and it seemed that a golden flame was still burning inside. This drop of blood fell on the star of life. Ding. Like the sound of a spring splashing, the drop of blood seeped into the star of life. The whole star suddenly shone with light, and a layer of firepower carried by the blood flashed across the surface of the star. Then a stream of information light was fed back from the star, which was consistent with Fang Sui's consciousness. Fang Sui checked the message sent by the star of life, smiled and said, "It's not difficult to leave the mother of life, after mastering the method." After that, he was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down on the 9th floor of the mother of life, and began his first meditation, after ascending to the divine fire realm, with the purpose of sorting out the existing magic skills. Time passed. Half a month passed in a flash. Fang Sui closed his eyes and remained motionless, keeping his mind still, falling into a mysterious state of utmost stillness and emptiness, not hearing any sound from anything. Beside him, only Bast turned into a dark cat again, squatting on his shoulder, guarding boredly. In the dark reverse void, the mother of life was heading towards a certain destination. Due to the eternal darkness around it, it looked like it was standing still, but in fact, every moment, it was moving a distance that was unimaginable in normal space. From the moment Fang Sui closed his eyes, the divine land in his body began to shake, and the dark moon behind the divine land and dark mountain also rose slowly, shining coldly on the ground, and swallowed and spit out the book of the dead. At the same moment, Fang Sui's body showed strange changes that reflected the movement of heaven and earth, and were mysterious and mysterious. With the appearance of the Book of the Dead, his inner universe turned into night, and a powerful and extremely dark energy circulated in his body. His whole body was shrouded in darkness, but the thousands of acupoints in his body were glowing, just like the stars in the night sky. When the dark energy in his body slowed down, Fang Sui opened his spiritual eyes again, and began to comprehend the Book of the Dead. The armor of the underworld appeared outside his body. The death curses on it were endless and flowing, forming a river of curse power, which was constantly refined and integrated into the armor of the underworld. The two remaining cursed spirits appeared in front, and behind the armor. One was the anaconda and the other was the black-backed centipede. These two evil creatures sometimes appeared in the void and sometimes entered the armor, circling around Fang Sui, connected head to tail, swallowing and spitting out the power of the curse. In the hazy, they were extremely vicious and evil. When the armor of the underworld also disappeared, the operation of the dark power in Fang Sui's body ended. At this time, golden light rose and gradually became magnificent. A golden star in the sea of consciousness burned with brilliant flames. The changes in the way of heaven were reflected in the body, marking the arrival of daytime and the birth of the sun. A sun shadow appeared on his forehead, and his whole body seemed like a dazzling glass, faintly transparent, flawless, like a god, and even a layer of illusory golden fire burning. Every strand of his hair seemed to have spirituality, washed and tempered by the divine fire. In this way, the day and night cycled in his body for more than 100 times, and several months had passed. One day, Fang Sui opened his eyes again, and the sun and the moon appeared in his eyes, corresponding to each other. He exhaled, adjusted his breath, and felt that his whole body was filled with vitality, and the vast power was like the surging sea. Only then did Fang Sui end his practice and stand up, to return to the 3rd floor. The 8th floor of the Mother of Life was still dead silent. Fang Sui walked out calmly, and just as he passed a place, he suddenly felt cold all over, and suddenly broke out in a sweat. He stopped and stared at a corpse stand. On the stand was the body of Qin Huang, Zhuangzi, one of the 5 emperors of China. When Fang Sui came here, he saw him lying on the corpse stand, as if he was sleeping peacefully. Now, Zhuangzi's body was gone. Happy reading. Chapter 146. Like the stars and the moon, more like a cold knife. This is a typical example of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. There is nothing more horrifying than this. Where is Zhuangzi's body? Fang Sui dared to assert that the Zhuangzi he saw when he came up was indeed a corpse. Although it was lifelike and seemed to be sleeping, it had no vitality and had been stored in the Mother of Life for who knows how many years. At this time, the corpse disappeared silently. There seemed to be only 2 reasonable explanations. One was that it was moved away, and the other was that Zhuangzu's body was also like Fang Sui's earlier guess, the changes that had occurred in the Mother of Life, resurrected from the dead, and the gods and ghosts left without noticing. Of these two possibilities, the second one is more likely to be incredible. Fang Sui instantly felt that the Mother of Life was extremely mysterious. It seemed that there might be ghost corpses hidden everywhere, and they were not ordinary ghosts, but strong ghosts transformed from the lives of mythical legends after death. If a creature on the Mother of Life had been resurrected, it could be explained as accidental, but no matter what, there was no reason for corpses to be resurrected so many times. I'm afraid that some strange changes beyond human understanding had occurred on the Mother of Life. Even though Fang Sui was always bold, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy at this time, and suddenly raised his alertness to the highest point. Of course, he was not really afraid of ghosts and monsters, but he was alert to the mystery and unknown nature of the corpse resurrection phenomenon. Fang Sui's eyes were cold and lightning, and he patrolled the surroundings with a domineering look. He never saw anything abnormal. There was peace and tranquility everywhere, without any movement. After a long time, Fang Sui suddenly laughed and thought to himself, who cares? Maybe I'm scaring myself here. It's not impossible that the corpse was moved to another place by the power of the Mother of Life. An hour later, Fang Sui went down to the 6th floor, where he saw the egg that the Mother of Life had taken from the core of Jupiter. It appeared on a corpse display platform, shrouded by the star barrier, with secret power flowing throughout the body, and the colors of earth, yellow and darkness intertwined. Fang Sui frowned, and vaguely felt that there seemed to be a pair of evil eyes in the egg, staring at him, full of a deep hatred for all life. Fang Sui shook his head. This egg was obviously not a good person. He turned and left, speeding up his pace. After another half an hour, Fang Sui, holding the three-eyed skull in his hand, flashed and disappeared in the 4th level teleportation array pattern, and returned to the 3rd level space along the same route. Just as the array patterns intersected, and he appeared in the 3rd level teleportation area, a strong force suddenly attacked in a flash. At the same time, a figure flashed by, and grabbed the three-eyed skull in his hand. Crack. Fang Sui sneered, and as expected, he flipped his hand and offered a scorching sun thunderbolt, like a golden divine spear, splitting and piercing, and instantly stabbed the palm that grabbed the three-eyed skull. A scream rang out, and the figure that came to attack came fast and retreated even faster, floating back more than 10 feet away in an instant, and fell to the ground. His face changed horribly, but when he saw his figure condensed, he was indeed a blue-blooded person surrounded by strange light. It was the blue-blooded Wei who had been scared away by his amazing fighting power before Fang Sui entered the area above the 4th floor many days ago. If you can hand over the skull of Yasu that entered and exited the upper level of the Mother of Life, I will not embarrass you. A deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded, directed at Fang Sui. At this time, the light of the teleportation array pattern had disappeared. Fang Sui looked around, but saw many people standing around, from 3 different camps, clearly divided. The first one was the Queen of the Hunting Clan, with a total of more than 20 people. The other group only had 7 or 8 people in total. They all looked similar to humans, but not exactly the same. Not only were they much taller than ordinary people, they were also very powerful and arrogant. The leader was a middle-aged man in dark brown armor. Just standing there, he was already as powerful as a mountain. The most amazing thing was that he didn't need to deliberately urge it. Behind him, a shadow like a god or demon appeared. It was faint and lingering in the ancient mist. The breath was terrifying, like a fierce god entering the world. Fang Sui had never seen such a person with such a strange appearance. His heart moved slightly, remembering that the Queen of Hunting had said that there were 3 major forces on the Mother of Life. One of them was a branch of the ancient clan that inherited the bloodline of the ancient fierce god. It seemed that this group of people was undoubtedly this group. Since Fang Sui entered the space above the 4th floor, the space below the 3rd floor had already been in a complete sensation, and the news could not be concealed. The 3 major forces on the Mother of Life have been waiting in this transmission area for a long time. At present, the surrounding area was surrounded by people of various tribes led by the 3 major forces. In addition to the Zohan clan and the Ancient clan, the other force surrounding them was undoubtedly the Blue Blood clan. There were more than 10 of them standing in a cluster. Although there were not many people, each of them was a top master, gathering the Blue Blood clan strong men on the Mother of Life. The leader was unexpectedly a young man, less than 30 years old, with a tall and majestic figure, long hair, and angular face, full of a sense of power that came to his face, showing his strength and confidence. Just looking at the respectful eyes of the Blue Blood clan behind him, you can see that, although he is young, he must have extraordinary skills, which can convince everyone, and make everyone willing to work for him. The young leader of the Blue Blood clan was looking at Fang Sui with his eyes burning, and his face calm, paying special attention to the three-eyed skull in his hand. It was him who had asked Fang Sui to hand over the three-eyed skull. As soon as Fang Sui came down from the 9th floor, he was immediately surrounded by powerful hands. The young leader of the Blue Blood clan saw Fang Sui looking around, but he ignored his previous request to hand over the three-eyed skull, and had no intention of responding. There was no annoyance on his face, showing his extraordinary sophistication. He spoke again. I'll say it again. You will hand over the skull of the Yasu clan that can enter and exit the space above the 3rd floor, and I won't make things difficult for you. Fang Sui's eyes flickered, and he narrowed his eyes. Instead of answering, he asked, do you know the origin of the three-eyed skull? The young leader of the Blue Blood clan stood with his hands behind his back, and said proudly, the Yasu clan is one of the powerful clans in the vast starry sky. This Mother of Life may have originally belonged to the Yasu clan. That's why you can hold the Yasu skull in your hand, and enter and exit the Mother of Life. Otherwise, with your humbleness, how can you enter the closed area of the Mother of Life? Although his face was calm and his voice was calm, everyone could hear the naked contempt in his words. Fang Sui pondered after hearing this, and did not respond immediately. Do you know what happened to the Mother of Life not long ago? It feels like it's completely different now. The Queen of Hunting saw Fang Sui appear, and a hint of joy had already appeared on her face. She interrupted and asked. Fang Sui walked out of the teleportation array area calmly and replied, the Mother of Life is traveling in the reverse void, but it may end its journey in the reverse space at any time. When it returns to the normal space, we will enter a completely unfamiliar and unknown starfield. Fang Sui's words made the surroundings suddenly quiet. The Queen of Hunting's towering chest, tightly wrapped in black leather, rose and fell violently, and it was obvious that she was a little excited. She looked at Fang Sui and said, did you succeed? Her meaning was very clear. She wanted to ask Fang Sui if he had found a way to get out. Otherwise, no matter where the Mother of Life went, it would be the same for those trapped in it. Fang Sui nodded gently, and a hint of uncontrollable ecstasy flashed in the eyes of the Queen of Hunting. After Fang Sui finished speaking, he looked at Wei, who had attacked him before and now retreated to the side of the young leader of the Blue Blood clan. Where he failed to launch a sneak attack, and was injured by Fang Sui's scorching sun thunderbolt. At this time, smoke was still coming out of his palm. A wound blew off half of his palm, revealing the hand bones with a hint of blue light. What was even more terrifying was that a scorching flame force had not disappeared, and it was spreading rapidly along his palm and invading his arm. Wei's face was hideous and terrifying, and he was trying his best to resist the invasion of the flame force. It should be noted that Wei himself was not an unknown person, but had already advanced to the level of the Divine Fire Realm. He was a well-known figure in the Mother of Life, but he was seriously injured by Fang Sui's attack. The surrounding spectators were all surprised and showed some surprise on their faces. The only ones who were not moved were the calm and conceited young leader of the Blue Blood clan and the leader of the Ancient clan with the blood of the ancient fierce god. It seems that you don't want to hand over the skull of Yasu. The young man who led the Blue Blood clan spoke again. He looked at Fang Sui, his face still calm, without showing any contempt, but there was a feeling of looking down from the depths of his heart, as if a god was looking at Fang Sui as a mortal. This was another kind of disregard from the level of life. Fang Sui turned his gaze back to the young leader of the Blue Blood clan and said calmly, my things may be taken away by someone, but you are not qualified yet. The young man of the Blue Blood clan showed a subtle change of emotion for the first time, frowned slightly, and said, whether I'm qualified or not, you will probably know soon. Fang Sui looked up at the top wall, which was still the most common night sky seen in the Mother of Life. The stars were like chess pieces, and a bright moon was hooked on the dome, casting light down and illuminating every inch of the void. Fang Sui retracted his gaze, and the skull in his hand flashed and disappeared, and was put away. He said calmly, "I don't want to give it, but you want it. No matter what you say, we will have to fight to decide the outcome. There is no point in talking too much. Let's see who has the better means." The atmosphere in the whole place suddenly became tense. Everyone knew that the two sides had a disagreement and the war was about to start. The young leader of the blue-blooded clan had a bright look in his eyes, and he transformed into an invisible spiritual wave. He had not really made a move, but on the spiritual level, he had launched an attack on Fang Sui that was as powerful as the ocean, surging and surging, with one wave higher than the other. The next moment, the dark blue light in his eyes swallowed and spit out two divine spears with a brilliant light. They were as powerful as flying arrows and pierced through the air towards Fang Sui. This attack was extremely fast, and the means were mysterious and unexpected. This person was the head of his clan, and his move was indeed extraordinary. His eyes turned into objects, and while he was stabbing Fang Sui with his divine spear, his aura grew stronger, pressing forward, looking for Fang Sui's weaknesses. As long as Fang Sui showed the slightest flaw, he would move like the Yangtze River, with a violent storm, unstoppable, and launch an endless offensive, until Fang Sui was killed. The divine spear that evolved from his eyes shot out and flashed like lightning, and it was in front of Fang Sui in such a short time that he could not even think about it. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes were like an eagle, as bright as the bright moon in the sky, like the brightest star in the darkest night sky, and more like two cold knives emitting cold light, with an absolute killing intent. Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and postings. Happy reading. Chapter 147 The Essence of Soldiers. Just as the two blue glowing divine spears suddenly attacked, Fang Sui's sharp edge was exposed. With a light shout, a hazy sun shadow appeared in his extremely bright eyes, emitting a light so strong that it was impossible to look directly at it, like the sun shining on the clear sky. The two spears were illuminated by the sun, just like ice encountering a raging fire, melting quickly, and finally disappearing silently. The two sides attacked, and the attackers' methods were indeed mysterious, but Fang Sui's methods were not weak at all. He also activated his eyes, manifested strange phenomena, and calmly resolved the opponent's offensive. It was tit for tat, which was amazing. Before many spectators could even shout in surprise, Fang Sui had already launched a counterattack. The sea-like pressure from the blue-blooded youth had almost no effect on him. Fang Sui turned into nothingness in a flash and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the blue-blooded youth like a ghost and punched him on the head. This punch was extremely strange and contained a mystery. It was not a simple attack from the strength, but a mixture of spirit and death curse. More importantly, when this punch was thrown, Fang Sui used a characteristic of the Netherworld armor and weapon for the first time, which was that it could derive thousands of tools, and was good at transformation. But Fang Sui's fist was surrounded by a faint light, and in an instant, it was incredibly transformed into a gun, a spear, a halberd, a hammer and other Netherworld divine weapons. The changes were so complicated that it was dazzling. Such an attack method made people completely confused about what means to take to resist. The reaction of the blue-blooded young man was far beyond that of ordinary people. In an instant, he was surrounded by blue light and turned into a blue river-like airflow in front of him. He wanted to use the tolerance of water to inherit Fang Sui's ever-changing offensive. In terms of concept, it can be said that the response was impeccable. Boom. The two sides collided head-on, and the strong collision energy rushed out like a surging sea tide. Suddenly, a drop of crystal blood splashed out from the collision point between the two sides. Someone was injured. The surroundings were filled with uproars. That drop of blood was blue. The fluctuations of the collision subsided slightly at this time, but the two sides did not stop. Two figures soared into the air, as fast as lightning, and fought in mid-air. No one could see the movement trajectory of the two. Only a limited number of strong men who had reached the level of the Queen of Hunting and the leader of the ancient clan could vaguely see that the young leader of the blue blood clan, who was fighting in the air, had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, in the previous collision, Fang Sui launched an amazing attack that contained the characteristics of all kinds of weapons in the underworld, and the leader of the blue blood clan was at a disadvantage and even injured. He could no longer remain calm at this time. His face was full of sternness, and he was trying his best to launch an offensive. A blue light swirled around his body, eager to regain the initiative. Boom. Boom. The two sides continued to contact and collide. The strong air waves, with the collision point as the core, spread layer by layer, like a huge wave hitting the sky. There were those who were not at the Divine Fire Realm among the spectators around, and they could no longer stay in this teleportation area. They were pushed back by the pervasive pressure, and could not even stand steadily. It can be imagined that, if they were not in the indestructible Mother of Life, the battle between the two would definitely cause a terrifying situation of landslides and earth-shattering. Suddenly, in the fierce battle, Fang Sui's slow, powerful, and calm voice rang out slowly, "Master of the ancient clan, how about a deal?" Standing on one side like a heavy mountain, watching the battle, the strong and sturdy leader of the ancient clan had a strange look on his face, and replied in a majestic and deep voice like a drum, "What deal?" Fang Sui waved his hand, and sent out a scorching sun thunderbolt, forcing back the attack of the leader of the blue blood clan, and said leisurely, "I have entered the upper space of the Mother of Life this time, and I have mastered the method of leaving the Mother of Life. Master of the ancient clan, are you interested in leaving here?" What? Suddenly, not only did the face of the master of the ancient clan flash with a look of extreme shock, but countless bystanders around him also changed color and breathed rapidly when they heard the words. Who would be willing to be imprisoned in this Mother of Life for the rest of their lives? It is no exaggeration to say that this is almost a torture. Therefore, when Fang Sui said that he had mastered the method to leave the Mother of Life, it was obvious how much impact this statement had, and how much shock it would cause to the hearts of many people who heard it. The leader of the ancient clan shouted, "Are you serious? Of course it's true. Fang Sui and I have already agreed that he entered the space above the third floor to find a way to leave the Mother of Life. He came back now, so he must have gained something." The Queen of Hunting seemed to have seen Fang Sui's purpose, and smiled sweetly, and opened her mouth to prove it. The leader of the ancient clan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed wildly. He was the leader of a clan, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. He stopped laughing and said decisively, "Are you going to share with me the method of entering and exiting the Mother of Life, on the condition that I lead the crowd to kill the blue bloods?" Boom. Puff. The strong collision sound rang out again. It was the young leader of the blue blood clan. He suddenly heard that Fang Sui had mastered the method of getting out of the Mother of Life. Like all the other creatures around him, he could not calm down. He was in a state of confusion. Fang Sui took advantage of the situation and attacked him. He hit his chest and vomited blood. Fang Sui smiled slightly, and his attack became more urgent. He responded to the leader of the ancient clan, "That's right. What do you say, Ancient Saint? If you don't take action this time, my blue blood clan is willing to withdraw from the second level area that our two clans have been fighting for many years. How about it?" Ancient Saint is the name of the leader of the ancient clan. The young leader of the blue blood clan said this. Seeing that the situation was not good, he opened his mouth to exchange interests for the leader of the ancient clan to withdraw from the dispute. The eyes of the leader of the ancient clan were full of joy at this time. He laughed loudly like thunder, but suddenly stopped. With a domineering look in his eyes, he first looked at the young leader of the blue blood clan who was fighting, and sneered, "Although your conditions are very attractive, if I can get out, what do I need this territory and the Mother of Life for?" Then he looked around and said, "We are waiting in this narrow space, fighting for profit, just waiting hard, hoping to get out one day. Now the opportunity is in front of us. Who is willing to let it go?" He shouted loudly, "All the subordinates of my ancient clan listen to my order. Start immediately and kill the blue blood clan with all your strength." At the same time, the Queen of Hunting giggled and said, "How can my Zhao Hunter clan miss such a lively scene? After so many years of fighting, today let the blue blood clan be expelled from the Mother of Life." In an instant, an unprecedented chaotic battle broke out in the Mother of Life. Fang Sui's proposal to leave the Mother of Life was an unimaginable and earth-shattering attraction to the vast majority of lives trapped in the Mother of Life. At this time, the two powerful tribes took the lead, and many onlookers were eager to try and attack the Blue Blood tribe. For a time, the three layers of the Mother of Life were full of war and fierce fighting. The three major races on the Mother of Life were originally restrained by each other, with equal power. After years of entanglement, it was still difficult to determine the winner. At this time, two of them joined forces, and the leader of the Blue Blood tribe was restrained by Fang Sui. The remaining Blue Blood tribe members were naturally difficult to match, and soon there were casualties. The young leader who was fighting with Fang Sui had a shocked look on his face. He never expected that things would take such a turn and develop into the current situation. A trace of regret suddenly arose in his heart. If he had not been too self-righteous and the first to fight for Fang Sui's Yasu skull, but had taken a cautious wait-and-see approach like the leader of the ancient clan, perhaps things would not have developed in the current trend. But as soon as this idea came into being, he was immediately suppressed. The young leader of the Blue Blood clan was filled with monstrous hatred, which was attributed to Fang Sui. With a fierce roar, he had the fierce idea of dragging Fang Sui down with him, even if the price today was heavy. However, during the battle, his mind was constantly fluctuating, his mind was not focused, and his momentum was inevitably affected. Under the traction of the ki of both sides, Fang Sui immediately sensed it and shouted wildly, and rushed to kill him a moment earlier than the young Blue Blood clan member. But seeing Fang Sui's solemn face, he still simply punched out. However, there were thousands of changes in the fist. Every moment, an image of a weapon flashed by. The characteristics of these weapons gathered and merged to form an incredible true meaning of weapons, producing a mythical and powerful killing force. Faintly, this force seemed to have reached the limit of power that was about to surpass what he could achieve at this stage, and it seemed to be about to enter another high level. In an instant, the changing power of thousands of weapons in the underworld suddenly twisted into one, and in Fang Sui's fist, it seemed to swallow and spit out a domineering and sharp murderous aura that condensed the characteristics of thousands of weapons. This murderous aura contained the true meaning of weapons in it, and contained a kind of piercing time and space, penetrating the universe, and integrating the opposite power laws of heavy mountains and feathers, which were light and heavy, inconceivably, into one, showing a killing power that was light and heavy, strong and weak, and unpredictable. At this moment, within 100 feet of the surrounding area, all living beings uncontrollably felt a sense of life hanging by a thread, panic, and fear, and their hearts were chilled to the bone, as if they were being watched by the god of death holding a killing blade, and they could die at any time. The handsome face of the blue-blooded young man was ferocious. He clasped his hands, blue light burst out, and transformed into 3 blood shields, like blue light walls, blocking in front of him layer by layer. But a scene that was completely unexpected to him then appeared. His defensive means, as soon as they came into contact with Fang Sui's unprecedented murderous aura, collapsed in an instant, and the coefficient was pierced. With a light click, the blue-blooded leader wanted to dodge again, but it was too late. He was stabbed in the forehead by this murderous aura, and a cold force of death instantly surged into his body. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the whole audience fell silent. The divine light in the blue-blooded young man's eyes dissipated, and he felt in disbelief that his vitality was gone, and he was about to die. At the same moment, the entire Mother of Life suddenly vibrated slightly. Everyone's heart was moved. Obviously, this was the Mother of Life ending its journey in the anti-space. Its vibration was a characteristic of returning from the anti-space to the normal void. Now, which universe and time has the Mother of Life come to? Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and postings. Happy reading. Chapter 148 That Dreamy Purple Light. Bang. The chaotic battle in the Mother of Life soon came to an end after the young leader of the Blue Bloods fell to the ground and died. The Blue Bloods were already in a weak position under the siege of the two powerful tribes. Now that the leader was killed by Fang Sui, the morale of the people was immediately broken, and the decline was difficult to reverse. The only thing left was to clean up the remnants of the Blue Bloods who had escaped and hidden. After that, the battles to hunt down and annihilate the blue bloods could be seen everywhere in the lower 3 levels of the Mother of Life. When the battle on the lower 3 levels really ended, it was already a few days later. The 9th level. In the space surrounded by stars, Fang Sui brought the Lord of the Ancient Clan and the Queen of the Hunting, 2 powerful men, together. They were watching Fang Sui demonstrate the process of dripping blood into the Star of Life with their eyes full of energy, without blinking. After dripping blood into the Star of Life, you can use the teleportation array pattern of any level to leave the Mother of Life. Fang Sui explained. The Queen of Hunt and the Lord of the Ancient Clan, although both were clan leaders with deep scheming, they could not hide their excitement as their wish to leave the Mother of Life would come true after countless years of searching, and they could not wait to drip blood into the Star of Life. Immediately, they received a stream of light from the silver shining Star of Life, and after closing their eyes and feeling it for a moment, they knew that what Fang Sui said was true, and they had temporarily gained the ability to enter and exit the Star of Life. The leader of the Ancient Clan opened his eyes and frowned, saying, dripping blood into the Star of Life can only grant temporary entry and exit rights. How many people can you take out? Fang Sui said, you only need to keep the teleportation array open. Within a certain time limit, anyone who enters the array range can go out. He glanced at the leader of the Ancient Clan and warned, don't think about letting everyone below come up and drip blood into the Star of Life so as to take everyone away. This is impossible. If too many people go out at the same time, it is likely to cause changes in the Mother of Life, and it may even cause the array to be closed, and then even we can't leave. The leader of the Ancient Clan was really thinking about this idea, but he didn't expect that Fang Sui saw through it at a glance and spoke out the hidden crisis. The leader of the Ancient Clan looked a little stern when he heard this. Of course, he should be cautious in this matter and not allow any mistakes. Although it is impossible to take out the entire race, a small number of elites should be no problem, which is already a pleasant surprise. The Hunting Queen also looked extremely happy. She turned her head to look at Fang Sui, revealing a charming smile. Her watery eyes were flowing, which was quite teasing and wanton. Unfortunately, Fang Sui ignored her, and his expression did not change at all. The Hunting Queen curled her lips and was bored, but she was not a human being, and her face was not as thick as that of humans. She did not care at all. She turned her eyes away with a smile, and looked at the 9-layer space, where the stars were shining, and the projection was presented outside the Mother of Life. The outside world was naturally a dark space scene, which looked the same as every piece of void, and there was nothing special about it. But there was one thing that was slightly different, that is, at this time, the outside space had an invisible aura that was difficult to describe specifically, just like this space, which was formed at the beginning of the world, and was the center of the universe, and was filled with a heavy and ancient feeling that was not found elsewhere. Of course, this was just an illusory spiritual response, not real and visible. Even except Fang Sui, the 2 powerful men around him were unaware of it. However, there is one thing that Fang Sui can be sure of, that is, this must not be the solar system, or even the Milky Way, but it is across an extremely long distance, and is in an unknown position in the vast universe. This feeling makes Fang Sui feel inexplicably throbbing. The darkness outside the Mother of Life seems to have no end. Looking up at the starry sky on the Earth, you will see dense and numerous stars, but in fact, in the deep space, except for a very small number of stars connected in parallel, the distance between most stars is counted in light years, and the distance between each other is extremely far away. Therefore, the only thing occupying the vast space is the boundless and deep darkness, which has never changed. Inside the Mother of Life, Fang Sui and the other 2 quietly watched the scene in outer space. The Mother of Life was advancing at a speed faster than light. Occasionally, they would see the light of a certain star flashing far away, becoming a bright spot in the eternal darkness, leaving a deep memory, like a meteor in the dark night, which is particularly bright because of its shortness. Time passed in silence. The 3 of them were in the 9th level space, sometimes closing their eyes to nourish and circulate their internal energy, but most of the time, they focused their attention on the scene outside the Mother of Life, eagerly looking forward to it. However, after nearly a whole month, The three of them still saw endless darkness, with few other changes. Fortunately, they were all rare masters of the divine fire realm, with excellent patience, and they did not have any negative emotions of irritability. The sudden change appeared abruptly on this day. The three of them saw at the same time a very shocking scene in a space area where the Mother of Life passed. In the vast space, many broken stones appeared and scattered everywhere. Each piece was so huge that it was unimaginable, and the smaller ones were as big as mountains. What was even more surprising was that they also saw fist marks and finger marks on some stones. A flash of horror flashed in the eyes of the three of them. Could it be that these huge stars and rocks were broken by people? Then they identified the origin of the rubble. It turned out that a star was shattered and flew away, and the fragments formed were scattered. If this judgment is correct, it means that there was a powerful life of mythical level in this void, which actually destroyed a star. My god, what level of power is this? The Mother of Life continued to move forward, and they were surprised to see that there were traces of temples in the huge stone fragments, which were also broken and scattered, floating in the void, showing a desolate scene. These scenes seemed to be explaining that at a certain period, there was an ancient star with temples built here, which was very prosperous, and was destroyed by people. This not only shows that this star field is not peaceful, but also the level of power reflected in it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At the speed of the Mother of Life, it still takes a whole hour to leave this rubble area. It can be seen that this broken star must have been very large before it was destroyed. A few days after passing the area where the stars were shattered, the empty screen displayed by the Mother of Life changed again. This time it was not a horrible scene of destruction, but a faint light appeared in the deep space ahead. This faint light was different from the occasional flash of starlight seen along the way. It had a surging and unique aura. The Queen of Hunting instantly widened her beautiful eyes, and a touch of joy gradually grew. Soon, she shouted happily, "Look! That is an ancient star, and it is the only star that has been surging with vitality in these days. There must be life on that ancient star. It is the origin of life." The ancient star in sight was getting closer. Fang Sui and the Lord of the Ancient Clan also burst into sharp eyes and stared at it. It was getting closer. It was really a star surging with vitality. As they got closer, they could already see mountains and rivers rising on the star, and giant trees towering into the sky, as thick as mountain ridges. There was also a vitality that was spreading vigorously, crossing the void, and passing through the picture. The star was yellow and brown, and it was magnificent. It was countless times larger than the Earth that Fang Sui was most familiar with. It was slowly rotating, surrounded by the ancient air, and one could feel that it had existed for a long time, and intelligent life should have been bred on it. At this moment, the Lord of the Ancient Clan and the Queen of Hunting could no longer remain calm. They were different from Fang Sui, who had just entered the Mother of Life. Both of them had been trapped in the Mother of Life since they had consciousness, so even if the stars outside were barren, as long as they could survive, it was enough to make them overjoyed. Not to mention that the ancient star they saw now was so gorgeous, full of vitality, and contained a strange beauty. Almost at the first sight of this star, the two made up their minds not to wait any longer, and chose this star as the landing point to leave the Mother of Life. Fang Sui's eyes flickered slightly, and he saw what they were thinking. He said casually, "If you have decided, I will go with you." The leader of the Ancient Clan and the Queen of Hunting did not hesitate, and nodded firmly at the same time. After a whole hour, the teleportation area on the 4th floor of the Mother of Life was already full of elite members of the Cosmic Hunter Clan and the Ancient Clan. The reason for being on the 4th floor is that they cannot take everyone away. If they were on the 3rd floor, it might cause riots. Therefore, when the Queen of Hunting and the leader of the Ancient Clan went down to summon the elite, they both announced to the public that the elite were summoned to enter the upper space of the Mother of Life, and did not reveal the news of leaving at all, which effectively avoided the possibility of riots. When the two of them each brought people to the 4th floor, they suddenly announced that they were about to leave the Mother of Life. Those who suddenly heard the news naturally went through a period of fluctuations, and finally calmed down. Everyone showed excitement and ecstasy on their faces. Standing in the teleportation array area of more than 10 feet in radius, there were more than 50 people, which was not crowded. The Queen of Hunting finally walked into the formation, turned around and asked Fang Sui outside the formation, "Aren't you going to leave?" Fang Sui said, "Not yet." He asked again, "I'm very curious, do you have any way to successfully approach that star after getting out of the Mother of Life? You must know that the Mother of Life is just passing through this piece of outer space. Although the distance to that star is not far, there is still a barrier." The Lord of the Ancient Clan was obviously in high spirits and responded with a smile, "We have been waiting for endless years in this Mother of Life, just for the moment of departure to come. How can we not be prepared? We have the art of bloodline parallel connection, which can connect the forces of all and form a barrier. We have no problem walking in space for a short time." At this time, the formation pattern had begun to glow, and the Queen of Hunting and the Lord of the Ancient Clan looked at Fang Sui at the same time, with gratitude flashing in their eyes, and said in unison, "Goodbye." The next moment, the people of the two clans in the formation area disappeared one after another. Half an hour later, Fang Sui returned to the 9th floor of the Mother of Life alone. He saw from afar that the yellow-brown ancient star in the space outside the Mother of Life was crossing with the Mother of Life, getting farther and farther away, and finally disappeared. He did not choose this star to leave, and he had his own considerations. For some reason, when the two of the Queen of Hunting made the decision to leave, Fang Sui suddenly felt a spiritual response from the dark, as if reminding him that it was not time to leave. Therefore, Fang Sui hesitated for a moment, and finally did not board the yellow-brown ancient star with the Queen of Hunting and others. Time kept passing, and another 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. The Mother of Life continued to move in the boundless space. During this period, it once again passed by a huge ancient star with vigorous vitality and rolling, but Fang Sui remained motionless, and he was still waiting silently. This waiting finally took a turn for the better half a month later. In the dark space outside the Mother of Life, a glimmer of starlight once again appeared in the distance, presenting a dreamy lavender color. Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and postings. Happy reading. Chapter 149, Reaching the Purple Star. Fang Sui's heart was filled with ripples as he watched the purple light gradually approach. It was a star surrounded by a lavender light band. As the Mother of Life moved, the star covered by the purple light became closer and clearer. Like countless stars, she was round in shape and the largest star Fang Sui had ever seen. It seemed to fill the dark void, so huge that it could not be measured. There was a dense ancient air on the surface, like a rushing river, and like a surging ocean, with a great fortune. Like the Earth, she was not alone. Around her, there were several small stars that slowly rotated around her, just like the bright moon orbiting the Earth. It can be imagined that inside this star, when night comes, you will be able to see the spectacle of several bright moons hanging on the sky wall. At the moment this star came into view, Fang Sui also felt a distant and rich vitality. There is no doubt that this is a source of life. Another thought suddenly flashed through Fang Sui's mind. What star field did the Mother of Life come to? How come there are so many life source stars? Since the Mother of Life came out of the reverse void, it has encountered 3 origin stars suitable for life in the months of travel. So many life source stars are in the same star field. This has to be said to be a phenomenon that is almost like a miracle. Just imagine that the gathering of intelligent life on Earth alone has developed such a brilliant civilization. Based on this, we can know that there are so many life source stars in this starry sky at the same time. How many intelligent lives should exist in total, and how brilliant should the developed civilization be? This star field is not ordinary. Could it be the hometown of the gods that Li Chan once said, a mythical place, the ancient domain of the gods? Fang Sui's heart was inexplicably filled with anticipation. The moment he left the Mother of Life came so suddenly. Fang Sui decided to ascend the star that looked like a vast purple aura. Since he had the intention to leave, Fang Sui considered another problem. Below the 3rd level of the Mother of Life, there were many creatures of various races. None of these people were good people. They were all selfish and cruel. Fang Sui was surprised by the thoughts in his mind. He actually wanted to summon the undead mummy to devour it. In a flash, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He was not a good man, but he was not a murderer. Although these people were not worthy of pity, they had no hatred with him. More importantly, the Mother of Life was mysterious and unpredictable. Although it seemed peaceful now, if the life coefficient below the third level was killed, the consequences would be unpredictable. Fang Sui pondered and thought, and finally decided to leave like this without making any trouble. After approaching the tea time, the Mother of Life, which was constantly moving, had come to a position very close to the purple star. If she continued to move, she would intersect with the star and go away. At this moment, Fang Sui's eyes flashed with light. In the 9th layer of the Mother of Life, the starlight was blazing, forming a pattern, like a door to the starry sky, slowly opening. The next moment, he disappeared from the Mother of Life. Fang Sui's departure was calm, without any surprises. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in the vast space outside the Mother of Life, and Fang Sui appeared out of thin air, shrouded in a layer of golden light. Beside him, the mysterious and huge Mother of Life, which contained unsolved mysteries, disappeared silently and ghostly in the blink of an eye. Fang Sui let out a sigh of relief, his eyes following the Mother of Life, that was going away. For some reason, as soon as he left the Mother of Life, a heavy pressure in his heart suddenly disappeared. Retracting his gaze from the Mother of Life, Fang Sui felt relieved, and turned his head to look at the purple star that was about to land. The golden light around him was like water, spreading in the void, and a phantom of a god and demon with an eagle's head and a human body appeared in it. This shadow was the golden blood that Horus obtained from the body of the flaming corpse that was taken by the Mother of Life from the Great Rift Valley of Venus. After absorbing the power in it for several months, it has evolved. Therefore, when it was born at this time, it showed a different vision from the past, and first projected a phantom of a god and demon. Fang Sui left the Mother of Life, intending to use Horus to cross the gravity-free, silent, and empty outer space, and reach the source of life. The next moment, the phantom of the eagle's head and human body disappeared, but the surrounding golden light became stronger, shining like the rising sun. In the center of the dazzling golden light, a giant eagle was born. At this time, Horus spread his wings, reaching a huge height of 9 feet. Huge and majestic, with eyes like flying arrows, golden light swallowing and spitting, blazing like fire, and steadily carried Fang Sui on his back. A flash of golden light. The Horus eagle flew rapidly towards the star, surrounded by purple light in the distance. As the stream of light approached like lightning, Fang Sui could gradually see the changes in the terrain on the star. The land on that star was vast and boundless, with endless and boundless mountains and rivers rising and falling, and the scene was majestic and magnificent. The surface of the star was full of various colors, purple, with scattered jungles, lush and green, and ancient trees connected to the sky, like the legendary Jianmu. The land on the star was fertile, steaming with a vast breath, rising up and turning into thick clouds at the top of the sky, covering the entire star. In the process of approaching this huge ancient star, more amazing scenes jumped into Fang Sui's eyes one after another. Suddenly, his eyes were shining with a strange light, emitting a dazzling look. Above the jungle on the star, a fiery red flying beast was seen. It looked like a big bird, but it had 4 wings, a tail like a giant python, a ferocious head, and a back full of upside-down bone spurs, as sharp as a knife. What kind of creature is this? It looks very similar to the giant dragon in Western legends on Earth. Suddenly, the 4-winged beast, that looked like a mad dragon actually opened its mouth, and spewed out a wave of fire, burning the jungle below fiercely. Fang Sui's eyes turned, and saw some places like the blessed land of immortals on the tops of some majestic mountains with auspicious clouds, or in the depths of the valley. There were misty clouds and strange lights. There were also faintly ancient and magnificent copper temples and lofts that seemed to be able to pick stars and embrace the moon. These places were magnificent, with rainbow bridges hanging in the sky and beautiful water surrounding them. The scenery was endless, like a divine place in a dream. At this time, Fang Sui had penetrated deep into the atmosphere outside the star from space. The golden light in his eyes was burning, penetrating the distance of millions of feet, and he looked at the scene inside the star in more detail. Suddenly, under Fang Sui's eyes of the rising sun, he saw a boundless and majestic city on the earth. Fang Sui was even more happy. The Horus eagle suddenly flapped its wings, turned into a touch of golden light, and swooped down to the earth below, heading straight for the direction of the city. The speed of the eagle was very fast, but it still took a long time to fly through the dense clouds that looked like a world of vitality and really entered the high altitude inside the ancient star. It was the morning, when the sun was rising inside the star. Fang Sui was surprised and amazed to see that there were two suns hanging in the sky, one in the east and one in the west, scorching and shining with brilliant light. The temperature inside the star was about the same as the spring in China on Earth. Two suns hanging in the sky. This is really a rare wonder. Two suns facing each other. When night falls, one falls in the west and the other falls in the east. It is really amazing. Fang Sui was amazed, took a deep breath, and inhaled the breath in his body. There is a sense of clarity that coexists with antiquity and lightness, which makes people feel like drinking nectar when they take a sip. Horus Eagle is as fast as a meteor, constantly approaching the towering city on the ground. Fang Sui looked down from the sky, thousands of feet below his feet. The jungle is like the sea, lush and full of vitality. The mountains and rivers climb the clouds, and it is extremely magnificent, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Fang Sui looked at the scene in the city from a distance. What he saw made him feel surprised again, not only because the city is really huge, stretching for more than 1,000 miles, but more importantly, the buildings in it present a strange style that Fang Sui has never heard of. The shapes of many buildings are completely contrary to the principles of mechanics. When countless such buildings are listed together, a compelling mythological atmosphere is formed. For example, one of the buildings was a crescent-shaped building that was high up, like a wizard's pointed hat in myths and legends, magnified countless times. It was located in the center of the city and was very eye-catching. Moreover, there seemed to be an indescribable powerful force in the building. This made Fang Sui feel a little alert while looking at it. He could assert that if he approached it rashly, he would be in great danger. The building was obviously aggressive. There were also some pointed buildings that looked like wizard towers, and some buildings that looked like giant hammers in the hands of gods and demons, sitting on the ground like mountains, and so on. It was these buildings that were interspersed together that formed an incredible visual tension. The high and low buildings seemed to convey some mysterious truth. From a single point of view, each building was not complicated, but when put together, it had a dazzling and overwhelming appeal, making the entire city appear to be beyond the limits of the mundane world and time, and seemed to be eternal. Soon, Fang Sui discovered another strange thing. There were people like him, driving flying beasts in the sky, taking off and landing in the city. There were also magnificent chariots, pulled by flaming birds, galloping in the sky. Another person urged a spell in the void, and suddenly a magical device like an ancient ship appeared, which disappeared in a flash. Fang Sui paid special attention to the appearance of people entering and leaving the city. He found that most of them were human in appearance, not the strange shapes he imagined, and he was relieved. Some beast pilots also saw Fang Sui from afar, without any special expressions, but when they glanced at the extraordinary Horus Eagle, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Finally, Fang Sui came above this miracle city. He chose a place near the edge of the city, collected the Horus Eagle, and landed in the city. As Fang Sui was falling, several people in the city below, wearing mighty armor with glittering lights and flickering array patterns, rose from the ground like a team of soldiers and greeted him. Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and postings. Happy reading. Chapter 150, A Brilliant New World. Please recommend on Monday. Seeking recommendations on Monday. I haven't asked for monthly votes since the book was put on the shelves because I'm busy with work. I write about 6,000 words a day and don't update more, so I haven't asked for votes. But I still ask everyone who likes this book to vote for more monthly votes. It's a new month soon. It's so embarrassing if there are fewer monthly votes. I will work hard next month and try to add more updates. Thank you all. There were 5 people wearing armor and ascending from the sky. The leader was close to middle age, with an ordinary body shape, but his muscles were lean and strong, giving people a tough feeling of steel and iron. He wore a dark blue condensed metal armor, his face was calm, and his eyes were bright. The rest of the people were dressed similarly and had different appearances, but the patterns engraved on the armor of the leader were not as complicated as those of the leader. When Fang Sui descended to a height of more than 10 feet above the ground, the two sides met. The leader's eyes flashed like lightning, and he looked Fang Sui up and down. His eyes were so strong that even the surrounding void seemed to be bright. Fang Sui's heart was slightly startled. These people should be the guards of the Miracle City. Their strength was so strong. The power fluctuation of the leader was even higher than Fang Sui. He was at the peak of the first level of the Divine Fire Realm and even touched the barrier of the second level. The others were also similar to Fang Sui. As the saying goes, a glimpse of the whole picture can be seen from a small part. Just from this small team of city guards who ascended into the air, one can vaguely infer the level of cultivation here and what level of strength they have reached. Where are you from? You don't know the rules, but you want to fly in and out of the Purple Ring Star City? The leader of the city guards said in a low voice, neither happy nor angry. The language used was the common language that Fang Sui used to communicate with many races in the Mother of Life not long ago. In fact, Fang Sui was in a strange place for the first time, so of course he would not lose his caution. When he approached the city, he had observed those who took off and landed in the city. Most of them entered and exited the city directly from the air without any problems. He followed suit, but was still cautious, and chose a location on the edge of the city to land. Unexpectedly, he was still stopped and questioned. Fang Sui didn't know what the attitude was towards outsiders here, so he spoke very cautiously, saying, I was born from a remote mountain area not long ago, so I don't know much about the rules here. I saw other people taking off and landing in and out from the air, so I also wanted to enter from the air. They can enter and exit because they have bloodline nameplates, which will not cause the defense restrictions in the city to react. You come here for the first time, and you don't have a verification nameplate to enter the city, so you will naturally be stopped by us. Well, come with us. The leader did not mean to make things difficult. He calmly described the reason for coming to stop Fang Sui, and then led his men to land in the city below. Just looking at the attitude of these city guards, you can tell that they have no intention of delving into the origins of outsiders. This shows that the city here is open and very prosperous, and there must be outsiders coming and going. Fang Sui thought about it and followed several Purple Ring Star City guards into the city. After a few minutes, Fang Sui and these city guards walked on the stone streets filled with ancient charm in the city. There were many pedestrians on the street, and it was noisy and bustling. Most of them looked like normal humans, but there were also creatures of alien races. When some alien races walked, a wave of water appeared under their feet, like gods driving water, which was very mysterious. There were also strange beasts following people. At first glance, they were aliens, with fierce and powerful auras. Such things can be seen everywhere on the street. The clothes and dress of these creatures are also varied. Some are lightly dressed and dressed in ordinary robes, and some are light or heavy armor. The gorgeous and colorful places opened Fang Sui's eyes. He also looked at the fantastic buildings along the way with great interest. The taller ones were so tall that it was hard to see the top, and they looked like they were piercing the clouds. The shorter ones were grand and wide, sitting on the ground like a mountain. Almost every building seemed to be a miracle built by the magic hands of gods and demons, full of incredible visual impact. After entering the city, Buster, who was squatting on Fang Sui's shoulder and transformed into a cat, became more energetic. His black cat eyes kept looking around, and they were as smart as two black gems. Soon, Fang Sui followed several soldiers guarding the city into a dome hall emitting azure blue light. The hall was very wide, more than 100 feet in radius, and the walls were azure blue, as if entering a crystal palace. Within 100 feet, it was divided into many independent small areas, and many people came and went. Most of them were brought in by teams of city guards for questioning. After Fang Sui entered the hall, he listened to the voices coming from all directions. After a moment, he understood the whole story. It turned out that all the people brought in were newcomers to the city, just like himself. And this dome hall was where newcomers were required to leave their personal information and to issue entry and exit nameplates. Fang Sui also heard that some people, when asked about their origins, directly said that they were teleported across regions, and the city guards did not investigate further. It seems that the prosperity here is beyond previous expectations. It is obvious that there are countless outsiders coming in and out every day, and their origins are even more complicated, with all kinds of origins. So, it should not be a taboo for me to come from the outside world. In the short time since entering the hall, Fang Sui has roughly understood the current situation, based on the information he heard. The city guard leader who led Fang Sui into the city, came to a rounded metal table and sat down. Several other city guards stood aside, and looked at Fang Sui. The city guard leader glanced at Fang Sui and said, "Are you a first level cultivator?" "Yes." "What profession are you?" Fang Sui's heart was slightly moved. "Is there a professional classification for cultivation here?" He said, "I only know my own cultivation direction, and I'm not sure what the cultivation classifications are. I wonder if you can explain it." A young soldier standing aside said, "It seems that you are a wild cultivator who came into the world from a wild and uninhabited area, and you don't know anything." Fang Sui admitted frankly, "That's right." "Then tell me about your own cultivation direction first," the middle-aged leader said sternly. Fang Sui remembered that Jiao had said that he was a divine practitioner, so he said, "I'm a divine practitioner myself, and I practice the art of divine inheritance. I broke through the divine fire realm a few months ago, and then I came out to travel the world." While Fang Sui was speaking, the city guard leader opened a grid on the table in front of him, took out a silver metal plate from it, made a seal on his hand, and recorded the information of the divine practitioner Fang Sui mentioned, as well as the level, and asked again, "What is your race?" Fang Sui said casually, "Human." "How long have you practiced?" "More than 5 years." "Do you have a master?" the city guard leader asked. Fang Sui said, "No." "Well, you advanced to the divine fire realm in 5 years. Did you practice alone?" The city guard leader glanced at Fang Sui and was slightly surprised. Fang Sui said, "Yes." "Then you have good qualifications. You can try and see if there is a chance to get in touch with deeper levels of real practice." The city guard leader's eyes lit up slightly, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. "Real practice." Fang Sui was moved when he heard this. You must know that, since he started practicing, although he has the 2 top holy scriptures, the golden scripture of the sun and the book of the dead, in his hands, he knows very little about the direction and system of practice after the first level of the divine fire realm. He only heard Jiao briefly mention it, and he still lacks a specific and detailed understanding. If you ask Fang Sui what he needs most now, it is undoubtedly a systematic understanding and learning of all kinds of knowledge about the way of practice. At this time, hearing the words of the city guard leader, Fang Sui immediately asked, "How to really practice?" Several soldiers standing on one side all had a chuckle on their faces. One of them teased, "Isn't this simple? Our Purple Ring Star City is a main city. In the central area of the city, there are branches of major forces stationed here. If you can join them, you will naturally have the possibility of obtaining inheritance and practice guidance far beyond the ordinary level. Of course, that is real practice." Without waiting for Fang Sui to ask, another soldier continued, "In the central area of our city, there are many powerful forces stationed there, such as the Temple of the Gods that practices both spiritual and martial arts, and has countless mythological heritages, the Hunting Alliance of Civilizations of all heavens where strong men from all races gather, the Temple of Black Witchcraft, that specializes in witchcraft practice, the Magic Palace, that opens the treasure house of blood and body practice, the Abyss Demon Force for demon practice, the 5-element palace, as well as many sects with inheritances of immortals and demons from outer space, ancient cultivation families, and so on. It's too difficult to name them all." Looking at Fang Sui, he continued, "However, these are all big forces with countless branches spread across the ancient stars of origin of many civilizations. It's extremely difficult to enter them and get guidance on cultivation inheritance. You can go and take a look, but it's unlikely that you can really enter them. Instead, you can consider applying to join the city guard like us, accumulate merits, and get guidance from strong men in the army." These introductions made Fang Sui quite excited. This place is so wonderful. Just from the news that these soldiers casually said, we can see how prosperous the cultivation civilization here is. It is really 100 schools of thought, brilliant and colorful, and brilliant to the extreme. It can be imagined that the experience here will be wonderful. Okay, this is your identity plate, which contains your personal information. You need to drop blood into it to prove that you are a human race without any power affiliation. After that, you can walk freely in the city. If a guard asks, you can show this identity plate to prove your identity. Fang Sui took a coin-sized nameplate from the leader of the city guards. The symbols on it were densely covered, like stars, and the silver light was flowing. He thought to himself that this thing was probably the identity card of this mythical place. A drop of blood was forced out from the fingertips and fell on the nameplate. In an instant, the nameplate emitted a brilliant light and attached to Fang Sui's finger, turning into a slightly hazy phantom ring that looked like a beautiful tattoo. When Fang Sui put his consciousness on it, the information related to Fang Sui in it became clear, reflected in the void, and formed image text. When the consciousness withdrew its attention to it, it attached itself to Fang Sui's finger, almost disappeared, and did not hinder anything at all. It was magical and interesting. When Fang Sui dripped blood into the nameplate, the city guards all stared at the nameplate with their eyes wide open. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The leader's face became kind for the first time, and he said, "It seems that you are really just born, and you have not left any bad records in other main cities before. Otherwise, when you drip blood into this nameplate, it will flash other colors. If it is red, it means you are a dangerous person. Black means you have committed serious crimes, and so on. Different colors will have different reactions, and we will list you as a key monitoring target, and even expel or arrest you." The words of the city guard leader contain a lot of information, which makes Fang Sui have a closer understanding of this world. It seems loose here, but the protection measures are actually quite thorough. Being able to verify whether there is a bad record through blood, the implicit message in it made Fang Sui ponder secretly. "You can go now. Take a look around the city. Our Purple Ring Star City is a big city of this level, not everywhere," the leader of the city guard said. Leaving the dome hall where the city guards were stationed, Fang Sui stepped onto the streets of the city again, and officially walked around in this Purple Ring Star City. His most urgent first goal now, without a doubt, is to systematically master the knowledge of cultivation. So he went out and went straight to the area in the center of the city, where many powerful forces were stationed as mentioned by the soldiers before, ready to take a look at the situation first. Thank you very much for your monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendations, likes, and postings. Happy reading. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.